Welcome to Manhwa Recaps, spoilers ahead, watch out, and take care. Huge shout out and special thanks to the channel members. The manhwa starts with a man asking a woman named Katarina if she knows that Tillman Castle, the one we see off in the distance, has not fallen to any enemies even once over the span of 200 years. We learn the man's name is Simoon, and she asks what he's suddenly talking about, saying they need to get out of here. They're not supposed to be in this place to begin with. He tells her it's okay as no one will be here right now, and she tries to tell him that she needs to go finish her cleaning duties. He says that it won't take too long and he really wanted to show her the scenery from this place as it looks especially amazing at this time of day. She asks why it matters if it looks amazing, saying it's just the land of the nobles which they can't live in. Simoon then tells her that he might actually be able to buy a house there as he's going to get promoted to an intermediate mage this time around. He wrote a thesis on a new golem, and his seniors really liked it. They said if the elder acknowledges it as well, then he'll likely promote him. While it won't be a big house, it should be big enough that the two of them can live comfortably in, and we see her surprised by that and then he asks her to marry him. He says that she's suffered a lot for his sake this entire time, and starting now, he'll make her the happiest person in the world. She then gets a bit playful and says that before he says anything like that, he should probably become an intermediate mage first. He calls her mean, and she laughs, saying that she's just kidding and that she wasn't expecting that such a day would come for them, as she starts to lean on his shoulder. Simoon says that he thought they could truly be happy because he worked really hard for their happiness. But then the harsh reality kicks in, as the elder actually took credit for his golem work. Another man says that the thesis he wrote will change the world. The elder is talking to a duke and says that's all too flattering, and this is all thanks to his unreserved investment. Simoon's hearing all of his credit being stolen and starts to tune them out, but he's actually feeling anger, and he says that his beliefs were wrong. Even if he works hard for the rest of his life, he'll never truly be given credit, and he'll just keep rotting away. The duke then asks the elder what about the request he made, and the elder says he hasn't forgotten about that and asks the duke if he's really fine with her since she's just a woman of lowly birth. As some guards enter the room, Simoon turns, seeing them bringing in Katarina forcefully into the room. We see they actually roughed her up a bit, and she's very scared. Simoon's surprised as he didn't expect to see her here at all. He watches as they take her up to the duke, and Simoon starts to lose it, saying he's tired of them walking all over him. The duke said he heard she was pretty famous for her looks, and it's just as he expected. The elder says if she wasn't of lowly birth, she would have lived a vastly different life. Simoon starts to get pissed, saying that everything he had lived desperately to protect is being taken, and he asks how they can live with themselves so carefree when they are constantly destroying those around them. As we see him preparing some kind of magic attack with tears in his eyes, he starts to run at the two of them, telling them that he will not let them take Katarina from him. The elder starts to get annoyed while releasing lightning magic, calling him a brat, asking if he really doesn't know his place, saying he's nothing but trash, as he strikes him down with the lightning. Simoon's glasses then break, as he starts to fall over. Katarina starts to cry and scream, begging for him to get back up, and all he can do is stretch his hand out as she is being taken away from him. It goes black and then jumps to after some time skip, as we see Simoon on his knees, looking devastated inside of a prison cell. The only thing accompanying him are some rats, and his eyes look devoid of life. He says there was nothing he could do. He picks up one of the rats, causing it to start freaking out. We see he's even been marking his days in the cell as well. One of the guards then pokes him with a spear, and they laugh, saying it looks like he is trying to eat that mouse, and they said they should just leave him be, as even a mage of the magic tower is worth nothing in this state. They even start mocking him, saying if he just helps them summon the golem, they would release him immediately. Of course, Simoon doesn't reply, and they ask if he's even listening. The other one says he went completely crazy after that woman died. They decide to leave him alone and start discussing her death, informing us that Katrina committed suicide so she would protect her purity from the duke, as she was sold off to him. They say it's a shame as she was too pretty to die, and Simoon puts his thumb up to his mouth, biting his nail and pulling it off to the point where blood starts to spill out, and he apologizes to Katarina for letting such things happen to her. As the guards are walking back, they notice the mice acting up, and they say it's as if they're waiting for something because they're all looking up in anticipation. The other guard immediately realizes something is off, and he gets the other guard to stab one of them, and as soon as he does, we see a magic circle on one of the mice's bellies. They now understand what's going on and that this is bad because these are the mice from Simoon's cage, who we see using his blood starting to draw something on the floor, as he says he was just too weak to begin with, which he will change from now on. The guards quickly run over, telling him to stop what he's doing, and Simoon says that he refuses to stop as this is just the start. As his magic circle is now complete, he puts his palm on top of it, starting to absorb the life energy of the rats around him. Simoon says if only he had been stronger from the start, he never would have lost Katarina. Each one of the rats in their respective circles starts sacrificing themselves as the aura pools in the middle. An explosion soon follows as Simoon is now free from his prison cell, and we see he actually has a giant golem behind him now, which is what he based his thesis on that the elder stole from him. Simoon looks over at the guards, saying that was the same face that Katarina made, as we see them stricken with absolute fear, looking up at the golem. Simoon says that he tried thinking of reasons for him to still be alive, but now he understands what it is, as his golem swipes away at the guards, killing them, then explodes out of the wall. Simoon says that it's all because he needs to take revenge on the world where the two of them couldn't live a happy life together, as now he has even more golems wreaking havoc in the Mage Tower. As he's walking through the destruction, he tells Katarina there's no need to worry, as he won't be weak anymore. He'll obtain any power that he can get his hands on regardless of what it costs. He will make sure that he changes everything. Bro has some serious crazy eyes. We then see the Elder's lightning magic, as he is currently in combat as the shadow begins to loom over him as none other than Simoon riding the OG golem he made in prison. The Elder asks if he's out of his mind, asking why he would dare use black magic. Since he's one who serves God, why would he side with the demons? Simoon gives him a cold, icy stare, asking what any of that matters anymore. The Duke then also starts to run away, begging for him to spare him, as he's someone who can make him the master of this place, and if he spares his life, he'll do anything he wants. Simoon stretches his hand out, saying that he does not have the power he thinks he does, as he smites him down. He says that you can't bring back someone who's dead. He tells Katarina that this world that screwed them over will suffer his wrath all for the sake of her. Then it jumps sometime later to a man being knighted by the king, and we learn he is the hero named Lacan. The king begs that he save the world from the darkness, as it has now been some time since Simoon's rampage has begun, and he has been given the title of Demon King. He is trampling over all of their territories, slaughtering innocent lives, and he has already destroyed 2 kingdoms and 1 dukedom. The fate of the world all lies solely in the hands of Lacan, the hero, so he pleads with him once more to eradicate the Demon King and save the world, as we see their banners high in the sky. Lacan looks at his sword and raises it, and starts to give them a speech, saying, "Brave warriors of the divine Artinia Empire, the brilliant light of their empire has lost its power, and the giant shadow the Demon King has cast, is swelling up the Lode-Asia continent. However, they will not sit down for the sake of their families and for the sake of the world. Today, they will get rid of the Demon King and become the last hope that protects this world." We get a flashback of Katarina asking Simoon if he heard the news, asking how it makes sense to cut off a child's hand just for stealing bread. Simoon tries to tell her that she's speaking too loud and someone might overhear her. She says that the nobles can only give such harsh punishment so easily because they never have to worry about going hungry, asking why such a child needs to be punished so unreasonably just because of the social class he was born into. She has a sad look on her face, saying that even they weren't born in this position because they wanted to be either. Simoon looks at her full of hope and says perhaps a day will come when social status no longer matters and they can all live equal and free. She says his name, saying that a day like that won't come just by waiting for it. He asks what she wants him to do, and she says they have to be the change they want to see in the world. Otherwise, the children they'll raise later will go through the same things. His books fall to the ground as he starts to get embarrassed, asking what she means about the children they'll raise, saying they haven't even gotten married yet. She says that wasn't the important part of the message but says they're going to get married anyways. Simoon starts to get really panicked and says that they will, but he's not ready yet, and she asks if he's going to or not. He says of course he will. She sighs and calls him terrible. She's back to being playful, saying that he's so shy and she's probably the only person who would even marry him. The flashback ends, showing us his Demon King castle as he's standing before it. He calls out to Katarina, saying soon all of this will be over. It took a long time, but the world they wanted so badly will soon be a reality as we see Lacan's army in front of him. The soldiers all start to slowly advance their march, and we see them with expressions of dread. Lacan then calls out to Simoon, saying that the entire world has been filled with suffering, and he swears in the name of God and justice that all of his evil deeds shall be judged today. Simoon chuckles at first and then breaks into full-blown laughter that can be heard across the entire field. He asks if Lacan really plans to judge him with God and justice, asking if he really thinks he would fear some false god and their hypocritical sense of justice to begin with. Lacan tells him that he will make sure of it, as countless heroes of the Empire stand with him to bring judgment down upon him, and today they shall take down the demon and protect their world. As he leads in his troops, he yells, "Charge!" as they all start to fall in right behind him. As they start to get close to him, Simoon asks who they are to judge him, saying that he is the one who shall be the judge. The day he lost Katerina, justice died, as he slams his staff into the ground, creating a magic circle beneath it. As if time has frozen for the soldiers charging at him, Simoon says that he no longer believes in such illusions and that he'll show them the one thing he does believe in. All of the soldiers lose control of their bodies as we see their life force getting completely devoured by the power within Simoon's ritual, the same way he summoned the golems before, pretty much deleting the soldiers. The golems then rise up from the energy of their corpses and let out a roar that causes Lacan to put up his guard. Simoon then smirks at him, telling him to look, saying this is the day true justice is born. And he tells Lacan to cast away his deceptive faith, as today marks the beginning of a new era. One ruled by him, where he shall lay waste to all of the nobility in this world. As he has amassed an army of golems, one of them raises its fist into the air. We see it grab a fistful of soldiers, squeezing them into a human lemonade. The other soldiers, watching their comrades get squished, start to panic but realize there's no future if they back down here. Simoon's eyes look a little bit sad, and he calls them fools, saying they're nothing but garbage. They have nothing more than their social status to cling to if they're trying to resist real power. But he does not plan to spare them, as he will make sure they are all eradicated from this moment on. We see Lacan readying himself to dash in, calling out to Simoon, saying that he's unforgivable. A yellow aura imbues his blade as he leaps through the air, slicing through one of the golems and instantly destroying it. Simoon is surprised that he took it out with a single strike and says this must be the reason that he couldn't take down the Livia kingdom no matter how many golems he sent. It must have all been because of Lacan. Simoon looks at him with disgusted eyes, but Lacan's look like he's only doing what needs to be done. Simoon declares that he will make sure that Lacan dies today, and an all-out war ensues between Simoon and Lacan, with both their soldiers respectively being golems and humans. The battlefield then gets eerily quiet as we see all the broken weapons on the ground and all the blood. Now it's only Simoon and one of his golems left, and Lacan is so gassed out he's propped himself up against his sword. He looks back up at Simoon, saying he's going to put an end to this, as even the golem is starting to fall apart. Right behind Simoon, it begins to crumble. Simoon calls out to Lacan as Lacan raises his blade. Simoon tells him that he does not know how rotten the world is, and if it wasn't for him, as we see him crying and glaring up at him with eyes full of regret, he says he would have started everything anew after he cleansed the world. He curses him and declares that his entire bloodline shall spend their entire lives in suffering as his tears slowly turn into tears of blood. Lacan tightens the grip on his blade and gives it one final swing with all of the aura he has left, cutting off Simoon's head and even destroying the bits and pieces left over from the golem behind him. As Simoon's head floats through the air, he starts to recall Katerina, saying that when he smiles like this and is with her, all of her worries just wash away. This is when she's at her absolute happiest. As she's holding onto his face, we see her step on her tippy toes, giving him a kiss and telling him that she loves him. These were the moments he was thinking of in death. Then he jolts awake, immediately reaching for his throat, asking if it was all a dream since his head is still on his neck. He uses his forearm to wipe some sweat off his head, saying that he's also got a crazy headache, but there is no wound on his hand, and he wonders what's going on. As he's also woken up in an unfamiliar room, he wonders if maybe he's in a foreign country, asking how he even lived, saying even black magic can't bring someone to life. Because if that were possible, he would have done it already, so how is it that he is still here? He is then shocked by something, as we see a familiar knight on the wall. It's none other than a portrait of Lacan, and he asks why it's here. A butler then enters the room, calling out to the young lord and saying he's so glad that he's finally awake. He hugs him, saying that he's so relieved since he didn't wake up for 2 weeks. He thought they had lost the last of Lacan's bloodline. Simoon asks what he means by young lord, asking who the butler is. The butler starts to panic, asking if Simoon really doesn't recognize him. He falls to his knees, saying the accident must have damaged his memories and it's his fault for not taking care of him. The butler starts to cry, saying he'll tell Simoon some basic stuff to jog his memory since it might just be temporary, and he'll probably remember things once he starts telling him. He says that soon Simoon will become the lord of this place, and he's the successor of the Lacan Viscounty of the Baroque Empire, as well as the descendant of the great hero Lacan. His name is Luc de Lacan. Simoon is a bit taken aback, saying that means he died 500 years ago, and now he is his enemy's descendant. Almost half a century after his death, he sweats nervously and then immediately starts running, much to the surprise of the butler. The butler tells him that he shouldn't be moving around so much in that state, but of course, Si-moon ignores him, asking if he's really expected to believe this shit and if he looks like a fool. He grabs onto the door handle, saying it doesn't make any sense, and then slams it open to look out of the balcony. Si-moon yells, saying that there's no way this is real, but much to his surprise, what he sees is a giant towering golem decked out in armor. Si-moon loses his balance a little bit, asking if this is real, saying since he's seen it now, it confirms that everything he said was true. Looking at how intricate it is, he can tell that the weapon is far more advanced than golem magic. Magic that he could have only imagined is now standing before him. The butler calls out to him, and Si-moon asks what his name is. He says his name is Hans, and he is his personal servant. Si-moon then asks Hans what exactly he's looking at, and Hans says that thing is called a gigant. It is a bipedal humanoid weapon. Si-moon asks if it's made using golem magic, and Hans says that he's half right, because a gigant is made through scientific hex tech, what in the league? And paired with magic. Due to the advances in technology, unlike golems which are controlled from afar, gigants are driven by a pilot who remains inside of them. Si-moon finds it hard to believe that a person goes into it, and Hans says that is truly the case. Si-moon starts to think about it, saying that it requires a lot of advanced technology for someone to pilot it. But if Hans is telling him the truth, it is truly an amazing weapon, which means you're safe from external threats in battle and can even react quicker to events when compared to golems that you control from afar. It addresses all the problems he had with his golems in the past. Hans is just surprised that Si-moon seems so interested. Then Si-moon starts to walk back to his room. Hans calls out to him, and Si-moon stops moving, saying if it really exists, that means 500 years have truly passed, and he wonders why he had to be born as a descendant of his enemy. We hear them running around the house as Hans continuously yells his name. As Si-moon is chugging alcohol, he tells him that he can't push himself, as we see him standing on top of his desk, chugging it. Si-moon wipes his mouth, looking down at Hans, and says that he's a descendant of Lacan. Hans says yes, asking why it matters, and Si-moon then asks what's the big deal, he should be healthier than most people. He then starts to feel a sharp pain and drops to his knees, making Hans worried. Si-moon starts to gasp for air. Hans said he tried to warn him and he needs to be careful because of the curse. Si-moon asked what curse he's talking about, and Hans says he somewhat expected it, but he really doesn't remember anything. Si-moon tells him to go ahead and spit it out. He starts to rant hella bad, and Si-moon tells him just to get to the point. Hans says that Lord Lacan was praised for his efforts in saving the world, but he soon passed away due to the Demon Lord's curse. Si-moon wonders what he is talking about, asking if he really did that. He recalls him saying that his entire bloodline shall spend their lives in suffering, and he wonders if that's what he means. But it was only something he said because he got pissed and now he finds it embarrassing, and he can't believe they thought it to be true. It jumps to the story being told again, how 500 years ago, the peaceful world faced a danger capable of wiping it out, aka Si-moon the Demon Lord. His dark magic could spawn golems that were more powerful than an army, and he wiped out countless soldiers with the flick of his hand. Just like that, it seemed like the Demon Lord would take over the world, but, thanks to the righteous warrior Lacan, the world found its peace again. However, the Demon Lord cast a curse on him right before he died, which caused the warrior and his entire bloodline to die a painful death at a young age. Si-moon closes the book and sighs, saying they just really spun it however they wanted. He didn't even cast a curse in the first place, asking if they really believe a curse can last that long to begin with. He then thinks about it but says it is his fault for losing and wonders why he had to be born as a member of Lacan's family in the first place, saying it feels like he was the one who got cursed here. He then starts to grab another book and then even another one, saying that since this is a second chance for him, he can't face Katarina like this. This rotten world existed for another 500 years, so he can't imagine how much more corrupted it is now. Because no matter how much time has passed, he's sure not all of his followers were wiped out, and he needs to learn more about this era for now. Because if he can reunite with his followers, he'll really change the world this time around. The next day, we see the Gigan is still outside the house, and it starts to take us to Si-moon's room upstairs as he puts another book down. He's once again chugging alcohol, saying there's no way he's gonna be able to find his followers. Putting his lack of followers aside, the people have almost forgotten about him entirely. He says it's too much, even if it's been 500 years, as there's not even a trace of his existence. On top of that, his body has no mana nor stamina, asking what he can even do with it. As he begins to walk, he twists his ankle and falls face first into the ground, asking what he's even meant to do. He clenches his fist out of regret and calls out to Katerina, asking if he's doomed to achieve nothing in this life, as he only wanted to create a world where everybody was equal in content. He then hears a man yelling for the young master, which surprises him. He sees the door open, and he wonders what's going on as it's so noisy. He heads outside on the balcony, and we hear a man asking how long he's going to avoid them. The man tells Hans and everybody else that we haven't been introduced to, that he and the other merchants will not take a step back until they have an audience with the young master. He is from the Alone Merchant Association, specifically the branch master named Darren. Simoon wonders if he's in debt and laughs, saying that Lacan's descendants sure have it rough. Darren tells him that it's 30,000 peso, and he borrowed that from them last year to develop a mine, but he's always avoided them. He asks if he even anticipated paying it back then, saying he can't live like this anymore. Hans tries to tell him that the young master must stay at rest because of his condition, and they'll figure out how to pay him another way. But Darren says no, as they must hear from the young master himself on the matter. Hans and everybody else start to look anxious, and Darren says based on their reactions, it seems like he won't be able to pay it back right now. And while 30,000 is not a small amount, he'll give them an offer, asking why they don't just hand over the gigan in their house. Saying it's probably not even worth 30,000 since it is second hand, so he's giving them a great offer. One of the men yells, saying that it's impossible as they only have 3 in their entire house, asking how they're meant to defend their territory like this. We are introduced to the knight commander named Rogers. Rogers says that he won't allow it and they must kill him if they want to take it because the gigants are crucial to their defense. Hans tells him to relax, and then we are introduced to the accountant named Dixon, who says that instead of taking the offer, they should just raise taxes temporarily. Hans sighs, asking if he doesn't know how their people are doing right now, as they can't have the little amount they have left leave. Dixon says the only way forward is to hand over the gigant, then Rogers continues yelling, saying he told him that would be impossible. Simoon starts to laugh, saying this is such a good household, Lacan would be rolling in his grave. Darren tells everybody to relax, saying he wants to seize that gigant and the manor, but he doesn't want people to think of him as the people who took from the great hero house. He starts to point towards the gigant, asking if he can just leave with it. Rogers asks if he's joking, saying he already told him, but Darren says that he's probably misunderstanding him, as he's not talking about the gigant but rather the magic tower directly behind it. They're all surprised by this, and Rogers says the magic tower is a better choice than the gigant. Even Hans says nobody goes there anymore. Dixon says they had some income from it as a tourist attraction before, but now it's useless. Simoon asks what he means as he starts to look over at it. He completely recognizes it as his magic tower, and he can't believe that Lacan built his house right where he killed him. Simoon says that 500 years ago, where the tower is currently situated, is where he used to live with Katerina. It was an old and worn down house, but it was still theirs, as in the end, it was where he made a lot of good memories. To them, it was a cozy resting place where they had dreams together. We hear Darren saying that the land around the demon tower has crossed into the territory of his company, but Simoon is just pissed, asking how dare they go after that place. Darren continues, telling them not to worry, saying with his company's diverse capabilities, they'll be able to make it into a popular tourist spot, which will also greatly enhance the economy of this region. He starts laughing. Dixon asks where to sign, but both Hans and Rogers seem skeptical. Then the door slams open, which startles all 3 of them, as Simoon starts to walk out, hella pissed. Hans asks if it's okay for him to walk, and Simoon glares at him, telling him to step aside. Darren then says it was hard to meet him, asking if he's already recovered, saying that his company will oversee the management of the demon tower. Simoon asks if he only knows how to yap and if he even knows what kind of place it is that he's trying to get. As we see, he's completely pissed. He continues glaring at Darren, asking how dare he try to take control of what he owns. Darren and his men start to get a little anxious, wondering why he's so fierce, as he's way too different from what they've heard. Darren goes to explain himself, but Simoon calls him a con man, telling him to shut up, saying after taking the land that stands at the center of his territory, not far from the main estate, he intends to expand his influence and authority under the guise of developing the area. We see Darren is physically surprised by this, and Simoon asks if he got it wrong. Darren immediately panics and tries to cover it up, saying that's too far-fetched, but Simoon calls him pathetic, saying that they can't even sell second-hand weapons, and he's even trying to take over their territory. He says in terms of incompetent people, he hates guys like him who are completely evil on the inside. Darren says he can't let him have the upper hand here, and in times like this, he needs to give an even stronger response. He yells, saying that the Lacan household is unable to repay its debt, and that's why he was trying to be considerate of him and came up with a proposition. His company has to get its money back somehow, asking if he's wrong. Simoon asks him why he thinks they aren't going to repay their debt, saying that he'll do it in 10 days, and they'll repay everything, including the interest. Then he yells, telling him to get the hell out of his sight, while releasing some serious killing intent towards Darren and his men, leaving them stunlocked by it. One of them hiccups out of fear, and Darren and his crew get on their wagon and leave. Darren tells him that he can't wait for him to try to put his money where his mouth is. Hans says these dudes all act the same, and Dixon is just surprised he's standing. Dixon calls out to him, saying that he can't believe what he just said to him. Simoon asks what's wrong, and Dixon, Hans, and Rogers all instantly salute him, saying they are so touched by his statement, and we see them crying. Hans says that he's so insightful that he saw through their plans immediately. Rogers says seeing him get angry to protect his ancestors and their honor was amazing. Simoon just asks what he's talking about, and Rogers says he didn't realize he took such pride in the household. He saw how that merchant bastard couldn't do a thing because of his fierce response, and at the time, he saw the image of the hero Lacan within him. Simoon just adores that they're comparing him to Lacan, saying he's definitely going to turn into the Demon King again at this rate. Hans then says he has a question, asking how he's going to intend to repay the debts. Simoon says that depends on how much 30,000 peso is truly worth. Hans says you can buy 10,000 sacks of wheat with that money, and it costs as much as a single unit of the new warrior class gigant. Right now, they don't have enough collateral to borrow money from a bank or other measures. Hans asks him if he has a solution. Simoon says that doesn't really help him, and if that's all he has to say, then he's to stand aside and says he'll repay the debt in his own way, and they can just sit back and relax. Simoon starts to go through the house, looking at the assets, seeing them empty, seeing that the house is falling apart, and their food situation is really bad. Back in his office, Simoon throws some papers into the air, asking if this is not the same household that killed the Demon King, and if that's the case, why the hell is there nothing here? Asking Hans if he stole it all with the others. Hans says no, asking why he'd even think of such a thing, and he'll understand if he looks at the genealogy. Simoon asks why he would need to see something like that, and Hans explains that after Hero Lacan killed the Demon King, he was bestowed the title of a marquis and built his territory within the south of the Livia kingdom. Simoon tells him to get to the point. Duke Baroque incited a rebellion against the Livia kingdom, and Viscount Lacan fought him because he couldn't stand the injustice being committed. However, the Viscount, who had been under the curse of the Demon King, suffered a crushing defeat, and after that, his title was revoked, and he was exiled to the borders, where he passed away due to the rapid deterioration of his health. Simoon says that makes it seem like Lacan didn't want to live by his tower, and he was forced here. Simoon says besides all of this, the financial situation is so bad, asking how it's been sustained for 500 years. Hans looks worried, saying that there's a reason for that. It's because his ancestors hoped for them to regain their former glory. Simoon asks what he means, and Hans tells him for the sake of making a comeback, his ancestors would do anything, even if it meant using all the assets, authority, and everything they possessed. They wanted to recover the reputation of this household, but due to the generational curse passed on through its members, no matter how hard they worked, their efforts were ultimately in vain, as this was how the household, once home to the hero who saved the world, met its downfall. He's not sure if he remembers this, but the reason he lost consciousness for more than half a month was due to a Gigan incident. He was working tirelessly to restore the household's reputation, and he wanted to prove that he had the qualities of a hero and pushed himself too hard. Simoon starts to think about it and then sits up out of his chair, walking over to the window. Hans tells him that they are stuck, and even as a butler of the household, he can't help him with anything, and he is truly sorry for that. Simoon then gets an idea, but Hans tells him that he's sure there's something they can do, because even if he has to give up his life, he'll find a way to accumulate the amount to pay back the loan. Simoon tells him there's no need for that, as he just thought of an idea. They just need to pay the money back regardless of how it's obtained. Then it jumps to a woman screaming, and Hans and everybody else in the manor are completely taken aback. Rogers is even crying, asking how this could be. Hans looks completely panicked, saying who would have expected him to take the statue of Hero Lacan and sell it off. What a move. Hans says the statue was here yesterday, and he wonders where it could have gone overnight. But then starts to wonder where the young lord is, saying he needs to tell him first. One of the guards quickly runs over, telling him that there's been a problem. Hans says if it's about the statue, that's not what he cares about, and he asks where the young lord is. The guard says that he left when the security was at its most vulnerable, and Hans falls to his knees, wondering just what the hell Luke is cooking up. We see him on a carriage, taking the statue of Lacan. The carriageman then calls out to him, saying if it's not too rude, he wants to ask a question. Simoon says sure but asks the dude who he is, and the dude laughs awkwardly, wondering if he forgot him. We are introduced to Philip, his guard knight. He asks him if he really plans on selling the statue. Simoon says yeah, and it should sell for quite a bit if he melts it down. Philip says that it might be important to him, but there is 500 years of history tied to the statue. Simoon puts his foot up on the carriage, asking him if 5 centuries worth of history is going to feed him. Philip says that he won't be able to pay off his debts just from selling the statue. Simoon tells him that it's just a small part of the plan. Philip says it's good that he has won, and he's sure everyone will understand as long as he repays the debts. He asks what his plan is. Simoon thinks about it, saying that he's going to use the money from selling the statue to gamble it all away to get the money. Philip freezes up and stops the carriage, saying he thought he had a plan, and this just sounds like a damn accident. Simoon calls him annoying, asking why he came with him if he's only going to lecture him. Philip says he's the one who dragged him out at the crack of dawn, and had he known this was his plan, he never would have left. He suggests that they turn back, beg for forgiveness, and come up with a better plan. Simoon calls him an idiot, and Philip asks what he means. Simoon tells him to think it through. If they turn back now, he would have to explain why he left with the great predecessor statue, and if his reason is that he wants to gamble, they would never forgive him. He's sure he'd be expelled from the household if he returned. This is a big shock to Philip, and Simoon says that he guesses they won't be able to do that since he is still the young lord. It would rather only be Philip to get kicked out of the house instead. He laughs, telling Philip to choose wisely and make sure to pick the better option for him, asking if he wants to become a vagrant without any money or if he wants to become a hero that will bring honor to the household. And once more tells Philip to choose wisely. Philip looks nervous, debating it, and reluctantly agrees, saying he'll just keep going the way they are. Simoon says that it's a good choice. Philip says that if he heard that his personality changed after waking up from his coma, he is now basically the devil himself. They finally make it to a port city as there are 5 minutes until the ship departs. The captain calls for the final onboarding process, and Philip asks if they are really getting on this. Simoon asks if he still wants to turn around, and Philip immediately tries to guide him on. When they step foot on the ship, it's time to go, as the captain rings the bell, telling everybody it's time to depart as the ship is finally setting sail on the seas. Sometime later at night, they arrive at a city named Lamar. They pull up to the port. A bag of money then gets dropped into Philip's hand, and he starts barking at the guy, asking him if this is really all he's going to pay. Simoon tells him to go ahead and guide the way, and Philip tries to tell him they could have gotten more. Philip says it's good enough, and the area they're entering has changed. Philip asks if he's been here before, and Simoon says it's only for a little bit, although it wasn't like this back then, as back when he remembers coming here, it was basically a deserted island because there was a kraken constantly blocking the seas. He sighs, saying it really has been 500 years. He decides to stop being gloomy and says it was a good idea to come here. Philip seems more excited now, saying he doesn't know why he came here, but it'll definitely be better than what he remembers, and this place is the second biggest city in the southern region of the empire. Things are constantly changing. It used to be an island where people couldn't reach easily because of sea monsters, but with the development of magic engineering, the place has slowly become a lot more populated, so naturally, the gambling scene is really big, asking Simoon if he's sure he'll be okay. Simoon tells him if he wasn't confident, he never would have bothered coming in the first place, as we see them in front of the casino. He tells Philip it's time to head inside, but Philip says to wait as he needs to get ready. Simoon asks what's the big deal, and Philip asks how he's so calm and if he knows how to guarantee a win in these games. Simoon says he guesses so because when it comes to gambling, your attitude is everything. We then hear a man saying that's not good, and it looks like he's won, as Simoon is currently losing all of his bets. He's asked if he wants to continue, and Simoon laughs nervously, wondering if this is how it's really gonna go. The man who keeps winning says that luck is smiling at him. Simoon tells him that luck is also an ability. The man laughs, saying that he sure is generous and that it's an honor to be able to play a game with such a cool young lord. However, it seems like he's out of money, asking if they should just end the game here. Simoon says they can't do that and tells Philip to exchange all of the remaining money into coins. Philip says that they can't, because if he loses this too, they'll be broke. Simoon tells him not to hold back and to bring it. The man on the other end of the table says that he's agitated and sure was lucky today. Si-moon puts all of his coins up, saying he'll wager everything and go all in on this next bet. Philip cries, saying the family is doomed. The man on the other end of the table asks if he's serious, saying he's nervous because it's his first time having such a good game, but he must be fine with it. Si-moon says that being anxious about it doesn't change their results. The other man says that's impressive, asking if they should confirm each other's cards, as we see him communicating with the woman behind Si-moon. The man then turns his hand around, saying the goddess of luck is definitely on his side and starts to take all of Si-moon's money. But Si-moon tells him to wait, saying he needs to check his cards too. As he flips over his cards, he says surprisingly enough, this is what he has. The man looks confused, asking how this is possible. Si-moon says that sudden reversals are the joy of gambling, and it was such an enjoyable match, as he shakes his hand out for the other man to shake. Philip starts to cry, saying he always believed in him. Cap. The dude on the other end of the table slams his fist down, saying there's no way, asking how he got those cards and what tricks he played. Si-moon asks what he's talking about and says maybe he's talking about the people behind him and how they were informing him of his cards. The dude sweats nervously, wondering how he knew. Si-moon asks if there was any way he wasn't meant to. All of the spectators nearby are his subordinates, and he knew they were secretly passing over cards, but the reason he kept falling for it was because he needed to touch every single one of the cards. He left small marks of mana on them, and if he can control the cards with the marks, then for him, who used to manage a golem army, managing cards is like a walk in the park, and he can easily win all these matches even without fancy tricks. Si-moon laughs, telling the man to hurry up and acknowledge his loss. He says he thinks that today's business ends now and that everybody in the casino needs to show this young man some etiquette education, as they all start to brandish weapons. Si-moon asks why all these bastards are the same even after 500 years, and while he doesn't have the same amount of mana as before, he has no issue with facing small fry like this. He starts to imbue energy into his hand, telling them to get started already, as they all start to leap at him. Philip tells Si-moon to duck as he quickly unsheathes his blade, breaking some of the enemy's weapons and sending them flying away. He asks how dare they draw a sword towards the sole heir of the Lacan family and says now they must understand that means they are putting their entire lives on the line. The man looks terrified and says that he is committed to a sin worthy of death. Philip tells him to shut up, asking how he dare try to harm the young lord. Si-moon then realizes something, saying this isn't quite that bad. It then jumps to later as Philip is carrying a bag of money, saying that this is quite heavy and definitely more than 10,000 peso. Si-moon says obviously, and he looks back at Philip, saying he just thought of him as a porter, but he is way more talented than he expected. Regardless, today's earnings weren't bad, but it will be hard to use gambling houses after causing this chaos. He asks Philip if there is anywhere else to make money, and Philip thinks about it, saying that they could go to the Gigan Arena. Si-moon asks what that is, and Philip says just like how there are arenas where humans used to fight each other, now there are arenas where Gigants fight one another. Depending on the match, the dividend rate differs, but if he does well, he can earn 30,000 or even more. Si-moon says that he was interested in the Gigants, and if they are developed using golem magic, it might be helpful in guessing who will win. Philip tells him just to believe in him, as he was once a top student at the Imperial Military Gigan Academy. Si-moon tells him to go ahead and lead the way, and Philip happily runs, saying that he should give him more credit. As they are walking towards the arena, they hear some guards shit-talking some people while kicking them. It's a whole group of children being stomped on by the guards, asking if they will only listen after they die. Philip asks how they could do something to someone so young, but Si-moon is having different thoughts. He says even after 500 years, while the world has changed, there are still some things that haven't. Some things decay and rot even more as time passes. He starts to grit his teeth out of anger and then calls out to the guards, telling them to stop. But someone else beats him to it, saying to stop immediately. When the guards turn, asking who it is, a woman approaches, saying they are the royal guard, asking if they are not meant to protect the subjects, and asks why they are wielding violence against young children. She continues talking, but Si-moon is experiencing a whole different set of emotions as they swirl up inside of him. When he looks at her, it looks like none other than Katarina. She says the children have the right to be protected too, and he wonders if maybe she was reincarnated as well. The guards say that even if she may be a princess, there's no point resisting what they are doing, as the count himself has issued the order. Surely, she knows how restless the people have become as a result of all their refugees. The princess asks if they really believe that locking people up like cattle in an environment not suitable to live in is right. They are innocent children who have lost their nation and their family, and if they were guilty, she shall be the first to be punished instead because she is the princess of the Volga kingdom. That means she is one of the refugees seeking shelter here. The guards say that if she continues to do it, it will be nothing but trouble. They are not doing this because they want to either, but because they were ordered to. Philip says the situation is getting serious, asking Simoon if this is okay. Simoon asks if he knows who that is, and Philip says, of course, that she is quite famous in the Volga kingdom as the princess who cares little to nothing about nobles' gazes. He doesn't know why, but he's heard their kingdom fell to ruin, and he never thought he would see a princess like this. We learn her name is Reina. Simoon is just still completely dumbfounded. No matter how he looks at her, that is definitely Katerina, and he wonders how she looks the same even if she did reincarnate. The guards call out to Reina, saying that they apologize, but they cannot allow her to do this, as they grab onto her arms. She asks what he is doing, and he raises his arm, pushing her away with his hand, causing her to fall. Something snaps inside Simoon, and he immediately leaps at the guard, telling him to get his filthy hands off her. We see his knuckles are bruised, and he says even if time passes and the world changes, people need to be taught a damn lesson every single day, as he is mercilessly beating this man. He says these pieces of filth will only learn with pure violence, and no matter what he does, they will always remain, which bothers him a lot. Reina then grabs onto his arm, begging him to stop. She says there is no need to go this far. He goes to call her Katerina but stops, one of the guards asking how dare he attack one of them. As he draws his weapon, the guard says it seems he does not fear the imperial law. Philip asks him if that law of his is more important than his life, as we see his blade to the man's throat. The dude starts to choke up, then grabs his friend, running away, saying he will make them regret this. Philip clicks his tongue, saying this is straight out of a Chinese manhwa, and he's surprised they didn't say he was courting death. Simoon then calls out to Reina but calls her Katerina instead and asks if she is hurt, saying he is sorry he lost his mind for a second and he should have helped her. She says she is sorry but asks him who he is, and he is confused. He asks her what she means. She is obviously a little scared by his actions, and he says he might look different, so she won't recognize him, and he will tell her everything now. She says it will not be necessary, asking what the difference is between him and the guards when they both resort to violence. He tries to explain himself, but she says more importantly, he seems to be mistaking her for someone else, as her name is not Katerina, and that it is Reina, as he must have heard the guards say. Philip says that it seems the young lord made a mistake, and they are not really suspicious people. As he starts to yap to her, Simoon is lost in thought looking at his hands, and his eyes start to become full of sorrow. He says he endured countless hours alone, even though he knew she would never come back, and yet he almost fell apart just because they look very similar. We then hear an older man asking Reina what she is doing here. He says he told her that there was something important scheduled today, asking if she knows how hard it was for him to find her, and this is her butler, Victor. She goes to explain it to him, but Victor gets pissed, saying she better not have been fighting the guards again. Then Philip sees Simoon asking who they are, and he tells him that even if it's not their first time meeting, he apologizes, but due to various situations, things are quite tense, so it would be great if they didn't get too close to the princess. Simoon says that's stupid, saying even though he did misunderstand the situation and escalated, he helped them out in the end, and he didn't do it to expect anything in return, but at least she could say, thank you. We see Reina thinking about it, but Simoon turns, telling Philip it's time to go, and both she and Victor watch them leave, saying they should go as well. Reina says he's right, as she didn't actually thank him. Then we are taken to the Gigan arena, which doesn't look big enough to hold those giant guys, but we'll see. The shoutcasters say the match is getting really intense while we see Philip and Simoon in the crowd. They make their way to their seat, and Simoon says the fight is over, as we see one of the Gigants falling over due to a strike. As it topples down, the crowd starts cheering, saying that Adolf wins. Philip can't believe that he got it right again, saying at this rate they'll pay off all of their debt and strike it rich. Simoon says this is very easy, and he guesses it's because Gigants are made based on golem magic, and he can easily determine the victor because he can see their flow of mana. The shoutcasters say the next match is probably going to be a bloodbath, as it's a Gigant named Savage versus one named Sting. Philip says he can probably predict this next one as well, asking how Sting, who has 1 win and 5 losses, could possibly win against Savage, who's at 28 wins and 2 losses. Simoon says although it's possible to win despite such a disadvantage in strength, it seems this match will be trivial. The shoutcasters then start introducing the fighters, as we see one of them with their axes crossed, and we are introduced to the dual axe wielding savage being piloted by a man named Brian. Simoon is surprised by this one, as when it walks out it is called the Lucky Gigant. The shoutcasters say it was given a miracle win last time. Philip says it's quite a pity that he got a lucky win because now he's facing Savage, and we are introduced to Sting, and the pilot is named Karen. Simoon seems interested, saying he needs to go all in on Sting. Philip asks why, saying Savage is guaranteed to win this match. What Philip's eyes say is a different story, because he can see the aura and he can tell that Sting is much more capable than they've led everybody else to believe. Savage's axe starts to fly through the air. As we see Sting block it, the shoutcasters wonder what's going on, seeing that Sting is putting on an unexpected performance. Everybody's expectations of a painful defeat are, low-key, being blown out of the water as Sting blocks every one of Savage's attacks. Savage laughs, saying he thought they were just an amateur, but it seems like they've got some skills. However, it's still far from enough, as he comes in with a devastating blow that sends one of Sting's arms flying. The spectators are surprised, even Philip is saying there's no way this is happening, but Simoon is confused. Sting has the upper hand in terms of mana flow, yet they're not using their mana at all. Savage starts to laugh, telling Sting to get up, as their legs are still attached, and if they don't plan to fight anymore, all he can do is offer them an easy way out as he raises his axe into the air. Philip starts to panic, asking what they're going to do as all their money is about to be lost. Everyone watches as Savage's axe comes in directly towards Sting. Sting's eyes start to light up as they finally use their mana, but maybe it's too late. Savage's axe comes straight into the ground, shattering it. But then, we see there's actually nothing underneath. Sting asks if he's aware that you can adjust your bet in Gigant matches up until 30 seconds into the match, and now that the time frame has passed, they can't afford to pay for any more repairs than this. Sting sticks their hand out as a magic circle forms and uses an ability called Fire Blast, straight up flamethrowering Savage, lighting him ablaze. The shoutcasters wonder how this could be, saying they have an unprecedented event happening here. Their champion, who bested the odds of 20-1 with pure skill, has now been crowned as Savage's Gigant falls to the ground. Philip starts to scream, saying that he believed in them the entire time. But Simoon is just surprised that they actually used magic, saying that there's no way this should be possible. Philip asks what he's so confused about, saying Sting's writer, Karen, must have just been a rune knight. It's not too common to see Gigantes using magic, but they must have been hiding their strength to raise the odds. Simoon says that's not what's important. The fundamental theory behind using magic through weaponry is something he developed, and that method, no matter how much time has passed, cannot be replicated by others. That's all because it's a process he completed with the use of black magic. We are taken to the hangar for the Gigantes. Philip asks what they're doing there, saying they need to head back as soon as they can. But Simoon tells him to shut up, saying that he's busy thinking and Philip's not helping at all. We then hear Victor telling Reina that she can still change her mind, asking how she's going to go into a match with a Gigant like this. He says this isn't even a fight she should have accepted in the first place. Reina says that a mercenary like Andre would have no trouble riding Mur to fight the Count's Gigant. Both Philip and Simoon wonder what exactly is going on. Victor continues, asking why she would agree to such a rash duel, saying that she'll need to marry the Count if she loses. This is not a decision she can take lightly. She says she made her choice carefully. If she didn't accept, countless refugees would starve to death. In order to save everybody, this is the only way. Victor asks how sacrificing her future can be a viable option. Especially because her Gigante is falling apart, it's obvious that she's going to lose. Yet she wants to protect the refugees so much, she's neglecting her own life. He asks why she has no will to protect herself. Simoon tells Philip they should go, saying he's finished here in the hangar, and they should just head out. As he's walking, we see Mur in the background, Reina's Gigante. He says she's definitely not Katarina, and he doesn't need to get involved. We then hear a man saying that the princess is just selling herself off, causing Simoon to stop in his tracks. The man continues, saying the Count is a man who stops at nothing to get what he wants, and he's threatened the refugees many times before. Without her, the refugees will truly be helpless. Now, if she isn't completely changing the Mana Stone, the Gigante won't even be operable. Even if it were, the difference in specs compared to Count Monachi's Gigante will be too large to put up a good fight. He tells her she should just listen to her butler. Reina says she's aware of that, but she can't give up. If she loses without trying, and we see her starting to shake and cry, she asks who else will stand up for the weak. Si-moon walks back over, asking if he could take a look. Reina turns, surprised, and Si-moon says that the mana stone inside of this Gigante can definitely still be used. Victor draws a sword out of nowhere, telling Reina to stay behind him. He says this is too convenient to be coincidental, and they could be assassins sent by Count Manaki. Si-moon starts to get pissed, asking why this old dude is getting on his nerves. But Philip laughs, telling him to put away the sword, and introduces Si-moon as Luke de Lacan, the 15th descendant of the Lacan family and the current lord. Victor asks how he's meant to trust such words, and Reina just tells him to stand down. She starts to walk towards Si-moon and says she wants to apologize for their meeting before. It seems he's overheard her situation, and she's embarrassed to admit it, but they have no other way. She'd like to ask him to help her. Rather, she begs him. Si-moon says alright, as we see him holding onto a tiny dagger. He says to ensure he is not mistaken this time, he'll make sure to show off his skills, as he starts to walk towards the pilot area on the Gigante. The engineer sighs, saying that Gigante repairs can't be done by just anyone. His partner says there's a reason they are called Iron Mages and that he's just going to damage the Gigante further. He can't believe that Mur is subjected to such a fate because some noble has a big ego. Philip gets close to both of them, asking if they would like to make a bet with him. He bets 10,000 peso that his young lord can easily fix the Gigante that these two are unable to. They ask why they would even take an offer like that, and Philip laughs, saying it just means they're scared. The engineer says they'd better double the stakes because he's in. Reina then asks Philip a question, and he panics since he's talking to a woman. She asks if a tool like that is typically used to fix Gigantes, as they've noticed that Si-moon is holding onto a dagger. Philip starts to sweat nervously. Si-moon then swings, only hitting his hand. When blood starts to fly, Philip is confused and starts to scream out in panic, but Si-moon sighs, telling him to just keep watching. His blood starts to pour on the mech. Philip wonders if he just watched his own young lord off himself in front of all these people. But little by little, magic circles start to form all over the perimeter of Mur, as if they were bending to Si-moon's will. Everything starts to coalesce into the middle of the engine-like structure, getting it running. Soon, a red aura starts to swirl around Mur. Si-moon stretches his hand out and screams, telling the Gigante to arise, as we see the magic circle that he has made completely repair Mur using his own blood. We get a flashback to one night at the Demon King's castle, and we see Si-moon tired as there are golem corpses all around him. He stops moving as we see him standing before one, and he asks if it's really planning to fall in such a place like this, saying that it is an immortal being who is meant to lead his enemies to hell. He starts to release his aura, telling it to answer his summons once more. The golem's body begins to regenerate itself by taking from the other fallen golems around him. This one looks like it's juiced up quite a bit as it lets out a roar. The flashback ends with Mur opening its eyes as the Gigan is now ready to be piloted. Philip says, as expected of the young lord, he believed in him from the very beginning. Both of the engineers fall to the floor, saying this is not possible. Even Reina and Victor are surprised, asking how he could do such a thing. One of them says that they can't believe he was able to revive a dead magic crystal, and they've never heard of the existence of such a mage in their life. They claim the continent, rather the entire world, would be amazed at this historic event. Philip, all happy, walks up to Si-moon, saying there really isn't anything his young lord can't do, and he'd believe him even if he said he could make a golem out of rocks. Little does he know he can. One of the engineers says that's impossible, and it must be some kind of trick. Drawing a magic circle with blood and activating it sounds a lot like black magic. Philip starts to get pissed, asking how they dare claim that the sole heir of Lacan is using black magic. The engineer says that no matter how he looks at it, that's the only possibility. Si-moon says that it's fine as he'll explain the truth to them. Then he activates his porn-level acting, saying that it's a top-secret technique passed down by his family, which has been kept hidden for nearly 500 years. The engineers wonder what kind of swordsman family would have such a secret technique, but Reina tells them that's not what's important. Even if it were black magic, he has just saved countless lives, and she doesn't know how she could ever repay him for this. She'd like to apologize again for what happened last time. He tells her it's fine and it's no surprise that she misunderstood. She grabs onto his hand, saying that he was hurt because of her, and she would like to treat him at the very least. He tells her if that'll put her at ease, then to go for it. A man then quickly starts running into the hangar, saying that there's a huge problem. Victor asks what the big deal is for him to come in screaming like this, and the dude says that he's gone. He searched the entire waiting room and all over the lodging, but he can't find the rider and Dre anywhere. It then jumps to some men talking. One of them is eating while the other says that they succeeded in winning over Andre, so now the princess doesn't have any riders she can use. It seems they somehow succeeded in repairing their gigant, though. The man puts his glass down, saying he thought they told him that it could not be activated. When the other dude says that he thought that'd be the case, the man slams his glass on the table and slaps the dude, knocking him to the floor, saying that he hates apologies the most because it means that he's made a mistake. The man pleads, saying if he just gives him one more chance, he'll make sure, but the man who slapped him tells him to get lost as he is fired. We are finally introduced to Count Manhwa. Manhwa asks his people if there have been any other variables, and they immediately panic, saying none. Manhwa says there can't be even a sliver of probability not until Reina is completely his, and that soon everyone will know just what kind of person the master of Manhwa is. It jumps back to the arena for the final match of the day, and it's Mer versus Achilles. The shoutcasters say that there is an overwhelming difference between the two. Count Manhwa's Achilles is the lamer fiefdom's champion, boasting 70 victories and not a single loss. They don't know what Mer is prepared to do against this champion, but it probably won't work. There's another problem here as Mer is nowhere to be seen in the arena, and maybe they have abandoned the match. The crowd starts to wonder if Mer got scared and ran away, telling them to give their money back. Manhwa laughs, asking if Reina has given up because she doesn't have a rider, saying that's why she should have just quietly accepted his marriage proposal. He plans to show her what happens when she bruises his pride. It jumps back to the hangar when the assistant was crying about Andre. And it seems Count Manhwa has tricked them. Victor says that Andre is a loyal vassal, asking if he's really meant to believe they've been betrayed. The assistant says there are people who've seen him entering the Count's camp, and even without stealing Andre away, there's still a difference in strength between their gigants to begin with. Reina starts to panic and get very anxious because this means they won't be able to fight. Simoon says that if she cannot participate, that means that she's going to be forced to marry Manhwa, asking if he's wrong. He says if that is truly the only outcome, then this might be too meddlesome, but he believes that he can help with this as well. Reina asks how he's going to do that, and even Philip says it's not that he doesn't believe him, but surely he hasn't forgotten the accident that occurred the last time he tried to operate a gigant. Simoon tells him not to worry as he's got a plan. We then hear Mer's footsteps as the crowd and the shoutcasters start to feel a little relieved, saying they thought that Mer had given up on the fight, but it's finally walking into the arena just at the last second. We see Manhwa a little frustrated, saying that he thought there were no riders left on the princess's side. His man says he's sure there weren't any more. Manhwa asks if that means she hired a mercenary, saying that can't be, and he's sure that the pilot doesn't understand the significance of this match. Still, he can't believe there was someone so far gone that they dared to take the princess's side in his territory. We see Reina and Victor finally made it up to the viewing platform, and she asks if the match has started yet. Victor says no, and they're luckily not late. Reina says it may be a relief but asks if this is truly okay. At a glance, the difference between the gigant's size is incredibly big, and the opposing rider is also the lamer territory's champion. We then see it's actually not Simoon in the gigant, and he says it'll be okay. Although he looks rather simple-minded, it turns out that the man inside of the mech is none other than Philip. Simoon compliments him, saying that he's actually very skilled. Philip just wonders why he's doing this. The shoutcasters say that now that the gigant Mer, who they all expected to forfeit, has arrived in time, it means the match can soon begin. The spectators wonder if this means that a gigant that small is really going to fight back against Achilles, and another bursts out in laughter, saying he can't believe this. Soon, everybody else starts laughing as well, saying they should have just ran away, and they can't believe they're calling something so shitty a gigant, asking if it's even able to move. Achilles says that he'll applaud the fact that he didn't run away, however, he must be aware of what the match entails, as he has no intention of going easy on him. Philip says that he won't know until he sees it in action. Achilles says he'd like to put that confidence of his to the test, as he slams his mace forward directly at Mer. Philip manages to sidestep it, saying as expected, his power really befits his size. However, that doesn't mean he's going to win, as he leaps into the air. He says that even though Achilles is big and strong, it doesn't mean he's actually a good fighter. But Achilles turns to him and immediately tries to counter-swing while he's still in the air. Philip's surprised that he's actually really quick, unbefitting of his large size, and has to duck underneath the attack. Achilles says he didn't expect him to dodge it, but now, after seeing what he has, he can tell that his confidence was all baseless. Philip says that was low-key dangerous, and he starts to sweat, saying this might be pretty bad. The fight continues, as the shoutcasters say that Achilles is attacking over and over, unleashing a flurry of blows towards Mur, but, of course, there's been no substantial damage so far. Achilles' pilot starts to get annoyed. He swings again directly toward Mur's head, but Philip manages to matrix underneath it. The shoutcasters say they thought this would be a very quick match, but it turns out that's not the case, as Mur has not been hit a single time so far. Victor says they can't win by running forever, and Reyna snaps at him, saying he can't act like this because Philip is a strong knight. Simoon just sits there, saying he can hear them whispering, and while Philip's faced countless knights before, so there's no doubt that he is a good knight, he'll need to educate him later, because all he's doing currently is running away. Philip wonders if this dude is ever going to get tired, then immediately gets into a stance, unleashing a sneak attack, swinging directly down Achilles' chest. Achilles blocks it with his weapon but freezes up for a second, only to unleash a killing intent, asking if this means that he's finally ready to fight properly, and Philip says, "Hell no." Achilles raises his mace into the air, saying that he's going to give it his all from here on out. The shoutcasters say this is actually his finishing move, asking if Mur will be able to dodge this one as well. Philip looks up, saying that this isn't going to be pretty, as an explosion soon follows from where Achilles attacked. Due to all the dust that has been sent flying, they can't really see anything, but Achilles knows what's going on, and he says that's unbelievable because he knows that Mur was not far enough to evade that attack, asking how he did so. Philip says that Uncle Rogers is going to kill him if he finds out, but he has no other choice since he's got to win, since the young lord has his hopes on him, and that Achilles is going to regret this moment for the rest of his life, because he's going to make him unleash his full power as the aura around Mur begins to change. Achilles' pilot laughs, saying that he's a little excited by the aura he's producing, and he had a feeling from his movements, but it seems like he's finally met a good opponent. Manhwa then starts to chime in, asking him what the hell he's doing. Achilles' pilot starts to panic, and Manhwa asks if he's really struggling against a piece of junk like that, asking if he knows the consequences if he loses. The pilot says that he's sorry to disappoint him, but from now on, he'll show him a satisfactory performance as he's adjusting the output on his gigant. We see it going full throttle as he's releasing his aura as well. Achilles immediately widens his stance, and he says that he would like to have another fair duel someday else, because that day's not today, as he leaps off the ground, dashing straight in towards Mur with his weapon pulled back. Philip says that he's going to be too busy to accept another fight after this, and Achilles slams down on where he was standing, only to be surprised that Mur didn't get caught up in the attack, and we see that his arm has actually been completely severed, making him confused on what just occurred. Achilles says that this aura and speed is no doubt starting to bring back memories, and he disappeared 3 years ago, but he is the undefeated legend of the Gigan arena called the Black Knight's Phantom Sword. As Philip dashes back through Achilles, slicing the mech straight through the middle. The shoutcasters are completely amazed by this, saying that something unprecedented has occurred, as Achilles has been made inoperable in a flash, and that Mur is now the winner, and they can't believe that the underdog actually took a W. The crowd starts to go crazy, chanting his name, and even stomping their feet. Achilles' pilot laughs, saying he didn't think he'd get to meet the Black Knight once again, and Philip asks if he knows him. The pilot says that he had the chance to fight him in the Royal Arena 3 years ago, and he disappeared randomly after setting such an absurd record, asking why he's in a place like this. Philip says he's the Black Knight, so it's normal for him to help anybody in need, and the pilot laughs, saying he guesses he's right. Philip apologizes, asking him if he can keep the fact that he's the Black Knight a secret, and the pilot says he's fine with that as he's getting fired anyways, and Philip says, "My bad, bro." Victor begins to cry, telling Reyna that they won, while Simoon just expected as much, and Reyna just wonders why Victor is crying. Simoon starts to smirk while looking over at Reyna, saying he guesses this much should be fine, and then he heads back down towards the hangar, saying that he can finally leave this place with a lighter heart. He goes to the betting area, looking up at the odds, and he starts to smile, saying gambling is all about the flow, and his odds were 21 to 1, and he bet the whole 10,000 they've made until now, and that it sure is an easy world to make money. And he even shows us how much they started with, how much they made from gambling and betting, giving them a grand total of 210,000. From the 3,000 they started from, they head back to the port of the city, and Simoon says that, again, he guesses it's time for them to leave. Reyna says that they can't thank him enough for everything that he's done. Simoon says there's no need to worry about it. All they did was help out people who needed it, and she says that it must have been difficult for him. She wishes that she could have shown him proper gratitude. He laughs, saying it's okay, and he thinks she's given plenty. If they hadn't met him, they never would have earned this much to begin with. To be honest, He would like to stay here longer, but since they caused a huge scene, it would be better to leave before his identity is revealed. She says that now she can see the bigger picture and hopes that things haven't become too complicated for him. He says there's no need to worry, though he thinks it would be better for her to leave the area as soon as possible. Because if Monica is willing to do anything, he won't give up so easily, and it's likely that he's already scheming his next set of plans. Victor says that he is definitely correct and they need to leave while he has no reason to keep them here. Simoon says they understand that she's worried about the refugees, but even if she stays here, there's nothing she can do to help every one of them. For a better future, he thinks it would be wise for her to take a step back for now. She says that she's aware, however, for her, that would be difficult. Although she may seem stubborn and ignorant right now, she can't just leave her people without someone to rule or rely on. Even if it's just a little more, she wants to help them as much as she can. Simoon starts to smile, saying he sees, and he shakes her hand, telling her to stay safe. She says that she hopes his journey is safe as well. He says he's looking forward to when they meet again. As they start heading back, Philip says that since he's managed to solve such a large issue, all that's left for him is to return and be crowned a hero. But he wonders why Simoon brought those awful engineers along, saying he should have just gamed them for their money. Simoon says that he thought he told him they didn't have any iron mages within their lands, and Philip says technically they don't. Simoon asks how they're meant to fix the gigant without them, and Philip says he thought he'd fix it like he did Myr. Simoon sighs, asking if he knows how to restore a repaired mana stone on his own, calling him stupid. Simoon says there's a reason why he's still at the bottom of the chain of command, and he tells him to stop yapping and just protect them. Philip starts to cry, saying that bro is so mean. Back at the Lacan estate, we see that Hans is stressed, yelling, asking somebody why they were here taking their stuff. It's none other than Darren, and Hans says he thought they had time. Darren says he's glad he brought it up the time, and he believed him when he said he'd pay off such a great debt, yet he betrayed them all and ran away in the middle of the night, asking why he has to wait. Philip then appears behind him, calling out to him, scaring him, and Darren asks him who he is. Philip introduces himself, saying he's the young lord's escort knight. Darren looks around, wondering where Simoon is but doesn't see him and asks Philip why he's alone and where he is. Philip says he's actually here to deliver something as he opens a chest full of gold. Darren says there's no way, as it hasn't even been a week yet, but he already managed to earn over the 30,000 he owes. The engineers are even calling Philip master, asking if this is fine and if this is enough as they take a lot of the money out of the carriages. Philip calls them fools, saying surely they can see that Lord Darren is busy and they need to hurry up and load it into his carriage. They start picking up and moving it. Darren tells him that there's no need to rush and he'll wait to receive it directly from the young lord. Philip starts to smile and pulls out a whole essay. He clears his throat and starts reading it, saying he assumes he's already planning his next move. Darren asks what he's talking about, and Philip says this is a message from the young lord to him. He says that now that they've paid off their debt, he is now considered a trespasser, and he suggests that he prepare himself if he intends to stay and make a scene. According to the imperial noble laws, nobles who have their territory or a building under their care trespassed upon have the right to execute said trespassers. So unless he wants to be split into two, he suggests that he returns now. That was the end of Simoon's message. He added a little extra bit, saying he'll give him 3 seconds to leave. Darren shivers and immediately gets on his wagon and starts hauling cheeks, again telling them that they are courting death. Philip says at least he listens and he understands how scary the young lord is, and we hear Rogers calling out to him. Philip says everybody can be happy as they have finally been able to do what they wanted. But Philip sees that the reaction's not going as planned, as Rogers is running at him, all pissed, asking how dare he sell the statue of Master Lacan. Even Dixon says he's not going to get away with this. They start roughing him up, asking where the young lord is, and Philip says to just give him a second to explain. Rogers says to just answer the question and not make any excuses. Philip reluctantly agrees and tells them exactly where it is. It jumps to some crows in the air. We see he's returned to none other than his own castle as he opens the gates. He heads inside, saying this place is a complete mess, but that makes sense, as there's no way they would have taken good care of it. He snaps his fingers as the lights start to cut on. He says he should just be thankful that it's still standing after 500 years, take a shot anytime the years are mentioned. He looks over at a staircase, and he says this place is filled with memories of Katerina. He starts to smile, saying no matter what happens, he'll protect it. However, this is what's important. As he heads to his library, he puts his hand on one of the bookshelves and sighs, saying that he hopes it still works. He starts to imbue his aura into it. We see it activating some kind of hidden passage as the door opens. He says that he knew it would still work because the dwarves are perfect craftsmen, and it low-key works better than he expected, though. He heads inside, saying it's time to rightfully take what's his. Simoon starts to head down a staircase, saying the best way to fight off a curse is to have a stronger mana pool than the curse itself. That's advice he's heard a very long time ago, and at the moment that's the only solution he has. He starts to go even deeper as he has to push open another door using his mana, and as it creaks open he says it's been 5 centuries since he was last here. He tells somebody they did great protecting the house, and we see it's none other than some kind of core in a jar, and he says that he does like that they are quieter than before, but still it's been quite a while. And we are introduced to the demon, Hutrath. He explains back when it was actually the territories of the demons itself before he claimed the castle was his. He had to fight his way through using his magic as we see him putting his hands up casting a spell called Death Bullet, disintegrating the demons launching at him. As soon as he's done he starts heading forward, and he's asking somebody if they are the ruler of this place. A woman sighs, saying that she heard that he took down several fortresses already, so he was some 8th circle old geezer. We are introduced to the high demon Hutrath, but she's surprised that he's young, saying that she's quite disappointed, though it is impressive for a human since she's touched by his hard work she'll show him some mercy. She tells him that he can ask her anything she wants, and it's only right that she satisfies curiosity before he goes. He says that she is the chattiest demon he's ever met, asking if the demon's rank increases the more that they yap. She starts to get annoyed, calling him a fool, saying that she showed him mercy, yet he just rejected it. It seems that he's got quite arrogant after defeating some lower level demons, however she will show him that the demons here are nothing like the ones he has fought up until now. Simoon tells her not to worry, as he's not dumb enough to go into a battlefield all on his own as his golem boys break through the wall. Hutrath is surprised to see golems, and the fight begins between the higher tier demons and Simoon's army. Simoon also intervenes by cutting some of the demons in half, and Hutrath as well to his golems. After a bit of fighting, they are now standing before one another, and they have their WWE stare down before leaping at each other to land a finishing blow. We see an explosion, and then shortly after, the remnants of the fight, and Hutrath asks what he intends to do by converting her into demonic energy, asking if he's really trying to change the world. He tells her that she doesn't need to know, as he starts to sap all the energy out of her, turning her into a pure core of demonic energy. He says the whole process of taking her down was many times more difficult than the other guys, and that if you absorb powerful demonic energy incorrectly, it might throw you into a rage, and he has witnessed people turn into horrifying creatures because of that. He couldn't absorb it because of the high risk back then, but when he had learned the correct method to safely absorb it, he had already reached the 9th circle, and he didn't need it anymore. He didn't expect to use it now, as he never expected the reincarnation to happen. His chest starts to hurt hella bad, as he stumbles, losing his balance, coughing up a storm. He then opens his eyes, surprised, as he is now inside of a different area, aka the mind's realm. He says it looks like he wasn't eaten by the demonic energy, and when he looks up, he sees none other than Hutrath sitting off in the distance as she turns, looking at him. She asks him who he is, and she stands up, exuding some intense pressure. Simoon says that it will be hard to withstand with his current body. Even though it's been so many years, she still has a ton of demonic energy. He goes to tell her that he says he's come here to borrow her power, but she immediately starts to realize who he is as she leaps forward, grabbing him by the throat, putting him on the ground, saying that he's so weak now that she almost didn't recognize him, asking what he's doing here. He says that he needs to borrow her vessel, and she laughs, asking if that's the case, and wonders if he's even going to have the power to do it, because she doesn't think it's possible, but the body as weak as the one he is currently residing in. She says she can't believe that her enemy, who's trapped her here for so long, has walked in such a pitiful state on his own, and now he wants her strength, asking if he also finds it kind of ironic. Simoon realizes that she could break his neck at any moment, and he grabs onto her wrist, asking if she's really okay with this. She's confused, asking what he means, and he says that he came here with a decent proposal. Yet, she's just going to kill him off without hearing it. And he knows that she'll want his whole body as a magic supply, so she won't hurt him. She starts to laugh at him thinking it's worth her time, then lets go of him, saying that she'll at least recognize his bravery, and starts to smile, asking if he really thinks he can withstand her strength with his circle shattered. Simoon says if he can't, then she can just take over his body, and there are no downsides for her, who has been trapped here for centuries. Hutrath says she wonders if there isn't a much simpler solution, as she snaps her fingers. Some demonic aura starts to grab onto his arms and legs, and she laughs, saying that she's going to play with him for as long as she's been trapped in here, saying surely he should be able to bear at least this much. Simoon wonders what's going on, because he can't even control his body anymore, and she starts to laugh, asking if he thinks he has the time to ponder. He's phasing in and out of consciousness, and she mocks him for passing out due to her mind magic, asking where his pride has gone. He finally starts to laugh as well, saying that she's just as noisy as ever. She asks if bluffing is the only thing he's capable of doing, saying that he doesn't even have the same mana, nor the same circle tier he had in the past. Simoon says even powerless, with his circle shattered, there's definitely more he can do. She's surprised as he completely disappears from in front of her. He says that he does not need to remind her that he has reached the 9th circle with black magic. Back in his original form, he tells her he would never fall victim to mind control, as he is now the one controlling her. As she sees him as a giant entity, he stretches his hand out towards her, completely crushing her. She then opens her eyes, having cold sweats, saying that she knew it from the start, and that he sure is quite entertaining, but to think that he'd actually have reached the 9th circle in the end. Simoon asks if she doesn't believe him, saying he can show her more. She says that's enough, and simply meant that despite reaching that level, it seems like he was unable to change the world. He tells her that it's not over yet. In the end, he will still accomplish his goal. She starts to smirk, saying she doesn't know how well he'll be able to make use of her power, but if it's him, he'd be able to reach the 9th circle again. Simoon says of course, as she walks up, putting her hand around his neck, saying that he seems quite confident. Even if she inhabits his body, the 6th or 7th circle would suffice, and she'll leave him to crush the world, as she leans closer, placing her head on his chest, starting to fade out into pure demonic energy. Simoon says that he guesses he's going to have to work hard so that he doesn't disappoint her. She says, of course, while looking up at him, and then tells him that he can't fail this time. He then snaps out of it, back into reality, still physically tired from that. He sticks his hand out using a spell called Dark Flame, shooting it out at the wall. He says it looks like it's only at the 3rd circle, but still, just having a foundation is already huge, so it's more than enough. Maybe it's because it's purified demonic energy, but the color is different from before, and if Utrath wanted to, she would have been able to take control of his body just fine. He'll have to make good on her expectations. Simoon already knew the theory and enlightenment behind each circle, so going up to the 9th circle won't be a problem now. However, in order to gather enough demonic energy for that, it's going to take a long time, so he might as well get started immediately. He places his hand on the wall, doing the same formation as before, opening yet another secret passage. Bro's house is too damn big. He starts to walk through it and heads to the middle of a very open room, and he talks to somebody saying they've been resting for 500 years, and it's time to get up and work. As he puts his hand in the middle of the room, he starts to activate a giant magic circle and says, right now it's your turn to help me, as his golem army is now starting to arise once more. Then it jumps to Count Monake's residence, as we see a man getting punched in the face. It's none other than the pilot, Mylon. Monake asks if he knows what he did wrong. Mylon says that he's sorry for losing, and he hopes he can forgive him. Monake asks if he really thinks it's all because of the match, saying no matter how he thinks about it, there's something odd. Mylon asks what he means, and Monake says even though the difference in performance between the Gigants is 5-fold, to lose like that, surely anybody would think he was working with Reyna in secret. Mylon tells him that he vowed his loyalty to him, and he would never betray him. He swears on his honor as a knight that he never did such a thing. Monake starts to grin, asking if his honor as a knight is all he has, and he better say something else before his head goes rolling. Mylon says he knows something about the other Gigant's pilot. 3 years ago, he faced off against him at the Imperial Gigant Arena, and he was a famous knight, as he's never lost. Bro really folded. Monake asks if he knows who he was affiliated with. Mylon watches the sword that almost killed him get put down, and he says they left not long after, so nobody knows his identity. Monake says he sees, and this means he has nothing else useful to say. Yet another sword has been unsheathed for some reason. Mylon is left confused, and goes to beg for his life, but ultimately gets cut down in the end. As Monake leaves his room, one of his men tells him that Reyna has remained here inside of Limer. Monake asks why, and the man says it's because she's unable to leave the refugees. Monake says the dude just needs to keep tabs on her, and he adds one more thing, to look into the pilot that was controlling Mur, and find out where he lives, because he will see this man himself and crush him, as he's looking at an army of Gigants. Low-key foreshadowing that they might go to war. We hear Simoon telling somebody that ever since a long time ago, the Lacan household has thrived because of the nearby river and fertile lands. However, most have left now, leaving many houses abandoned, and there are already 3 villages that are on the brink of becoming ghost towns. We see him looking over all of this from a cliff, and he turns, asking somebody what they think about this problem, as it's none other than Dixon, who is tied up panicking. Simoon unsheathes his sword and starts swinging it around, and Dixon asks why he's doing this. Simoon says that he needs to stop playing dumb and this is all his fault. Dixon cries, saying there's nothing he could do about it, and he tried his best. Simoon raises his blade, asking if he really did, and all Dixon does is scream. Simoon says he would love to hang him in the middle of the square as an example, but the more he looked into his background, the more interesting he became. He's a talented individual recognized by the Empire, but he turned down the offers from other states and came here instead. Simoon then sheathes his sword and Dixon immediately thanks him. Simoon says that he asked for the last 10 years worth of finance books in order to see how he's been doing, and he actually brought it to him within a day without any errors, and he's pretty useful. Dixon starts to get all squirmy and blushes, saying that he's really good at arithmetic, and he starts just straight up gloating. Bro is loving the compliments. Simoon tells him that's the problem, and Dixon asks what he means. Simoon grabs him by his collar and throws him off the cliff, causing Bro to tumble down as Simoon slides down and they eventually make it to the bottom. Dixon asks why he's doing this. As he looks up, he's surprised to see some straight slums in front of him. He asks if these are really residents of their region, saying this is impossible because when he calculated the average, there shouldn't have been any slums like this. Simoon asks how it feels to actually take a look at the village yourself. Dixon asks what he means. Simoon tells him he can't summarize human life into numbers alone, and he needs to spend time with him and figure out for himself why the Viscounty is in this state, and if he can't find the cause, then he will no longer be working for him. Dixon asks if he's going to fire him, and Simoon asks if he would rather quit instead. Dixon immediately runs over towards the citizens and introduces himself as the accountant of the Lacan household. Simoon says that he's fine just watching the household fall, but there is a better time for that, and he needs to focus on improving this place so that he can raise his circle without having to worry about anything else. We then hear some people yelling at Philip asking if it's true that the debts were repaid by gambling. Philip says yes as we see him tied up with all the money behind him. The people of the manor start saying the image of the household is going to plummet if people figure out he gambled to get their money, and they ask Philip why he didn't stop him. Hans says they built up the reputation, and now it's just going to be destroyed. Rogers is also pissed. He starts grinding his teeth, calling out to Philip, who panics, asking him what he wants. Because he's scared of Rogers, Rogers asks if his identity was revealed, telling him to tell the truth. Philip says of course not, because he's not stupid, and then immediately recalls him telling Victor and the rest that he was from the Lacan household, and realizes he screwed up and says maybe he is that dumb. Rogers starts barking at him. Philip tells him that it wasn't during the games, it is the truth. Hans says that even if his identity was not exposed, it's only a matter of time before everybody would figure it out, considering Count Monaque's intel. As he's the head of Lamer, so all news will reach him, and considering his evil personality, it's possible he may try to retaliate, and if he were to do that, there's nothing they could do, as he is a distant cousin of the Emperor. Rogers says that Monaque has always expanded his territory through wars, and they've basically given him a reason to wage war against them. Hans says he wonders what the young lord was thinking when he did this, and Simoon finally steps up saying he can't listen to this shit anymore. They're all surprised that he's here in turn, and they ask where are the ones that were saying that the representation of the household is important, asking if they're really trying to ignore the evil deeds that are happening in front of them. Rogers says that they're just speaking realistically, as their military force is nothing compared to Count Monaque's, and they just wanted to let him know that his decisions have now put the entire household in danger. This is the first time in the entire series so far we've actually seen Simoon genuinely angry since reincarnating. He asks if they earned their title of hero by kissing the asses of those in power, saying that he thought that they were given their title because they fought even in the most disadvantageous situations for the sake of justice. Hans tries to tell them that the people here are giving their all for the Lacans, asking how he could say something so absurd. Simoon immediately asks him if the problems were resolved, and Hans realizes they weren't. Simoon sighs, saying yet they were all making a big deal out of his gambling, but Hans tells him it's serious because if people find out he paid off his debts from gambling, the reputation will plummet, and Simoon tells him that this is enough, asking if a good reputation will solve the hunger in their territory. Their duties are to protect the people first and foremost, and the Viscounty's people are starving and leaving because the conditions are unbearable here, yet they still can't get their priorities straight. He walks past Hans, calling him a fool, saying he will not ever tolerate this kind of behavior again from any of them, as he is going to change it all from here on out. If they believe that his orders are not right, they can leave, and those who cannot follow his orders will all be dismissed. Hans starts to panic and chases after him, saying that the people have all served the household for a very long time, and he sighs, saying that he doesn't like people with narrow-minded perspectives and he'll show them his resolves. He immediately starts complimenting Philip, saying he did great on the journey, and he was very skilled as a captain. Philip's confused, asking him what he's talking about, and Simoon says it's only right for someone like him to be the knight captain, asking Rogers what he thinks, and Rogers asks him what he's trying to do. Simoon smirks, saying that it's simple, and he's going to have them duel, and the one who wins will be appointed as the knight captain. Philip starts to tear up, saying that he can never do such a thing as he's his uncle and the one who taught him how to wield a sword. Rogers tells Philip to be quiet, and says that he understands, and he hasn't had the chance yet to prove his skills to Simoon, and Simoon says that he hopes he's as good as he makes himself out to be. It then jumps to them at the training area, and Rogers says it's been quite a while since the two of them fought. Philip says it's been a few years, and he's still confused about what's going on, but starts to unsheath his blade, saying he's going to give it his all regardless. Rogers does as well. When he unsheathes his blade, the air immediately gets sharper around him, as they have their WWE stare down. Rogers says that they should try to enjoy this while they can. We see Simoon is also watching and Philip raises his blade, saying he's going to attack. Simoon can tell that Philip is nervous, asking if this means Rogers is strong. Simoon says that since he has faced countless knights in the past as the Demon King, he can tell that Philip is actually quite strong. Philip dashes through using one of his signature abilities, the Phantom Sword, dashing right through Rogers. When he turns to look at the damage, we see Rogers has blocked it, saying that it seems he's gotten better as his skills have improved. Philip tells him that he's different from before as he immediately dashes back, and one of the thrusts goes right by Rogers' head. Rogers then watches as he gets dashed around, and he's surprised, saying that it looks like Philip has not been messing around with his training, as his footwork seems to have improved an exceptional amount. Philip then goes for an attack from behind as we see him leaping through the air, and Rogers says that it seems as if Simoon has praised him for good reasons. However, in order to pick up a blade that protects the family, it's still too early, as he grabs him by the collar. He slams him into the arena, saying that he needs to train a lot more than where he is currently at. We see Philip's eyes go completely white as he's starting to lose consciousness. Rogers then raises his leg and kicks him, sending him flying and causing him to land on his back. He wakes back up and grits his teeth, saying that he's not done yet, but Rogers puts the blade right to his neck, saying that he believes the match is actually over. Philip looks regretful but decides it is and surrenders. Rogers says that this is more than enough to show why he is the knight commander of their region, and Simoon smiles, saying that was pretty impressive. Then it jumps to some time later as Rogers is training the knights, and we see Simoon watching. Rogers says they better not quit as they haven't run much so far, and they all apologize. Rogers reminds them that the young lord is watching, so they need to perform exceptionally well. Simoon thinks about it, saying he never thought Philip would lose that easily, and Philip says that it's because Uncle Rogers is one of the top 5 swordsmen on the entire continent. Simoon says that if someone like him were to target him, he'd have no choice but to die, and Philip apologizes. Simoon then tells Philip that he intends on selecting him as his official escort knight, and he needs to make sure to do whatever it takes to fulfill that role. Philip is completely surprised to hear this and even starts to tear up. Tightening his grip, he says that he'll do his best, as we see him super happy, saying that in order to become the blade that protects him, he'll show him that he is worthy of his trust. Simoon says that he needs to go hurry up and join them in training, and Philip runs off. Simoon says to think 10 out of the 50 knights would be considered experts. He guesses they can only thank their warrior lineage for that. It's not just Philip, even Rogers is incredibly talented, and most people would wish to have even a fraction of what they own. If that's the case, it's clear why the family is in such a bad state. That night at the estate, we see Hans shaking, asking Simoon what he thinks he's doing, saying first he sold the statue, and now he's selling all of the family treasures, asking if he intends to throw away the honor of his family name. Simoon says that if it makes him money, then he intends to do exactly that. Hans puts his hands on the table, asking him why he's doing this, completely panicked, and we see him low-key holding back his anger. Simoon looks up at him, saying that the great hero Lacan, who died 500 years ago, is no help to them right now. Hans is startled, asking how he can say such a thing, and Simoon tells him to think about it, saying it's because of those old principles they held onto all in the name of honoring the great warrior Lacan that the family has fallen into this state to begin with. It's because of vassals like Hans that the family name has fallen to ruins. Hans says that's impossible because if it wasn't for the curse of the Demon King, but Simoon cuts him off, saying that attitude is another problem. They praise their predecessors for fortune and blame the Demon King for their downfalls. He starts to unsheath the dagger, telling Hans he would like to make himself clear. He intends to become someone greater than the warrior Lacan, so if he intends to stay tied to the family's old principles, he will erase them from the family's history, as he stabs the small picture of the hero. We then hear the door slam as Simoon leaves, and the other attendants run over to Hans, asking if he's okay. Hans says that he remembers the days when the young master was sitting on his lap and listened as he would read him stories, and he can't believe how much he's changed. The way he constantly visits the Demon King's castle and all these other changes, there's only one explanation, and he's sure that it must be the Demon King's curse plaguing the family. We then hear Philip calling out to Simoon, and he says just this one time surely he can take Hans' advice, and what he said just now was too much. Simoon asks if he really thinks this too harsh, saying that his thoughts are a little different. He intends to not give Hans any space to think and push back as much as possible, and they can talk about that later. Asking Philip if he's completed the task for him, Philip gets surprised, saying that his voice is too loud, and this is information he has barely managed to get from Hans. Simoon then asks where it is, and Philip looks around, asking him to be a little quieter, and then puts his hand up to whisper as it takes us to the dungeons. We see Simoon's boots as he approaches one of the gates, and he tells Philip this is different from what he told him, as the dude chained up looks low-key dead. Philip tells him that just yesterday he was alive and healthy, and the man asked him who he is. While exuding immense pressure, Simoon says that he can tell this is the strength of at least a fifth circle, rather, he's probably way stronger than that, and the old man tells him that he's not going to repeat himself and that he needs to answer his question. The man continues to glare at Simoon, and Simoon says that he's heard that he's been locked up here for a long time, but he seems just fine to him. The man recognizes his voice, saying that it can't be, and Simoon says that he can't believe the fiefdom's sole Iron Mage is rotting away in a place like this. The old man calls out to him, asking why he stepped in such a place for his sake. Simoon asks if he really thought he would do nothing while someone wasted away in his territory, and he heard that he's been harming himself by abstaining from food and drink. That's why Hans locked him in here. The man says that he lost consciousness due to the Gigan accident caused by his carelessness, asking Simoon if that was not the case, and he wishes for nothing more than to atone for that with his life. Simoon asks if he believes his life to be worth that much, saying that it was already confirmed that the accident was not his fault. The old man says if only he had examined it more closely, it never would have happened, so it was definitely his fault, and he wishes to be punished thoroughly for it. Simoon gets annoyed, saying that he can tell he's incredibly loyal, but he's just killing him with his stubbornness. He sighs, saying that it can't be helped, and since that's what he wishes for, then he'll do just that. He tells Philip to bring a sword. Philip's startled, asking if he's serious, and the old man closes his eyes while waiting for his punishment. Simoon starts to unsheath the blade, saying that since he asked for it, he shall give him exactly what he wants. He raises it into the air, telling the old man not to hold it against him, and slashes the sword forward, only to cut the chains off the old man, making him confused. He looks up, asking him what the reason is, and Simoon says it would benefit him more to use him than to kill him, and he can't stand taking an L right now. He's planning on working him to the bone, to the point that he'd wish he was dead, and it is his duty to pledge his lifelong allegiance to him and assist when needed. He's to swear it on his honor as a magician and engrave this moment onto his heart. He then tells Philip to take out what they brought, and Philip starts to pour gold coins out. The old man is startled by this, asking where all the money came from. Simoon says that's not important, and there's around 70,000 here. He points the blade at the old man once more, telling him that he needs to use this money to prepare to raise the magic tower, buy any grimoires he needs, and procure the necessary equipment to repair and manufacture gigants. Unlike the past lords, he plans to invest heavily in magic, and they need to make sure that such an incident never takes place again. The old man's eyes start to fill up with tears, and he apologizes for all the harm he has caused, saying he doesn't know if it's right for him to receive such goodwill. Simoon asks him what he thinks he's saying, reminding him that this is not goodwill but rather a punishment. He tells him to resolve himself as he does not intend to forgive him so easily, and he stretches his hand out towards the man. The man is speechless and then immediately starts kneeling. We learn his name is Mute, and Mute says that until the day of his death, he will devote himself to atoning for his sins. Philip says that Sir Mute's mana is incredible as he starts to exude it all through the room. Simoon smiles, saying that he has not an ounce of flexibility in his body, but that stubbornness of his is going to be really useful. He then tells Mute that there are 2 more iron mages now in the fiefdom, so he'll leave them in his care. Hans is eavesdropping, and he can't believe that he's convinced somebody as stubborn as Mute to help him, but for some reason, he can't shake this feeling of anxiousness that he has. We get a time skip of a whole month later. We hear everybody training, and we see Hans and the other assistants watching from above. Hans says that the family is changing. Philip, who is far from earnest, is now training harder than anybody else. Mute, who had hidden himself in shame due to his past mistakes, is now taking the initiative and training recruits. We then hear Dixon telling everybody it's been a while, and they turn, seeing him back from his journey. He says it's a relief they all seem well. Hans says that the fiefdom was in chaos searching for him, asking where he's been this entire time. He apologizes for intentionally causing them any harm, and he'll keep a long story short by just saying that it'd be better if he showed them all this. Hans and the others wonder what it's going to be, and then we see him asking how this is possible. The village we saw a month ago has been completely changed into that of a bustling city. Dixon laughs, saying that he can't have Hans so shocked from the beginning. He starts asking him if he sees the market over on the side. Unlike before, anyone is free to sell their wares, and this was decided together with the residents. Now everybody is discussing how to improve the fiefdom together, and the old, inefficient traditions are getting abolished. Dixon looks really content, asking Hans if he thinks the fiefdom is looking as it should now, with everything being more prosperous. Hans bites his lips, saying he has no choice but to agree. However, there is no denying that everything happening now is going against the last 500 years of the Lacan family's policies. Back at the manor, Rogers laughs, saying that he had the same concerns that Hans is having now, but he has let it all go, as Simoon has proven himself with results, so he has nothing more to say. He then sits up, saying it's time to go train, so he'll have to excuse himself. He tells Hans that it is their duty to place all of their trust in the young lord, and he tells him that he'll talk to him later as he leaves. Hans says that within that short time, everybody has already been completely won over by the young lord, and he's debating if he should succumb as well. 1 week later, it's pouring down rain, and Hans tells him that he's organized all the documents he had asked for him. We see the rain leaking into the office as well, and Simoon apologizes for dumping so much work on him, saying that he will be counting on him. Hans says that he will resolve the issue regarding the office leaks tomorrow, and if anything else comes up to let him know. He goes to tell him he could repair it himself, but Simoon tells him that his priorities are wrong. Those who have nowhere to shelter from the rain are overflowing in their fiefdom, and he should think about those people first. Hans clenches his fist, saying the more he comes to know the young lord, the more he finds that following him is the right thing to do. But still, there's something that he can't shake, and he has to get to the bottom of this feeling. Some other night, we see Hans dashing around tree to tree as he is following Simoon, saying that he secretly heads out every night. These regular visits of his are to the Demon King's castle, and he doesn't even want to consider it, but if the young lord were to be taken over by the Demon King's curse, it might be the end of the family. Simoon then stops moving, and Hans wonders what's going on, and maybe he was noticed. Then we hear other men running up, asking the young lord if he's surprised that they're here already. Hans says it can't be, as we see some bandit-like men saying they've already done it, and that the thing that they were tasked to do was so easy, it took no time at all. Hans says they were the bandits who were banished from their fiefdom for their plundering, so they've been living here and hiding, and there seems to be quite a lot. Simoon says that they work fast and he likes that, and then asks them if it's time for them to begin. As he's reaching into his bag, the bandits ask him if he's prepared a nice gift for them, and Simoon says yes, if they're ready for it. The bandits start to laugh, saying that they made sure to understand the books that he gave them last time. Hans wonders why they were given a book in the first place, saying it's odd, and they're going too far for him to actually hear anything. He wonders what Simoon is planning, but we see it's a lot more wholesome than that as they start crying tears of joy, saying they're no longer illiterate. Because he summarized the plot for them, they were able to understand even the hardest parts. Hans is completely confused now. A woman comes out with her child, saying, thanks to the young lord, even her kids can read now too. It turns out this is a sentiment shared by most of the town, as he has been giving them food and medicine as well. He's pretty much all of their family's savior, and they are more than grateful to him. Simoon just says that he's glad he can help them, however, there is a price to everything, and he's sure they're prepared. The bandits say of course, as while they may have spent their lives as bandits, they're not ungrateful animals, and he just needs to give them an order as they'll do anything he says. Simoon says that's perfect, and then he dumps the bag out in front of them, which is just a lot of gold and books. Han says that's probably around 10,000 peso, but he sees more books, wondering what he is plotting. The bandits ask what this is as well. They say they understand the books, but why the money? Simoon says the answer is within the books, and once they read them, they'll understand. Inside some of the books are actually resident registration and land transfer papers. Simoon says that those documents acknowledge them as official residents of his territory, and with them, they'll have the right to claim this as their land. He's going to build a town near here, and they'll be able to live there. The bandits are shaking, saying that they can't believe this, and that they used to just be mere bandits. They even betrayed him at one point, and they're already grateful to him for looking out for them, but after everything they've done, there's no way they can accept this because all they have done is steal from others in order to survive. They don't feel worthy to truly live here, and although they are grateful for it, the current residents will not accept them either. Simoon says that he's well aware, and he's not fully accepting them either. Even if they had no choice, plundering is a heavy crime. However, the fact that the Lacan family has forced them to do it is another crime he cannot forgive. Although they have stolen from others, they avoided hurting them, and he believes they still have a chance to atone for their crimes. This money is half a year's worth of payment, and from now on, they'll become mercenaries. If they have made others fear them, they need to prepare to die fighting on their behalf, as that is the true path for them to seek atonement. This is the future he can give them, however, the path they walk toward that future is up to them. That's why he'll put his trust into them, his people. The bandits hold back their tears and then start to raise up their weapons, saying they will lay their lives on the front line for him and protect his territory. Han says that the bandits were considered targets for subjugation, as that has always been a rule of the Lacan family. He wonders if what he's believed up until now was the right choice. He drops to his knees, saying what he's chosen to do was to ignore the screams of the alienated. He calls himself a fool. He can't believe he misunderstood the intentions of the young lord and questioned him. Now he understands that he truly intends to improve the territory, and he promises that he'll make up for this mistake by serving by his side, and we see him starting to cry. Simoon notices him, saying that he's finally let his guard down, and he really isn't knowing to deal with. The bandits tell Simoon to be careful on his way back and thank him once more as he leaves. Han sits there in admiration still. After a bit, Simoon sighs out of relief and says that was tough, and he assumes most of the people have been taken care of now. Then he starts to reach into what's left from the bag. As we see a purple aura, he says it's time for him to start the real work. Back at the Demon King's castle, he says that while he might be satisfied now, the problem is cost, as we see small little golem boys handling all the chores. He says he's managed to regain trust from his people, but it costs too much. He spent the majority of the funds earned in Lamer, and he needs a better source of income, and he guesses he'll have to resort to that, but of course, in typical fashion, doesn't say what. He then looks at two of the golems, saying that he's going to need two of them to help him out, as he's holding onto the thing from the bag again. The golems shudder, and we hear them screaming out as a bright purple light can be seen from the castle. Philip starts to tell Simoon that they've spent almost all of the pay they brought back from Lamer, and he knows it wasn't going to be enough to continue operating. Simoon acknowledges this, saying it wasn't going to be enough to maintain the territory anyway. Philip asks what the plan is now, suggesting they might need to go on another journey. Simoon tells him to shut up, asking if he's brought the records regarding mine development. Philip admits that there are only records of failed attempts decades ago, and although they've tried looking within their territory, there wasn't a single sign of a mine anywhere. Simoon asks for the reason behind incurring so much debt for something with such little chance of success. Philip explains that it was actually the only option at the time. They were in a horrible state due to a few unfortunate events happening within a short period, and while residents were moving away, Simoon was unconscious. Simoon sighs, saying that now he understands how bad the situation truly is. With the failed harvest season, maintaining the territory is impossible. However, something seems off to him, as there should still be a mine. Then he spots something and points out an area on the map, asking why there are no records for this area. Philip starts to sweat nervously, explaining that the Rocky mountain range was too difficult to scout because of the abundance of monsters. Even though they sent their knights there a few times, the monsters hiding in every corner of the region left them no choice but to return empty-handed. Simoon laughs, saying that means they weren't able to scout the region thoroughly. Philip starts to feel uncomfortable, hoping Simoon doesn't have any weird plans. Simoon grins, and of course, Philip tries to tell him that the place is too dangerous and insists on going with him if he's going. but Simoon understands that the mines must be there and heads to the rocky mountain range. We see Simoon looking up at something, saying that he thought Philip was overreacting as usual, but all he sees are monsters everywhere, even in the trees. He says it turns out Philip was actually right this time. Simoon notes that this is odd because these monsters should all live within separate regions, wondering why they are cooperating with one another. He sighs, asking if they've adapted to deal with humans. One of the monsters rears its sword back, swinging down at Simoon, who sidesteps it. Simoon then jumps off the ground as all the other infantry start to collapse on him. He begins to ready his magic, saying that they must think they have the advantage. Putting his hands on the ground, he creates a magic circle, saying from now on he'll be taking care of them himself. The mobs are surprised as golems rise from the ground, roaring and ready to fight. One of the monsters walks up and hits a golem in the head, but the golem completely brushes it off and punches the monster in the gut, sending it flying. Simoon comments that this is going to be a lot easier than he initially thought and praises the future mana stones for their capability. Some goblins from the tree start to launch at the golems, but they are absolutely manhandled. The golems are faster than expected, much to the contrast of their large size. But says that the monsters are swarming at them endlessly. He understands why the knights failed to clear the region. Dealing with all of them is difficult, but not impossible. Then, Simoon notices a special-looking monster in the back and says that it must be their leader. Simoon crouches down into a sprinting stance, saying it's his turn to join the fun. Using his magic to strengthen himself physically, he dashes off the ground, disappearing in front of the monsters and leaving them confused. He reappears behind the leader, already in the air, saying he doesn't have much time to waste. He shoves his hand onto the monster's head, casting a spell called Obedience. As the monster's eyes start to glow with a purple hue, it screams, and Simoon explains that this magic is actually brainwashing magic. A symbol appears on the monster's head, leaving the others confused. Simoon smirks, saying that their leader is now his subordinate. The leader readies itself to fight its own kind, and the tide quickly turns in Simoon's favor. The remaining monsters drop to their hands and knees, lowering their weapons in surrender. Simoon tells them that he won't hurt them if they bring their other leaders to him. We see some lightning off in the Rokia mountain range as we see another one of their leaders being brainwashed by Simoon. As he's holding it by the throat, it appears to be a goblin. It then grits his teeth and he lets go of it, causing it to drop to the floor. Simoon says he has a question, and the other goblins look scared. He says that he heard there was a place where dwarves would come and go, asking if they know anything about that. The goblins, with 2 orc leaders behind them, sit there completely terrified. Simoon looks at them, wondering if they aren't going to answer, but says maybe they don't actually know anything. The goblin leader, now brainwashed, starts to speak, telling him not to worry and kneeling on the ground, saying he shall guide him to that place, calling him master. Simoon smirks, saying that at least one of them seems useful. Some time later, he heads to a mine that has completely been caved in. Simoon asks if this is the entrance, and the goblins say that this is correct. Simoon says there are traces of some kind of landslide, but something is strange. He wonders what could be in there, as all of the monsters are terrified of this place way beyond reason, which makes him a little suspicious about what could be inside. Simoon says he doesn't know what it is, but he'll figure it out once he does. He starts to imbue aura into his hand, using his dark flame spell. He explodes the rocks open, sending the debris flying, and he starts to smirk, saying he knew it, that there was a mine within their territory after all. All the monsters still look completely defeated, and he wonders what's going on with them because he doesn't sense anything. He tells them they can all head back, and one of the orc leaders looks shocked. Simoon says in exchange, they should never bring harm to humans again and spend their time peacefully until he gives them orders. They seem happy that he's letting them go. He tells them to stay hidden, and he's sure they'll come in handy one day. He then turns back towards the mine, saying it's time for him to get started. We get a flashback to olden times, as we see some lizard people being turned into slaves. Simoon explains that in the past, with their overwhelming techniques and force, humans had oppressed other races. We see a lizard girl crying after getting whipped, and Simoon says they wished for only humans to be left on the continent. As such, Simoon, who is known as the Demon King, began to burn down one kingdom after another, rescuing the enslaved races. For them, he was considered their savior, as he stood up for them when nobody else would. Back at the Demon King's tower, we see him sitting on his throne as an orc kneels in front of him. Simoon confirms with the orc that there aren't even 10 remaining survivors of his tribesmen. The orc is silent, and Simoon tells his assistant to make a base for them in a different territory and make them do construction work. The orc then begins to cry, thanking him. Simoon asks if there are any more people he needs to talk to, and if not, they should wrap it up. We then hear a man saying that he seems to be the last one, and he enters the room. We see it's a dwarf who asks if it's alright to make an elderly man wait this long. The assistant asks how dare he show that attitude in front of their lord, but Simoon tells him that it's fine. He can't believe that a dwarf who possesses the greatest technology would come here, and on top of that, the energy rating for him is extraordinary. He asks the dwarf who he is, saying he never dreamed he would get to meet an ancient one. The dwarf laughs, saying Simoon seems quite perceptive, and it wouldn't be easy to tell him apart from his appearance alone. Simoon asks why he's come here, saying he doesn't believe even humans would be a match for them. The dwarf says that humans lack technology, and they indiscriminately destroy nature. Because of them, plenty of ecosystems have been ruined. Simoon asks if that means he's going to help him wipe them out, and the dwarf says that's right. If he cleans them up, then they can use their technology to improve his base. Simoon says that he too is a human, though, asking if he still plans to help him. The dwarf starts to laugh loudly right in front of Simoon for saying that. He asks him what he's talking about, saying he is clearly the Demon King. Simoon starts to smirk. Back to the present, Simoon now has a torch, exploring the mineshaft. Seeing that the dwarf mentioned there was a huge mine here, it looks like he was right. He thought that it would be a lot harder to fix up, but it seems as if it's going to be pretty easy. The dwarf's abilities really are unmatched, as it's so well kept on the inside. With the amount of ores here, as long as he has people willing to work as miners, they will have no worries from now on. He's then surprised by something, saying that it's odd that the construction ends here as we see it boarded up. He turns, looking around, saying after he died he heard that the place had been occupied by humans. He wonders if it's because of that. But despite people having worked here, there are plenty of valuables scattered around, and no matter how rushed they were, would the dwarfs that dearly cherish their tools have made this kind of mistake? He starts to have a weird feeling in his stomach, saying that something is off. The ground starts to shake, and he turns only to catch the glimpse of something red dashing past him, as it's burrowing in and out of the ground repeatedly. Simoon drops his torch out of surprise, looking up, saying now he finally gets why the monsters were terrified of this place. A shadow looms over him, and we see a giant worm screeching at him. He says it's definitely the master of the mine, and that it's due to this guy that the mine was abandoned. He apologizes, but it's bothering him, and it's time for it to get out as he starts to get ready to cast some spells. Simoon then immediately summons 2 golems to help him fight off against the worm. They start to have a WWE stare down, and the worm lets out a screech, alerting them that they are in its territory. Then Simoon stretches his hand outward, telling them to go ahead and take it down as they start charging directly at the worm. But the worm is insanely fast as it jumps in like a bullet, forcing the 2 golems to do their best to block it. The golems then begin to get pushed back, but they start digging into the ground, and they manage to actually stop it right before it hits Simoon. Simoon starts to glare at it, and then tells the golems to hold it down. As he leaps into the air, imbuing aura into his hand, preparing yet another dark flame spell, he shoots it out and it explodes on the worm. He says this should be enough to calm it down, but then is surprised by something, because he knows that his magic is weak at the moment, but what the hell is it made out of for his attack to not even leave a scratch? The golems also wonder what's going on as they all get launched into the air as the worm leaps towards Simoon. It opens its mouth, going to eat him, but one of the golem brothers latch onto it and imbues aura into its hand, punching the worm back down into the ground before it can eat Simoon. Simoon tells the golem it did good, and the golem is really happy about it, but the worm looks up completely pissed, and Simoon realizes this is bad, and tells the golem to watch out. Instead of going for Simoon, the worm leaps straight towards the golem, taking it straight into the ground. The golem lets out a roar, and some minerals begin to fall from where he was dropped into. Simoon asks how this is possible as the worm starts eating the minerals, and its skin begins to change to reflect that as it starts to evolve. Simoon says this is hella bad, because if it's just going to continuously evolve, it's going to make things way harder for him. Sometime later, Simoon asks where this thing even came from, because no matter what he does, this thing doesn't take any damage, and he has no other choice, and if he wants to defeat it, he needs to bring his gig in here and deal with it that way. The worm then throws a rock at the exit, completely blocking it, and Simoon starts to get pissed, saying he can't believe it's intelligent as well. The worm lets out a screech, going in for another attack, and Simoon says it's way tougher than he actually expected, and then he starts to think about it, saying if a monster of this size was wandering about outside, it should have left marks around the forest, wondering if he ever saw anything hinting at that, and says that it might only live in the mines, and if that's the case, there's no point in bringing the Gigan here, as it will be unable to fit into the mines to begin with, and this makes things even more complicated. And if only he knew its weakness, then he wouldn't have to struggle. He then senses something, as we see the golems holding onto it, low-key rodeoing this thing. Simoon says that the flow of mana was disturbed just now, and that must be it, and he tells the golems to buy him some time, as he starts running away, because if he's correct, there has to be something nearby he can use. He starts looking around the mine shaft, wondering where it is, and then finally spots it in the corner, and he says that this is a necessity for dwarves when mining, and it's an ancient pickaxe. He says with this he's going to have a chance, as he uses his physical strengthening magic, he readies himself, and then starts running up on the back of the worm, Shadow of the Colossus style, and raises the pickaxe into the air, saying with this he'll be able to mine anything, and he swings it down straight into the forehead of the worm. Simoon is confused because all he did is piss it off, and he wonders if maybe he didn't put enough force into it. He then loses his grip, and falls off the back of the worm, and it looks like it's going to land on him. Back at the manor, we hear Rogers asking Philip if he was aware that the young lord disappears every night, and Philip says there have been times when he would disappear without warning, and Rogers calls him an idiot, asking if his escort knight is unaware of his whereabouts. Philip starts to cry, saying every time he tried to follow him, he kept managing to disappear from his sight. Dixon says he's actually heard people say he visits the Demon King's castle, and Rogers sighs, saying he didn't think twice about it since he was unaware of the situation, but now that he heard about it, he understands why Hans is so worried. Hans then speaks up, saying he's not worried anymore, and Rogers is surprised and turns around. Hans says that he has decided to fully trust the young lord. Even at this moment he believes that he is doing his utmost for the sake of the people, when in reality, Bro is just stuck in a slugfest with the worm. He starts to ready another spell, saying it might not have worked before, but now there's damage on the worm, it might have a shot. He shoots off a giant dark flame this time, and it starts to go straight towards the worm exploding on its head. The golems catch him, and Simoon says that this is seriously a problem, and he doesn't think he can handle another one of these worms, so hopefully that was the last of them. Sometime later after the fight, he says that, thanks to the worm, it looks like he's going to be able to save on manpower. As we see the golems mining the ore off of its head, I don't know if it's dead or not. Simoon then looks to his side, spotting a skeleton, as it's none other than a dwarf who is dripped out in some artifacts and his armor behind him. Simoon says that it looks like he tried to protect this place, and that he can respect as he gives him a proper burial, saying that he hopes this is good enough, as now he has a place to rest and leave all of his burdens to be at peace, and he hopes he understands that even if he takes all of his stuff, it doesn't mean he bears any ill intentions. It then jumps to Dixon yelling, saying that they found a mine. Rogers says they did, and it's brimming with ores, and more importantly, there are no monsters. Dixon says that's a relief, so now they can resolve the territory's financial problems. Mute tells him that it finally means they can focus on preparing tools to drill through the mine. Hans says that it doesn't seem like that would be necessary. It seems the mine is in good order, such that it seems somebody has already worked on it. And given the state, they'll be able to make a considerable amount if they simply prepare sufficient manpower. Simoon is watching over all of this, saying that with this, the territory's foundations are set. He forced the monsters to migrate deep into the mountains, just in case a battle might break out. If the need arises, and the territory lacks troops, they'd also make a good source of military strength. Hans then approaches him, saying that this is all thanks to him. And Simoon says it's nothing. It's because of how hard they've all been working, that they simply tied up all the loose ends they had left. Why are they all so damn wholesome? Simoon says if they don't want to go back to how things were, then they better not loosen up. If they take their eyes off things for a second, everything could come crashing down. But he says that he wants to make a request. Hans tells him to go for it. Simoon then asks if he could leave the fiefdom in their hands for a while. They ask what he plans to do, and he says that they can ask Philip for details. Philip tells them all that he has made up his mind to purchase a gigant. And he knows the trends quite well, so he'll escort him safely. Rogers instantly hits him out of frame, telling everybody not to worry, and that he will take the time and responsibility to accompany Simoon. Mute says that if it's related to gigants, then he will handle it. But Dixon says that since it's related to finances, he'll go too. And Philip wonders why they're being so mean to him. It jumps to elsewhere, as they're now on a carriage, and Simoon asks Philip if he's that happy. He says of course, as he's finally going to get the gigant of his dreams. Si-moon tells him they have gigants in their territory though. Philip says that's a pretty depressing thing to say, as the new models are on an entirely different level from the junk they have. As he keeps yapping, Rogers tells him to cut it out, and that he should stop with the useless gigant philosophy. And he shouldn't even dream of such nonsense when they're together. Philip asks how he can treat someone so rudely, and Rogers tells him to shut up. Si-moon chuckles a little bit, and Rogers says if only he wasn't an escort knight, he'd be the one driving the cart. Philip says that's mean, and Si-moon says bringing him along was the right choice, as he's the optimal answer to shut Philip up. A train-like vehicle starts coming in, making a very loud sound, and they all look over surprised as it's directly in front of them, blocking their path. Si-moon asks what this is all of a sudden. Rogers apologizes, saying that it's a trailer that appeared out of nowhere. Si-moon hops off, asking what that is, as this is his first time seeing one. Rogers says that it's a kind of large cart created by magic engineers. Although it is very expensive, it's far stronger than a normal cart. Often, it's used for transporting heavy and numerous cargo. Si-moon says this looks pretty, maybe he should buy one. He then hops off of the trailer, apologizing, asking if everybody's okay, and seeing how surprised they are, this must be their first time seeing a trailer. We see Humpty Dumpty and his downy little brother too. Rogers asks who they are. The guy says that that's simple, and he hops on Humpty Dumpty's shoulders, saying that they are the peddlers associated with the Shade Company. They are merchants that travel around the countryside to sell specialties. Si-moon says it's his first time hearing of them though. The merchant says of course, that it's not been long since they started, but it won't be long before they reach the top. Si-moon says he understands, as the merchant continues, saying that he's asking because he seems familiar, but he wants to know if he's perhaps the lord of a family. Si-moon asks why he's wanting to know all of a sudden, saying it's their first time meeting. The merchant says that he doesn't mean anything by it, and that peddlers are all businessmen by trade, and he wished to create some goodwill with him. So he'd like to ask, and Si-moon says that he's not famous enough for him to want to have any interest at all in. The merchant laughs, saying that he overstepped his bounds, and given how routine business has become for him, he guesses he must have put a little too much pressure on him. Si-moon says it's fine, as they're busy, so they're gonna go ahead and leave. The merchant says it was a pleasure meeting him and watches as Si-moon leaves. And we learn that his name is Teisel. And he says that he knew it was the young lord of the Lacan family, and he thought that he'd have to go to their house to meet him, but who would have thought that he'd have the luck to bump into him here? And now his job would be a lot easier, as we see a bunch of other people with X's drawn on them, except for Si-moon. That night they set up a campfire. Philip states the obvious, saying the people they met today didn't seem like merchants, but rather mercenaries. Rogers agrees, saying that he thought the same thing. There's no way an up-and-coming peddler would be able to buy a trailer, and that dude is very suspicious. And the people behind him didn't seem like merchants either. Si-moon says they're thinking about it, and says that's not all. Loaded on the back of the trailer was something emanating a weak flow of mana, and you can't flow even by covering it with fabric. And he starts to understand what it was. They then hear footsteps as somebody begins approaching them with his arms spread wide. He smiles, and it's none other than Teisel, saying that it seems they meet again as if they were bound by fate. Si-moon says he was definitely heading in the opposite direction, so he wonders why he's here. Teisel says they have business that they weren't able to finish, and that he happened to see the light of a fire on his way back, and if it's alright, he would like to join them. Si-moon says that's fine with him, but he wants to know if that's fine with all the people he brought. Teisel starts laughing, and we see behind him there are multiple people, and Si-moon says that they don't have enough room for everybody back there. Teisel laughs again, saying that he was looking down on him, but he's still the lord of a fief, and he sure does catch on quickly. As they all leap out of the woods, Teisel says that he doesn't have anything against him, but a job is a job, and that he should just die here. Teisel is telling his men to kill them all. And as they run forward, they tell him to make sure they focus the blonde young lord. Rogers tells Philip to protect him, and he says he will, and starts fighting them back, telling Si-moon to stay behind him, as they will protect him. Si-moon says there are too many enemies, and that this is too big of a scale for an assassination. On top of that, they're pretty skilled too, and they're managing to fight on par with both Philip and Rogers. If it becomes a battle of attrition, they'll definitely be at a disadvantage. As one of the men goes to attack Si-moon from behind, Rogers yells, asking if they really are going to point their sword at him. He then deflects the attack, sending the guy flying backwards. His friend immediately steps up, and Rogers asks Si-moon if he's okay. He says thanks to him, and they both realize these guys are not assassins or bandits, and they're skilled enough to get past Rogers and attack him. One of them is definitely a highly trained knight. Teisel says this sure is surprising, and then raises his hand, saying that's not all they'll need, as they see a giant shadow looming over them. It's none other than a gigant, and he tells them that it's time for them to give up. Si-moon says that he knew it, and the energy he felt earlier was none other than this. He tells Rogers and Phillips to close their eyes. Immediately, they say yes sir, doing it without zero hesitation. This is loyalty. Si-moon then chanting some magic, saying, "O sun, awaken from silence and shine your light in the darkness," and casts the spell called Flash, as he shoots out a giant purple beam that starts to blind everybody in the vicinity. As the attackers start screaming in pain, flailing because they can't see anymore, Si-moon tells Rogers and Phillips to take the chance and run away. They say yes sir, and Teisel says they can't let them get away like this, and that they need to chase after them. Humpty Dumpty and his brother start crying, as Teisel tells them to get it together already. They say they have never heard anything about the target being able to use magic, and they were not expecting this. Teisel says that he's going to make sure that they catch Si-moon and make him have a painful death. As they all start running away, Rogers and Phillips start straight glazing our boy, saying as expected of him. They never thought he'd have a talent in magic, and he truly amazes them. Phillips says that he's also sure of it, that Si-moon would make it big as a rune knight. Si-moon says if they have the strength to run their mouths, they have to go faster than this. As there's no way they'd give up easily with a gigant like that. Phillips and Rogers realize he's right, and Si-moon says camping out in the woods might have been a good idea, because if they were in the plains, they would not have stood a chance. It's late at night, so it's too dark to follow their tracks, so they have to put as much distance between them as possible. We then hear Teisel yelling there, as they've already caught up. The men start sliding down the hill to their side, blocking their paths. Si-moon asks how they got here so fast, saying that everything's going wrong. Rogers and Phillips both tell Si-moon to go on ahead, as there's not even half as many as before. Si-moon says the opponents are quite skilled, asking if they'll be okay. Phillips asks if he has no faith in them, as they weren't able to display their true skills before, and Rogers apologizes, saying that if he remains here, it'll be difficult for them to fight at their best. Si-moon says that makes sense, and that he's going to leave this to the two of them. Phillips starts to imbue his sword with aura, saying that things will be different this time, and he swings forward, downwards to the assailant, using his phantom sword, killing the guy instantly. He says from now on, he'll show them his true abilities. Rogers as well starts releasing some hella killing intent, some hella pressure, saying that he can't believe they tried attacking his lord, as he dashes through, killing two of the assailants in an instant, saying they shouldn't bother begging for mercy. He says that if these self-proclaimed merchants are willing to point their blades at the warriors of their clan, then surely they resolve themselves to pay the price. It then jumps to a fire, as we hear people yelling, saying that the water isn't stopping it at all, and we see none other than Reyna looking at it. Victor says that this is no normal fire, and it seems they poured oil. It's very dangerous, so she needs to get away from here. She says that she can't leave the citizens behind and run on her own. They tell her that they'll be okay, and as long as she lives, then everything will be fine. Victor grits his teeth and starts dragging her away, saying that it's for the people's sake. She looks back, panicked, only to watch as the village is completely engulfed by the flames to the point that the buildings begin, and she watches some of the buildings burn down. Some time later, amongst the rubble and other refugees, we see a girl crying for her father, who looks like when you leave your food in the microwave for too long, and there's even more people screaming about their families. Reyna, clearly pained, begins crying, saying that she's so sorry. We hear a familiar voice call out to her, saying that it's been a while, and we see none other than Count Manhwa, saying that he just happened to be training in the area, and that this is fate. She asks if he was really training at this hour. He laughs, saying that he's been training his soldiers' discipline recently. That's why they've been training at night, and it was all in order to ensure the people's safety throughout the night. Victor clearly understands they're baiting him, as they're holding up a torch to show that they set this place on fire, and he asks why they're spouting lies. They point their blades at him, as Count Monoke says that he told her this last time as well. As the one causing the most suffering is none other than her, and that she should wallow in her despair and regret her actions, as he walks away laughing. We see her tighten her fist, and she continues crying, saying that she'll never forgive Monoke for what he's done. Back to Simoon. He is running away, saying they're no longer chasing him, and it seems that Rogers and Phillips are doing a good job holding them off. He doesn't know who the mastermind is yet, but they're at least powerful enough to mobilize a gigant, and he might need to head back to his fief and prepare for war. As he continues running forward, he then sees something and comes to a stop. And we hear Teisel saying that it seems like he's looking down on them, as there's two gigants in front of them now. Teisel says they've also been looking down on him, and they should call it even. He didn't think that the heir to a warrior family would use petty magic against him. Simoon asks if it wasn't to his liking. Not that he cares though. And then it seems like they're working a little too hard in order to capture a simple child, as if they're overcompensating for something with those massive weapons. Teisel laughs, saying that he wonders, saying that a lion would use all of its strength even when hunting a rabbit. Simoon starts laughing at him, which catches him off guard, because he is straight cackling. He's asked if he really thinks that him being separated from his escorts means they've cornered him. Teisel can't believe that he's acting so relaxed, even in a situation like this. He asks if he's resigned himself to his fate, or if he's just gone mad. Because if he's doing this to buy time, then it's pointless. Simoon asks if he knows that the moment he witnesses his power, then not a single one of them will be allowed to leave this place alive. He casts the giant magic circle behind him. And we know what time it is as a giant golem's arm comes out of it. Simoon says the one frustrated at not being able to make use of their full strength wasn't them to begin with, but rather it was him, as all of the golems are now coming out to play. Their footsteps send out a hell of a loud sound, and they let out a roar too. The men begin to get panicked, asking where all the golems came from, as it should be hard enough to summon just one of them. Teisel tells his men not to panic, and he wonders just how many cheap tricks this guy has up his sleeves. He says that even if they are golems, they are only dangerous in the past, as they're nothing more than piles of rocks. Asking Simoon if he's forgotten that they have gigants. Even dozens of golems would be no match for them. He tells his men that whoever manages to bring back his head will be promoted to a commander. They tell him that he better keep his promise, and they charge in full of confidence. And Simoon calls them simple-minded, asking how dare they refer to his immortal army as a mere pile of rocks. And he never thought this would happen 500 years ago, so he'll go ahead and teach them about some history. He then begins to use his marionette spell, controlling the movements of the golems, causing them to quickly circle around the enemies. They ask how the hell they're so fast, as they were surrounded in an instant. Teisel calls them fools, asking why they're just standing around admiring it. And Simoon asks if he's really going to keep looking down on him, as he's going to regret this in the afterlife. The men look surprised as Simoon rears back his fist, so do one of the golems, and it smashes the ground, sending out a shockwave. They're a bit confused, asking if this means he can't control his power since he hit the ground. And Simoon says that he has experienced countless wars, and is going to give them some advice. Controlling the land in which they're fighting in is also a basic tenet of strategy, as all of the golems begin smashing away at the ground. Teisel starts to sweat nervously, realizing what's going on, because the ground begins splitting, and they start falling down into it. Simoon warns them that they grew arrogant believing in their numbers and gigants. And that was the reason for their defeats, and they should reflect on this in the afterlife. The ground continues to collapse, and we see Teisel flying through the air, as he and the gigants fall backwards into a canyon. Simoon says this should resolve things, and that sure is a shame, as he wanted to take someone as prisoner and ask about the mastermind. He then gets sliced across his shoulder. I thought it was his chest, but nope. And Simoon asks how they're still alive, as we see the gigant holding on to the ledge. How did he not notice this? Teisel asks if he really did this to his order, and he will never forgive him. Simoon says this is for the better, as he'll take him prisoner and make him spill everything. Teisel says he should try if he wants, as he's going to kill him painfully, until the point he's crying and begging for it to come sooner. He then charges forward with a dagger in hand. Simoon says this sure is a pain, as he goes to cast a spell. He feels a sharp pain, saying that he can't control his mana, as it feels like his heart's about to burst, and it's because of the curse. Taisel laughs, saying that he's out of mana now, and this is the end, and he should beg for death all he likes, as he's going to butcher him alive. Simoon tells him to shut up, because a lowly curse like this is nothing to him, as he starts casting a magic circle on the ground itself. His eyes full of energy once more. That shadowy hands stretch out from the ground, grabbing a hold of Taisel, and he yells, saying this is black magic, asking how descendants of the heroes are using such a thing. Simoon's eyes now look a little worse, and he says it would be best for him to tell him who his master is, before he runs out of patience. He tells him to answer him, and even cuts his throat a little bit with the shadow hands. Taisel, under zero pressure, folds, screaming that he'll tell him, and that's none other than Manhwa, and he was ordered to do all of this by him. Simoon wonders why he went to such lengths, and if it was because of the incident in the arena, but Taisel begs for mercy, saying that's all that he knows. Simoon asks if he's really wanting mercy, and Taisel says that he should forgive him just this once. As it starts to wrap around his head, going into his mouth, Simoon says not once has he ever forgiven his enemies, as he straight up explodes the dude, turning him into a red mist. He then starts to get rid of the shadowy hands, and the magic circle, saying whether they be human or demon, he does not enjoy absorbing their strength. Simoon says that Count Manhwa must have been pretty worked up, but it definitely wasn't because of what happened in the arena. As he used a night order, assassins, and even gigants, and the fact that such large-scale forces were mobilized, there might be a separate reason that he would target the Lacan family, and regardless, he'll make sure that he pays for getting in his way until the point that he's begging on his knees. The bushes behind Simoon start moving, which surprises him, as Philip asks where he's gone, only for both Rogers and Philip to be so happy to see him. Simoon says they came faster than he expected, and they say it's a relief that he's unharmed. Simoon says of course, asking what they think of him, and he says it's time to go, as they've wasted too much time. As day starts to come, he informs them of what he's learned, and he says it would be best to avoid Manhwa's territory for now. Rogers says that means they need to return to the fief and rally their reinforcements. Simoon asks why, and Rogers says they can't guarantee that something similar will not happen again. Simoon says the enemy likely won't make any move soon with the losses they've faced, so grabbing a hold of a gigant now would be for the best. Rogers says that they may be selling some nearby, but since they have no carriage, he wants to know how he's going to get it back home. Simoon asks what he means, as they left him a very nice one right here, as it's none other than the trailer. It looks like a different color though, maybe I'm trippin'. Once they're inside, Philip says that this sure was a blessing in disguise, and they get a trailer for free. Rogers says he sure is carefree for what they just went through. Rogers then says he's going to increase his special training, since Simoon's safety comes first. Philip tells him to calm down, since nothing happened in the end. On top of that, Simoon is unharmed too, as the ground just happened to collapse right in the moment the enemies were taken care of. This is proof that Simoon is blessed. Simoon is confused, saying bullshit, and then he almost died without being able to take revenge thanks to that curse. How did his wound heal already? He says the moment he felt the curse, it stopped the black circle on his heart, and there was no other explanation for it. He's found a shrink that can match up to that curse, but it seems that his current circle is too weak, and he wonders who it was to cast this. It then jumps to the central imperial capital, as we see a familiar face, as Darren is kneeling and shivering. There's a man sitting in front of him on a throne. The man confirms that he is who he is. Darren says yes, asking what he's been called for. The man says that as the middleman, he believes he recalls the orders last year regarding the securing of the Demon King's castle. Darren says they were about to succeed, but someone got in their way. The man asks if that's true, and starts to take off his mask, saying that's curious, asking if he knows their identity, but Darren is terrified and starts crying, begging for mercy, as he'll succeed this time. As the man approaches him, asking why he's afraid of death, we see it's none other than a skeleton, saying that he is simply curious who it was that got in the way of his plans. It then jumps to the magic tower city called Brendan. Simoon says the scale is incredible, and the crowds are much larger here than in Lamar. Roger says that it's expected because it houses the magic tower, which is famous across the continent. Thanks to that, he can find magicians all over the streets, and merchants, as well as technicians. Every single person here is working to advance the city. The area is perfect for getting a gigan actually. There's a large variety of classes ranging from warrior to hero. There's even a place that can produce dozens in a single month. Simoon says if he's hyping it up this much, he's going to be expecting a lot. Philip says there's actually no need to look, as there is a branch of the Veritas Magic Tower here. Roger says that given that gigan production originated from the Veritas Magic Tower, they're the most reliable. Philip also agrees, saying that most of the continentally recognized gigants were crafted at the Veritas Magic Tower. Simoon is surprised by this and starts to recall his past life when the elder was getting his glizzy glazed by the hot dog warmer. Simoon says that it's so fresh as if it happened yesterday, and asks if they've grown large enough during these 500 years to form a branch. He'll make sure to take this opportunity to lay his eyes on their true nature. Giving them money at all is going to be unpleasant, but if their performance is good, then he'll buy it. Then he'll take it apart, and figure out its strengths and weaknesses, and create one that far surpasses it. As he heads to the tower, a guard stops him saying that not anybody can just pass through here, and only those of a Viscount family or above may pass. Simoon says he's rude, asking if he's looking down on him without confirming his identity. Philip then informs him that he is part of a Viscounty, and that he is a lord, so that means he should show him proper courtesy. The guard recognizes the Viscounty, but then begins laughing, saying that he knows their family's poor as shit. Rogers and Philip start to release some pressure. Simoon tells them not to worry about it, and there's no need to pay idiots any mind, and that these dudes are just as rotten as they were before. Regardless, the place is far grander than he imagined, and it's on a completely different level compared to the other magic towers that he has seen. He's certain that the gigants coming out of that workshop are both great in quality and number. He sighs, saying that this is still pretty revolting, and the guard asks what he means, and Simoon says that they cast aside courtesy, so they're not worth spending his money on. Rogers hits a brick wall, saying that he's sorry, and it's because he's so worthless as the captain of the knights that he's faced disgrace. Simoon says it's fine. If the gatekeeper is behaving that way, then the inside must be much more appealing, and they should just say they save time, meaning they should look at the other magic towers. There's even some symbolism for trash in the background. Simoon says that these bastards are going to pay once this is over, but he'll set it aside for now, because he needs to get himself a gigant. They head to another tower. Simoon asks if he can expect a lot from this place, and Rogers says yes. This place is great enough to be one of the 10 magic towers. Nobody else can match them in terms of production speed, as they head to the modern magic tower. Simoon says they'd be excellent if the quality is good, but he doesn't really sense it. Somebody then approaches, asking what brings them here, and he introduces himself as Garrett, asking if there's a gigan in particular they're looking for. Simoon says they're looking for one in the range of 30,000, asking if there's any recommendations. Garrett says there is, and he should look through the catalog. They have many gigants specializing in power, defense, and many others. Simoon says their guidance and explanations are meticulous, and their customer service is spectacular on top of that. Unlike Veritas, they don't discriminate based on appearance or status, and instead seem to treat their clients with sincerity. It seems that not all of the 10 magic towers are garbage. As long as the quality is okay, he'll buy from here. A man starts yelling, asking if they can't do repairs, and Garrett tells him that it's not really a flaw. But the dude shouts over him, saying that there is an obvious flaw with its durability. The moment he got on it, it folded like a tin can. Simoon then realizes that they almost fell for it too, and check it off the list. They head to another tower, and the dude is straight shit-faced. That's another one gone, and Simoon says that they told him this was supposed to be a good city, but this place is a complete mess. Philip agrees, as Roger says that when the Empire still had strict restrictions, they only produced top-tier gigants, but now you can buy anything as long as you have money. So it seems that the quality has diminished significantly. Simoon notices two people talking, and one of them is talking about how innovative his gigan is. The guy pushes him away, saying that he's not some beggar. Philip says that if he's handing out flyers, his quality must be poor. Then Simoon walks over, looking at his paperwork, and the dude starts crying. Simoon says that they're actually pretty interesting. He designed the frame based on Golem's theory, and someone could say it's antiquated, but it's not bad. This might be thanks to Mute's teachings that he can see the gigant right now. He asks how much the guy needs in investments, which catches him off guard. He asks if he's serious, saying that he needs around 10,000 to manufacture it. Si-moon sees a version of himself from his past life and smiles, saying that he wants to go to his laboratory. Roger says that since he said he lacked money to manufacture one, he thought he'd be lacking in space and tools. But it seems that he has a magic tower at the very least, although it looks like it's about to collapse. The man says the last model sold pretty well, so he's been holding on, but the new one takes too much time and money, so that's why there's only a few people here, as everyone else left. They start to wonder if maybe he's a con artist. He thanks them for coming all this way, telling them to take a look around. Si-moon spots a familiar one, saying that he recognizes this as Sting. The guy is a little embarrassed that he recognizes it, but is proud. Si-moon says that he's seen it once before. The technique of using magic in a gigant left a mark on him, and it seems to have been his handiwork. He says that it may look similar, but this is a completely different model compared to Sting, and that he, part of the Haley's magic tower, applied all of their newest techniques, so everything inside and out will be completely new. It is the Sting Mark II. Si-moon says he's intrigued, asking how long it will take. The man says that the major jobs are complete, so only the details are left, and he believes it'll take a month or two. He apologizes, as the work is really precise and it takes a lot of care. Since he lacks manpower, of course, he'll need a lot of time. Si-moon thinks about it, saying that he'll invest 20,000 more in that case, asking if he'll be able to get it done in a week if he hires more technicians. The guy throws the papers out of his hand out of pure excitement and runs out of the room, telling him to hold on for a moment. He heads upstairs, and we hear him yelling, telling everybody that he has great news and they can work again, and that he'll also be able to pay all of their wages. As we see his employees on the desk, they seem very tired, and the guy brings them back, saying that the product was at 67.3% completion when work was halted. He recalls they stopped when the magic circle core required calibration. The hentai protagonist says that he's about to lock this shit in. Philip asks if this is really alright, and Rogers agrees, saying that entrusting the gigant to them is weird. But Si-moon tells him not to worry, and he knows what research-obsessed magicians are like, so he's looking forward to when this place joins the 10 magic towers in the future. That night, Philip can't sleep because Roger sounds like the damn airport, but Si-moon's bed is empty. Outside of the inn, we see him sitting on a rooftop, saying that he got what he wanted, and it's time for payback. As he heads to the Veritas Magic Tower, we see the guard from earlier sighing. Or we see some guards yawning, and they hear rustling in the bushes. They look a bit anxious and ask who's there, only to be surprised as there was nothing, and they say that it must have been the wind. As Si-moon gets behind them, he says that it's time for him to finally get what he is owed, and he can't wait to see what they've got. Inside, we see people all around and even more guards. As he's peering in through a window, he begins to use dark invisibility, making himself vanish as he heads over to a drain pipe, entering it. He then begins to head behind one of the guards using his shadow and moving in the same direction as a passerby and hopping from shadow to get around. He says although he has nothing to gain by wandering around like this place sure is quite lax. He says that the security here is quite lax, but he has nothing to gain by wandering around like this, and he has to find a useful looking magician. He spots a magician that's looking around panicked. For some reason, the dude just looks really anxious, and he enters a room saying that he's finally in and he should have done this sooner. The security was worse than he thought, and he just needs to head to the office-only magic library and take out a grimoire. Nobody's born a high-ranking magician, so as long as he can get that, he can definitely become an intermediate rank 1, and might even be able to go even further beyond that. Rather, he might even be able to completely master it. Si-moon's in his shadow saying no matter where you go, you'll always run into these kinds of fools. But sticking to this guy seems like it'll be fun. As the guy's kneeling down picking a lock, he says that the mechanism here is pretty weak too, and that those high-ranking magicians are real careless with these kinds of things. We hear a man saying that he doesn't recall giving anyone permission to enter recently. In that case, then he must be none other than an intruder. We are introduced to the master of this branch named Jameson, who says that if the man's an intruder, then he doesn't believe he'd have any complaints if he killed him on the spot. The man freezes up, saying that he only got lost and ended up here, and that he's sorry, wanting to be forgiven just this once, but he's really freezing up because of the mana pressure Jameson's emitting. Jameson says that would be a relief then, as he was absolutely certain that he was a thief, and he'd almost brought harm to a valuable associate of the magic tower by mistake. He just happens to be holding onto some very valuable scrolls, so it's a very important secret that cannot be leaked by any means, and that surely he understands why he was so sensitive about the matters of security. The guy says of course he'd always understand since it's for the tower. Jameson laughs, thanking him, saying that frankly it's quite a burden on him. As a fellow associate of the magic tower, he's sure that he's aware regarding the new hero grade Gigante, and the dude says that there are only a handful of them on the continent. Jameson says that he's well informed. Secrecy is a concern as well, but there are many troubles even simply interpreting these designs. The dude says that's incredible and wonders if these are really the designs for one, and he says that he can tell with just a quick glance that it's an unbelievable application of magic, and it feels like his magic has gone up several ranks just by looking at it. Jameson then instantly changes his tone, saying that he definitely can tell he looked at it, and starts to channel some magic to his hand, saying that it's a rule to immediately erase those who have seen the scrolls without the writ to do so. The man apologizes, saying this isn't fair as he showed them to him himself. Jameson asks what he's saying, as he shouldn't have even looked in their direction, calling him a crazy bastard. The dude tries to tell him that he was wrong, only to get zapped to high hell, crispifying this dude. Jameson says that's right, and he shouldn't have coveted such things in the first place. Had he known his place and acted like it, then he wouldn't have ended up like this, and in his next life, he should act accordingly. As we see his burnt-ass corpse on the ground, Simoon laughs and then says he only showed him those secrets because he needed justification to kill him, and he wanted to do it from the start. He knew it, whether it be in the past or now, this magic tower is full of trash people. Back in his office, we learn that the new hero grade Gigante is called Atlas. Jameson says that the magic tower's new design, since they're still having a hard time even parsing the design. He looks up in front of him, saying that he doesn't know who's here, but they should show themselves. Simoon's surprised from the shadows but appears anyways, asking if he was the branch manager, saying that at least his senses are half decent. Jameson asks who he is and what his objective is, and Simoon says that it's the same as it was 500 years ago. It's for him to cleanse the world of rotten garbage like Jameson. Jameson casts an explosion, asking how dare he refer to a tower master as such, and that Veritas is home to those with intellects the likes of which he could never reach, as they are the chosen ones, and if he runs his mouth carelessly, he'll never see the light of day again. Simoon starts laughing at the fact that he called himself a chosen one, asking who decided this in the first place, and that these people have not changed at all over the last 500 years, and they believe only in themselves to be special, and don't consider anyone else to even be human. However, starting now, he will correct his misunderstanding. The very word Veritas will be erased from history itself. Jameson starts crying and screaming as Simoon uses his dark bullet, but he does not kill him. We see Jameson foaming out of the mouth, begging for mercy, and Simoon says that he heard from Mute that these guys have isolated themselves from battle, but he can't believe that a sixth circle is such a coward. Simoon looks at his desk, saying he wants to go ahead and take his spoils. As he's looking at the design of the gigant, he says that if there are only a handful of these on the continent, this is a pretty good find, and he doesn't know why it was just left out here in the open, but he'll make really good use of it. And that seeing this place destroyed by its own secret weapon would truly be a sight worth seeing. And then he starts cackling in the office. Simoon says that he's gotten something far outside of his expectations, and just losing this alone would be a huge loss for the Veritas Magic Tower. But this is not enough. As he starts to light the desk on fire and even the floor beside it, he says considering the cost of the secrets and grimoires that they have built up over the past 500 years, he ought to at least give them this. And this tower of avarice that they've built by crushing others under their feet will see quite the entertaining end. In the day, we see their trailer driving full speed ahead. As Simoon says he's sure they're in a panic by now, all of the Magic Tower's most prized secrets have been burned to ashes, and they should be roughly equivalent to losing dozens of gigants. Finding those valuable grimoires and the designs for a hero-grade gigant was a far greater harvest than he expected. He was motivated by revenge, but he got a lot out of this. Rogers says he seems to be in a good mood, asking if something happened, as he looks brighter than when they received a new gigant. Philip asks for him to tell him, and Simoon says he's just happy to be returning back home. Philip says he is too, and he wants to go rest. Rogers asks what he means by rest, saying that he's going to be training immediately. Philip asks how he could be so cruel. Rogers asks if he's already forgotten what happened with those merchants, because if he calls himself a knight, fighting while protecting others is a given. And once they get back, he's starting over from physical training. Philip asks Simoon to stop Rogers, but Simoon's just looking out the window, saying that he's achieved more than he set out to do. So once he returns, he'll have to focus on recovering his circle. He then notices something as he spots Princess Reina on her knees praying. She starts saying a prayer, saying "Ol Kal," this young and inadequate daughter of Earth's mother Belize pleads with her for the strength to help the refugees. And she asks sincerely. Simoon calls out to her, which surprises her, and he asks why she's come to pray at a place like this. She's really surprised to see him, and she asks why he's come here, and why he has a trailer too. He says that many things have happened, asking why she's here and not at Lamar, and if it could be that Count Monaco has done something. She says although he had warned them, things have turned out like this. After he left Lamar, she believed that the Count's tyranny would cease. However, despite the lack of justification, he began to corner them more violently than before. Far from keeping his promise, he raised the refugees' taxes to harass them. He even set fire to their homes, and many were hurt and have died. They judged that they could no longer stay there, and so they have come to request aid from Marquis Myers, who is known as the third head of the aristocratic faction. Simoon asks if he really refused to grant them an audience, and she says yes. Victor says they've spent 3 days already, and as he can see, they're clearly being shut out. But Reina could not give up, so she decided to pray until the Marquis granted her an audience, but it never happened. Simoon says it is so frustrating, abusing herself by waiting blindly and praying to a god that will not answer her. Victor says he's speaking too harshly, and Simoon tells her to think about it for once. From the Marquis' perspective, does he have any reason to let them in? He would have to accommodate tens of thousands of refugees, possibly even risk territorial disputes with Count Monaco. The risk is far too great. What kind of fool would grant such a request? Starting to feel disheartened, Reina asks if this means he would also believe her actions to be pointless. He says that's correct, asking if she didn't learn anything from what happened in Lamar. In order to protect something, what she needs is strength. Without strength, she can't protect anything. Simoon says that even though he knows she's not Katerina, she resembles her so much, and he can't not concern himself with her. He tells her to return to her territory, and he'll escort her. She says she can't do that. Until she meets with the Marquis, she has no plans to return, and he asks if she's really going to insist on this until the very end. And if the Marquis refuses, she'll simply die here. He tells her to just face reality. If she's going to ask someone to take care of tens of thousands of refugees that are powerless, it's obvious that problems are going to keep coming up. But right now, she should not look at the refugees, but at what she can do for herself. She tells him that if she wishes to take care of them by herself, and if that means she needs to gather the strength to do so, just how long would that take? As it would be years. For people lost their lives within that time, what meaning does any of that hold? He tells her that she can't save everyone, asking if she's going to die in vain in an attempt to save them all. She asks if he really believes that her life is worth more than the refugees. He says of course he does, but she yells, telling him that he's wrong. All lives are equally precious, and her life is equal to any one of theirs. And that, they, her citizens, are waiting for her. So no matter how difficult things may be, she will never abandon her people. She has a duty to do whatever it is that she can for them. Simoon is completely speechless, as he recalls Katerina asking why that child has to suffer because of something that was decided at birth. And it's not like they wanted to be born like this. Simoon asks Katerina if she thinks that one day there will be a day where every single person could become equally happy. He sits there staring at her, and then starts to wonder if maybe someone like her was with them 500 years ago, if things would have turned out differently. He said this aloud, and she asks what he's talking about, and he says that he'd long since forgotten that revenge was not the only reason he wanted to change the world, and thanks to her he's remembered. She says she has no idea what in the schizo he's talking about, but Simoon says that because of her hopeful words, even he wants to lend her his strength. And regarding the Volga kingdom, refugees, and their fates, they, the Lacan family, will stand by her side. It then jumps to night, at the Veritas Magic Tower branch. We see the part of the tower that is burned down, I think. But there's a giant green flash of lightning on the top of the wall. The guards tell everybody to be careful, as their opponent is a magician, and they ask if he's the one who set the library on fire. The dude says the security here is lax, and they can't even identify people properly. They surround him, telling him not to move, and then one of them recognizes something, as there are 7 lilies on his back, and they all drop their weapons immediately, and pay respects to the 7th elder of the Veritas Magic Tower's headquarters. And the man asks where Jameson is, and we are introduced to the 7th elder, which is in charge of the inspection department, named Pierrot Otteron. They tell him that the branch manager is inside the library, and they will guide him there. Pierrot asks if he's in charge of the security here, and the dude says he is. Pierrot walks beside him, grabbing onto his head, saying that he doesn't need a guide, and being escorted by an incompetent man is simply disgusting, as he explodes him, straight up killing him, and the other guards look terrified. As he walks away from his mangled corpse, he says that Veritas has no need for the worthless. We get a flashback to 500 years ago, as there was a kid screaming for somebody to save him. He's drowning in a river. He does his best to stay afloat until he falls under and begins blowing bubbles. Simoon says the child will die at this rate, so he will head to a nearby village and ask for help. Katerina tells him it's too late for that. She begins tying up her hair, saying she'll go, and jumps straight into the water. A little later, she pulls the kid ashore, and she starts giving him CPR, and he spits up the water. She's so happy that it worked. As the kid's breathing again, she says that it's such a relief. Simoon asks why she did something so reckless, since she could have been swept up in the current too. She says that she knows it was, and she felt scared the moment she leapt into the water. He asks why then. The rain begins to end as it shines on his face, and she tells him that to save someone's life, you need the courage to act recklessly. He thought it was just their appearances that matched, but they're also similar in how unreasonably reckless they are too. Before he can finish his next thought, we hear Philip yelling out to him, asking how this happened. As he heard that he agreed to take in all of the Volga Kingdom's refugees, asking if he's really planning to wage a war against Count Manhwa. Rogers also says that he's of the same mind as Philip. This point is a foregone conclusion, that they will have to fight against him, and although their fief has been doing better recently, they're not prepared to make provisions for battle. Philip also says that it's a truly absurd situation, and it's still not too late for him to say that he can't do it, because they don't believe their circumstances allow for them to wage war just yet. Simoon starts to get annoyed, hearing them yap about how strong Manhwa's army is, saying that even if the warrior Lacan himself were to rise from the dead. Simoon cuts them off, telling them to shut up, saying that he'll do it no matter what. Philip asks if he has gone mad, since they have 30,000 refugees and they've just barely managed to provide for their own people. Simoon tells him to cut it out. Philip says that he will continue doing so, and he'll just put everything out there. Every day he leaves his guard behind to go God knows where, however pretty the princess may be, this is too far. And if this was because he didn't want people to make fun of him for being single for the rest of his life, and if it's because he never dated anyone. In a cold tone, Simoon calls out to him, telling him to put his head on the ground. Philip asks if he enjoyed his joke, and Simoon tells him to do it now, Roger's face palming that his nephew is straight up eating the dirt. It jumps back to them planning. Simoon double checks that there are 30,000 refugees, and Victor says that's correct. Philip says if that many people begin to move, then they'll draw attention. Simoon says that they'll definitely be pursued. If it were by sea, they'd be able to arrive at the fief soon enough, but it's currently the dry season, so they can't sail any ships. The distance by land is too far, so if they pursue them, they can't avoid being caught. Rogers asks if they should wait until they can use the ships. Philip then suggests rallying enough troops to be able to fend off the pursuers. Simoon says even if they go by sea, the situation wouldn't be much different, and they likely have their own warship, so they'll be caught in no time. Fighting against Count Manhwa is hard enough. They can't afford to give him any justification to receive support from the Emperor. Philip and Rogers both wonder if there's legit any option they have left. Simoon says there's only one. They need to travel by river. As he points it out on the map, Victor is confused, saying they can't sail the ships, asking how. Simoon says that's exactly what they'll take advantage of. Although short, they have time to make preparations. They will use rafts. It's too shallow to sail any ships, but it's plenty to be able to use rafts. They'll make them large enough to allow tens of thousands to stand on them. It won't be easy, but it won't take much time either. Philip says that he sees. If it's a raft, then however large it is, it will float. It would take less time than making a ship too. Rogers says that he's against it. Rafts that large wouldn't be able to be quick. If they pursue alongside the riverbanks, they'll easily catch up, and even if they only use ranged attacks, they would have no method to defend themselves. Simoon says he's sharp as always, however, there's no need to worry, as he's already thought of that. They will use the trailer. After tying the rafts together to ensure safety, they'll tie it to the trailer, and with the trailer's mobility, they won't be able to chase so easily. Rogers says that he sees. Philip also starts to understand, saying that would definitely work. Victor says there's a problem though. It's quite embarrassing, but they don't have the ability to craft such large rafts. Simoon tells him not to worry, as he has money left over after buying the gigant. Victor asks if this is true, thanking him, as Reina looks very anxious. Simoon continues, saying that he will send them 30,000 to make sure the rafts are durable. Reina says she knew very well that it would be a difficult task to take in the refugees and herself. Even the fact that he's resolved himself to fight against Count Manhwa and his forces may bring so much harm to the Lacan household, but Simoon tells her that it's okay, because they will win in the end. Philip also says that's right, and they just have to believe in him. And Rogers agrees, saying they were going to deal with Count Manhwa anyways. Simoon says they cannot act first during this operation. Success would depend on whether they can safely arrive at the river. So surely, he can put his faith in her that she will guide them there. She smiles, saying that she'll do everything she can. As the trailer continues going forward, it jumps back to the Veritas Magic Tower. We see Jonathan has become a complete alcoholic, sitting alone in his chair with bottles everywhere. As he starts to raise another one to his mouth, we hear Pierrot saying that he can't believe the sight of him. And no wonder those below are in such a worse state, because the leader is drinking away like this. Jameson looks up at him, asking what brings him here. And he says that surely it's to make him take responsibility for the fire, but he has nothing to lose anymore, so to do as he pleases. Pierrot says that it's a given that he would receive punishment, but there is something he must ask, asking what he did with the Atlas's blueprints. Jameson's surprised, asking how he knew. Pierrot says that he already knew that he stole it, but he was just watching in case he had something. He had someone he was conspiring with. He doesn't know why he would steal it, when he doesn't even have someone like that. But before he finishes his sentence, Jameson tells him to wait, asking who the hell he is. Pierrot asks what he's talking about. Jameson starts shaking, saying that he's met with all of the elders before. One thing they all have in common is the vast amount of mana they possess, but he's never encountered this disgusting energy before. Pierrot smiles, saying that they said he was a genius on par with Albert's before the accident, and he guesses that was not a lie after all, as he appears behind him. Jameson turns, surprised, only for Pierrot's hand to start glowing green as he shoves it into the back of Jameson's skull. He starts digging around in it, causing Jameson to scream. Pierrot grabs onto an orb and begins pulling it out. Jameson falls face first on the desk, as Pierrot walks away. He says that he didn't think he would tell him, so he'll confirm it himself, and he'll find out where the Atlas's blueprints are, as it's none other than the skeleton that we saw earlier. He starts to read through his memories, seeing Simoon's shadowy form and even Simoon's face as he puts the magic bullet to his head. Pierrot is surprised that the intruder was a black magician, saying that this is annoying after the Demon King's death 500 years ago. There has only been a single place with black magicians other than him. It is the Dark Clan of the Volga Republic. He didn't think there would be another Dark Clan behind the scenes. As the Volga and royal authority fell, the Volga Republic was established, but the fact that the ones controlling the Republic are Dark Elves is still a secret, as they have long been oppressed by mankind. He did consider that they may be planning something, but they've been moving faster than expected recently. While they are weak now, if they got their strength by researching black magic, they may be able to establish themselves as a power rivaling the Baroque Empire. However, as the Republic requires time to grow, this is yet to happen. If they were to create a hero-grade gigant, then they would be able to keep the Empire in check, and the Empire may be destroyed if they are not careful. He wonders if he has to go retrieve the blueprints himself, and he starts to create something in his hand as it travels off his finger into Jameson's ear, wriggling around in the inside. We see the shadow of Jameson start to slowly rise up as he's now standing up fully. Pierrot says that he's awake. We see a giant vein in Jameson's forehead, and he calls out for the immortal king, saying he swears to be loyal to him, and bows down, kneeling. Pierrot explains that he planted a worm in him just in case, and he's sure it'll be of use someday. He then turns, looking out the window, saying it's time for him to head to the north. Back to the fief, we see Hans asking if this is true, asking how dare they attempt to assassinate the young lord. Duke calls Monica disgusting, saying that seeing as he even mobilized a gigant, he may just have been after the Lacan territory to begin with. Dixon says the gigant accident the other day may have been their doing too. Rogers suggests they might be thinking of a territory war, but Philip says that requires permission from the imperial family and the aristocratic assembly, and that they shouldn't have the justification, so wondering how they would try. They start talking about how if it's Count Monica, he'll be able to receive all the permission he needs due to his ties with the Imperial Empire. Dixon then asks if it's okay to accept the refugees in such a dangerous situation, as they're barely managing to run the fief as it is. If they wish to feed tens of thousands of refugees, the amount of money they'll need is going to be insane. They then hear a very loud sound, and both Philip and Rogers dash off in an instant to investigate. They jump out the window, asking who's making trouble here, only to be surprised that it's none other than Simoon. He didn't expect them to come so quickly, as it's his first time being welcomed like this. Philip says they thought it was enemies, but asks where exactly he went, and what's with all the treasure behind him. He says that surely they can tell that these are the Demon King's military funds, and they both are surprised. He says while searching inside the Demon King's castle, he found these inside a demolished rampart. Given the amount, he thinks the Demon King must have hidden it and forgotten about it. Rogers asks if it's okay to use it, since the Demon King might have cursed it, but Dixon yells telling him to shut the hell up, saying that it's just the same as being stung for a little bit of honey. And he'll overcome any curses with pure willpower, as they can't take away his hair, that shit's already gone. He says this now belongs to their Viscounty, and he won't give it up even if the Demon King himself comes for it. They tell him to calm down, and Simoon explains that the truth is, before the mining operations had begun in full, he used golems and monsters who secretly gathered these emergency funds. However, he needs to use it now for the sake of receiving the refugees, so it cannot be helped. Since their financial problems have been resolved, there's only one thing that comes next. He asks Rogers if he has a moment, as there's something he'd like his help with. It then jumps to the training area, and we see Simoon standing there. He says that he has to learn about the magician developments that have come about in the 500 years after his death, and prioritize growing his circle. However, just in case he encounters a situation in which he can't use magic, or a situation in which magic will not work, he needs to prepare countermeasures. Rogers says that he was quite sad when he hadn't seen him practicing his swordsmanship at all after the accident, so he is quite surprised that he'd suddenly ask for a spar. Simoon says it would be an embarrassment if a successor to a family of warriors is unable to wield the sword. Rogers says he can't hide his joy at hearing such words from him. Simoon charges in, saying it's time to begin, and he swings, and Rogers deflects it, saying that he was worried as he has not held a sword in a while, but it seems that it was a needless concern, as his movements have gotten better than before, and he has gotten stronger. He then tightens the grip on his own sword, saying above all, he can tell that he also has the capability of reading his opponent, as he blocks an attack from him. Rogers tears up a little bit, saying he truly is a descendant of Lord Lacan, and it seems he continued practicing in private. However, it's not enough to satisfy him. It's best for him to loosen the grip on his sword in the situation, and follow up with a counterattack to turn it around. As Simoon does so, Rogers says that a counterattack of that level would serve as an opportunity for his opponent instead. Simoon explains that he has fought countless knights in the past, so he thought he would be able to keep up with him to some degree, but he didn't expect there to be this much of a disparity. A little later, Simoon tells him that he's being too careless, and Rogers says that he can afford to be, as he has yet to hit him a single time. He doesn't know what happened to the shame he spoke of before, but he's really touched after seeing how much his skills have improved, and his rate of growth is truly terrifying. Continuing on this trajectory, he'll be able to grow strong enough to take down the Demon King of 500 years ago. Simoon starts to get annoyed, and Rogers continues saying that he can follow just in Lacan's footsteps. Then Si-moon understands now that Philip's tongue came from none other than his uncle. Si-moon says that he didn't think he would be able to fight him as an equal, but still, land at least a single blow, he doesn't think he'll be able to sleep peacefully tonight. He begins to use physical strengthening on his legs, and dashes forward, telling Rogers that carelessness is his greatest enemy. Rogers smiles, saying that truly is impressive, and we hear their swords clashing. Si-moon looks surprised after seeing a golden light, asking how this could be, as this is impossible. Rogers tells him that he's surprised that he's able to see him move at such speed, but wonders if that means he was holding back while having him as his opponent, and Si-moon says that is the Lacan's golden sword. Si-moon explains that it's a golden sword aura that burns as intensely as the sun. It's a transcendental power that no one can emulate. And there's no way he could ever forget it, as it's the same technique that was used to sever his head in his fight with the hero. Hundreds of years may have passed, but for him, it hasn't even been a year since then. And he can still feel a chill run across his neck, but it also makes his blood boil like crazy. He tells Rogers that he'll punish him if he goes easy on him, so he better face him properly. And he releases a purple aura. Rogers is surprised that he's releasing aura, saying that it's still weak, but he can definitely feel it. Si-moon then runs forward, telling Rogers to answer him. He then says of course, that he always manages to surprise him, as he leaps forward for an attack. Si-moon swings forward, and so does Rogers, as they start fighting for a while. After a bit, Si-moon is gassed out, and Rogers says they should stop here for today. Si-moon tells him he can keep going, but Rogers says that this is enough, and it's not too good for him to push himself too hard. More importantly, he was surprised, since when he could use aura. Si-moon asks what he means, so Rogers explains that that purple aura he showed before is something that surprised him because he never taught him how to do it. Si-moon wonders if maybe his demonic energy leaked out because of how worked up he got. Rogers then tells him that the blood of Lacan truly does flow within him, but Si-moon thinks about it, saying that something is off. Aura is a physical transformation of mana, so simply wrapping his sword in demonic energy would not turn it into aura. He then realizes something, saying that the assassin he fought before was able to use it. Maybe it's because he absorbed his strength after he attacked him. Rogers intends to teach him after he's mastered the silver sword, however, seeing his growth rate, he believes now would be a good time, and tomorrow he shall teach him the golden sword. This catches Si-moon off guard, and he says that this is the technique that killed him, and he can't believe it will be his. He then mentions how he thought it was passed down from person to person, so how was he, who is not the head of the family, able to use it? Rogers says that he must have forgot about it, and he believes he's aware that the previous heads passed away prematurely because of the Demon King's curse. Due to that, their forefathers feared that the family's secret technique would be lost, and so the sword technique was passed down to the commander of the knights who had earned a great deal of trust. Thanks to that, the knight commanders of old were able to protect Sir Lacan's legacy while becoming solid pillars of support for the family. Si-moon says the reason everything didn't fall to ruin despite their early deaths was because something like this was possible. He then says that if he learns the golden sword, he wonders if he'll also be able to become a sword emperor like the founder. Rogers says unfortunately that would be very difficult. The latter half of the truth of swordsmanship was lost 400 years ago, however, becoming a sword master simply by learning the first half is possible. In fact, 7 of the former knight commanders of old were able to become sword masters. Si-moon says he sees, and he can't believe that he would encounter the technique that once killed him just like this. Since Lacan is already dead, it's simply just a sword technique for him to learn, and he'll learn it perfectly to the point that he makes it his own. It jumps to elsewhere as there's a bird soaring high in the sky, and one of the feathers falls down over a plaza, and one of the villagers is surprised, as we see none other than Reina thanking them all for gathering. She says 10 years have now passed since they left the Volga kingdom, and in that time they've lived while facing unending discrimination and persecution. Through the tyranny and oppression of the people and the soldiers of this land, they have had to bear many wounds and endure much pain. Not only has she failed to protect them, she even failed to even protest, and simply wallowed in her own self-resentment as she watched on powerlessly. However, she can no longer stand to stay trapped in these circumstances, so tonight they will leave this land, journeying to the Lacan fiefdom. The decision has been made unilaterally by her, but she believes this path is one that will provide even a slightly better future for the rest of them. She understands that they're all worried whether the events are going to repeat themselves again, and she also can't force the decision on them, since they already bear wounds. But even so, she wonders if they will believe in her once more and follow her, so that they can escape this land ruled by oppression and filled with despair, walking together towards a new beginning. She bows, asking that they please stand with her. As she sits there anxiously waiting, they ask why she would even wonder something so obvious. She called them here so suddenly, they were worried something bad had happened, then remind her that they wouldn't follow just anyone. They know better than that, and her devotion and the hardship she faces for them all impacts them deeply, and they are grateful for her. So there's no need for her to apologize, because they understand that this is probably the best decision for them, so they are prepared to believe in her no matter what. But one of her butlers says that there's something she has not told her. They followed her of their own will, so she has nothing to fear. She starts feeling hella emotional, thanking everybody so much. Then the butler says that a letter has just arrived, telling them that the raft and trailer are prepared. She asks about the Count's movements, and he tells her that he has not realized their intentions yet. She says that's a relief, asking if they can avoid the detection of so many people. Victor tells her that won't be a concern, as he's already taken precautions by making them a mask. Sometime later, we hear a man yelling, asking what the hell happened, because the slums are completely empty of any form of life. The guards say that they were there last night, and the other dude says that he told him to watch closely, asking why he withdrew the soldiers. He says he had no choice because of the disease. The man holds up a fake mask, asking if this is what he meant, saying that it's only meant to feign a disease, and he can't believe he fell for such a trick. Manhwa sits there watching all of this, and is pissed, calling them idiots, and yells after slamming his hand on his seat, saying that he helped and showed Reina kindness, yet she betrays him. He refuses to let this slide, as some soldiers begin approaching him, and they call out greeting him. We see a scorpion on one of their capes, as it's soaked in blood. The man says that the entire scorpion cavalry unit has returned from the battlefield. Manhwa walks over towards him, smiling, saying this is perfect. They will be setting off immediately, and it seems like heaven has taken his side. He looks at a bird, talking about Reina as if a metaphor for trapping her in a cage. He says that he'll make sure she bitterly regrets having run away from him to begin with. Some time later, we see a caravan full of people traveling. One of the kids looks very tired and tells his mother that he can't walk anymore as he falls to his knees. She tells him that it's just a little further. Somebody ahead calls out to Victor, saying that it seems like the people have reached the limits of their stamina, saying they should take a break. Victor says that they don't know when the Count's forces will catch up to them, and they have to hold out until they reach the Nair River. The man says that at this rate, they'll collapse before they even reach the river. Reina says that they should do as he says. Victor's surprised, telling her that time is of the essence. She says it's important that they make it without anyone getting injured. It should be alright to at least fill their hungry stomachs. They start making food. Victor tells her to let the guards watch over her. She says she's fine and that he should take care of the others first. Victor says that she hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. If she were to collapse, the people would fall into chaos. Reina says that it's due to her own incompetence that the people are suffering as such because she is powerless. Victor tells her not to say that, as she is their pillar of moral support. It is her that they have followed all this way. No matter what may come, they will never abandon her. As such, she should eat and recover her strength. She starts to smile, looking at the food, then thanks him. They then hear a whistling sound. Victor looks panicked, saying there's no way, asking if the Count's already caught up, because the villagers start screaming, saying to run. As the horses roll on in, the scorpion cavalry throw nets, trapping the villagers. Reina and Victor begin shaking as they watch everybody get captured. The scorpion cavalryman smiles, saying that it's too late, as they have completely surrounded both Victor and Reina. They tell her it's time to go back, and she should follow them quietly, and we are introduced to the leader, Viper June. June says that if she values her citizens' lives, she needs to return, as they start pointing their weapons at them. Victor calls them cowards, asking how dare they take unarmed civilians hostage and threaten them, asking if they have no shame as knights. June says that he wonders, asking if they really have any right to speak after running away like rats under the cover of night. Victor says they were the ones who gave them no choice but to do this in the first place. June asks what he's talking about, saying that they were the ones who escalated the situation and disregarded his grace after he took in refugees with nowhere to go, and after all their selfish actions, they decided to flee by night. If this is how the princess, who is also called the saintess, behaves, it's not fitting of her name. Victor asks if he doesn't remember what he did to their citizens. They imposed greater taxes on them than the other ones, and dragged away people, forcing them into labor like slaves, and that this blatant discrimination has made them suffer unjustly. In spite of all of that, they dare to run their mouths, speaking such nonsense. June says that's none of his business as he snaps his fingers. One of his men unsheathed his blade, walking over to a citizen. He says that their orders were only related to Reina anyways, so they should choose whether to send away their princess and let the citizens be free, or to all die here together. Reina says if she returns alone, she wants to know if they'll truly let her people free. Victor says that she can't. June laughs, saying that he swears on the scorpion name. Victor tells her that she can't fall for their words, and that she should just run and abandon them. But Reina reminds him that she is the last member of the Volga Kingdom's royal family, so how could she abandon the people to run off on her own? He just told her that she was the moral support of the people, however she is nothing without the people. She is prepared to sacrifice everything if it's for their sake, so he should take care of the citizens in her place. Victor starts tearing up. The citizens also begin crying. Reina walks forward towards the cavalry and asks if this is really the will of the world. If so, she will accept it without complaints, but she has one regret. She wasn't able to express her gratitude to Simoon. June starts laughing, saying that he can't believe she caused so much trouble if things were going to turn out this way in the end, and that he'll escort her safely to the Count. She looks sad, and June says that now, since they've safely secured her, he shall give the Count's final orders, and that is for them to kill all of them. All of his men begin laughing while brandishing their weapons, as the villagers scream, begging for someone to help them. Reina asks what they are doing, as they all swore that they would let her people go. June asks when he said something like that to begin with. She starts feeling intense panic, asking if this means he lied, and he waves his men to escort her away. As they start taking her, Victor charges in, telling them to let go, and that he'll cut them all down. June sends his horse forward, and as he and Victor are about to clash, he stabs Victor straight in the chest, saying that he doesn't know if he was a famous knight when he was young or something, but now he's just an old man. Reina screams out to his name as Victor holds onto his wound. June says this is a blessing for them. He wanted to let people know exactly what situation they've landed themselves in, and once Victor's head comes off, perhaps the others will understand. As the blade starts to swing down, Reina begins crying, screaming no, only for a purple aura to come out, stopping June from swinging his attack. It causes his horse to freak out, and June asks what's going on. Victor also looks up confused, and Reina as well, but then she starts to realize what it is, as her eyes are full of hope once more, and they all look up to spot somebody standing atop a tree. She begins crying, saying that Simoon came and begins thanking him. Simoon says he doesn't know what's going on. But looking at what's happening, he doesn't believe there will be a need for mercy with everybody here. Victor says that he thought they were done for, but he's come to help them, and he's ashamed of himself. Then he begins thanking Simoon. June repeats his name. Victor can't believe he let it slip and goes to panic. June says that he sees, and he thought his face looked familiar, but it turns out he's the young lord of the Lacan Viscounty. He did think something was odd. The princess suddenly ran off in the night despite staying quiet for so long. He felt that surely had to be someone supporting her in secret, but it turns out the thread of hope she clung to was the ignorant brat of a Viscounty falling into ruin. He says it sure is a shame for the princess, asking his men what they're sitting around for, saying to go kill him. As his men start heading towards the tree, Simoon stretches out his hand as his bracelet glows, and he says to heed my call and calls out for his immortal army. The crowd begins to crack, and he begins to cry tears of blood and even spits blood from his mouth, saying that they need to lead their enemies to hell and clear away all enemies in sight. The golems begin breaking out from the ground, screaming, surrounding the entire army within seconds. The cavalry say they've never seen so many golems this big before, and June asks what's his deal as he just summoned golems, asking how. One of the golems rears back its fist, coming in for a punch, hitting the cavalryman in the leg, sending him flying. Another one gets his horse grabbed. The cavalry tell each other to calm down, as they're just some low-grade golems, and so durability and speed are far below a gigant's, and they'll win if they just make use of their mobility. Simoon then begins to use his marionette ability to control them, and smashes the ground, sending out a shockwave that also sends debris flying through the air, hitting some of the cavalrymen, completely dismantling the entire troop. Jun looks surprised, saying this is impossible. He then hops off his horse, grabbing onto Reina's wrist, and puts a blade to her throat, telling him to stop. If he makes a single move, he'll kill the princess, so if he cares for her life, he needs to stop. Simoon activates Blink, teleporting directly into Jun's face, grabbing onto his head, slamming him into a nearby tree. Jun's helmet breaks, and his eyes go white. Simoon then grabs him by the throat, telling him not to dredge up annoying memories. He's already in a bad mood, but he's setting him off even more, asking if he really wants to die that badly. Jun says that he's not going to get away with doing this to him, as the count will not stand by. Simoon puts his finger to his head, saying that he thought he warned him. Jun begs to stop, and we hear a very loud bang sound as Jun drops to his knees. Reina looks surprised and calls out to Simoon, as we see him standing in front of what I assume is Jun's corpse. He then walks back towards her, and she asks how he got here, but he just tells her to take the refugees and hide for a short while. She just stares at the back of his head, surprised, and he walks before some more of the cavalrymen. They ask how Jun got done in so easily. They say that in a battle without gigantes, a mage's ability determines the tides of battle, but they didn't think it was true. They've heard plenty about how a mage above the 7th circle determined the victory of a war, but they've never heard of one that uses golems, and that's more like the Demon King than it is a mage. Simoon says the moment they resolved for war with a charge at him, they should have been prepared for death. They begin getting afraid of his aura, and ask how they're meant to beat a monster like this, and they give up, starting to run away from the golems. Simoon blocks them using firewall so they can't escape, asking if they really thought he'd just let them leave. He then starts to unsheath his blade, saying that they are going to die here, every single one of them. A little later, that night, they're all dismounted from their horses as they lay dead on the floor. Simoon then turns, looking at Reina, who's in disbelief. Simoon says they may have taken care of the enemies here, but they don't know when more pursuers will come, and he'll escort her to the river where the raft is, and that she should follow. One of the men tells him to stop right there. Simoon wonders what's going on, and the dude says that he's grateful for his help, but he should not get any closer to Her Highness. Asking what's the deal with the strength he displayed, as they've never heard of the Lacan family possessing the ability to move golems, and the magic he displayed felt different from normal. He had a dark and unsettling energy, asking if that was dark magic, wondering how the son of a family of knights could call upon a power like that. Simoon realizes now that he's made a mistake. Because he had momentarily lost himself, he ended up revealing his abilities to too many people. It was unlike him. She isn't even Katarina, and yet, he still did it. He wonders if it's because of his foolishness in his past life, being unable to save her, and he calls himself laughable. He says that he doesn't have time to explain, but the dude says that even if he says that, they can't just let it go. Asking how he could use such a blasphemous power. Simoon says that he may call it blasphemous, but it is the reason that they are all alive, asking if he's wrong. The dude says that he may be right, but the path of black magic is one that can't be, asking if he's not ashamed of himself as a descendant of the warrior Lacan. Reina then starts to speak up, telling them to please stop. The method matters not, it does not change the fact that he saved them. To begin with, Simoon would not taint himself with black magic. Simoon says no. Given the circumstances, he does not want to lie. We see Jun's corpse, and his golems, as he explains that just as they have all seen, this strength is the black magic of the Demon King who had died 500 years ago. The villagers begin panicking, asking how someone can use the power of the long-dead Demon King, asking if maybe he has been revived. Simoon tells them not to fear about that, as he has not been revived. It is simply that the crystallization of all of the knowledge regarding the power to throw the entire world into chaos has reappeared into this world. Because of his curse, his body has been weak since his youth. He was even slow to learn the family's swordsmanship. Whenever he would get upset and frustrated in order to clear his mind, he would enter the place in which his forefather achieved great things, the Demon King's castle. But one day, by pure luck, he discovered a passageway that the Demon King had hidden away. By hitting a secret button in the stairwell, it opened up a chamber. He was so surprised as a child, and it led deep into the depths of the Demon King's castle. And there was the entirety of the Demon King's legacy. He decided to grab one of the books off the shelves. And the fear of him opening a door that was forbidden to him was just brief. As he had finally looked into it, he was more happy than nervous because he understood that he could overcome his natural limits. After that, he slowly learned magic and controlled golems and secrets. The result of that is the power they see before them now. Of course, using the Demon King's power, despite being a descendant of the hero, is an act deserving of criticism. But no matter how earnest he may be, he had no other options available to him. He needed the strength to protect what was precious to him. Reina looks touched, but the villager guy says that he can't excuse this. Victor yells, saying that's enough. As Si-moon told them, everybody is currently safe. At the very least, they are not in a position to judge right and wrong. Whether it be the strength of the Demon King or a devil, he doesn't care. All they can do is be grateful that they were saved. And they will keep their silence regarding what has transpired here today, so he should not worry. And then he thanks him from the deepest depths of his heart. Si-moon closes his eyes, glad that it went well, thanking them for their understanding. He says luckily it looks like he's managed to win some of them over, but it doesn't seem that they're all convinced. And he'll have to put in a little effort after this is over. Victor says they don't know when the Count's men will catch up, so they must be on their way. So they need to quickly head to the Lacan Viscounty. For some reason, it shows a boat, maybe to show that they made it there. But back to Monoke, he's throwing a glass on the ground, saying not only did he have the princess and her refugees stolen, but the scorpions were annihilated as well. And that they were his strongest cavalry unit, also their pride. All because of that godforsaken Lacan Viscounty. He can't believe they lost. One of his men says that considering how the Order of Shadow fell, it may be that other nobles have secretly provided him support, making a move without knowing the enemy's exact military strength would be dangerous. Monoke tells him to shut the hell up, asking if him merely getting lucky twice in a row scares him, as he cannot simply allow those weaklings to do as they wish, so he needs to send a message to his Imperial Majesty. Saying that, how dare Si-moon make a fool of his territory, and we see the cage has now been opened. He says that he will brand his very bones with regret. Back at the Viscounty, though, we see Victor and Reina sharing a table with everybody else that's important there. Han says they received a message from the Imperial family. It states that they have permitted a territory war between Monoke and the Lacan Viscounty. Victor says that the Count must have been behind this, as Reina apologizes, saying this is due to them. Rogers says not at all, considering his cruelty, this was inevitable. Reina says that's right, and she doesn't have to worry about it. He even attempted to assassinate Si-moon despite having no connection to him. Rogers does say that there is something he doesn't understand. As justification for the war, Monoke said that his soldiers had harm caused to them. Reina and Victor freeze up, as Philip says that they have never even laid eyes on the scorpions before, asking how he can make such a bold-faced lie. Rogers says that he doesn't understand how the Imperial family could allow this to pass, and this must be an obvious case of nepotism. Si-moon says this is not the time to be arguing about such petty matters. Right now, they will focus on how they will get through this urgent situation. He asks Rogers what their military forces are like at this moment. Rogers says they are in the midst of recruiting young men from the refugees. The problem is that they do not have the time to train them. Whether they will be of use on the battlefield is a different question. Si-moon asks about the gigants, and Mute says they have been using the remaining funds of their territory by purchasing scrapped gigants and repairing them, but because of time constraints, they are only able to dispatch the 3 they have. They are absolutely going to be lacking compared to the enemies. Si-moon thinks about it, but Reina raises her hand, saying that if it's gigants, they also have one. They realize that she's right, and they are talking about none other than Myrrh. They have confirmed its performance at the arena, so it will be a great help, but they don't have any riders available to pilot it. Reina says that's not a concern, as Victor has prior experience controlling them. Victor says that he's nothing more than an old man now, but he is confident that the experience he's gathered all this time will not fall behind anyone else's. He will do his utmost to ensure this household does not fall into ruin, and that he wants to be trusted and allowed to fight. Rogers says of course they trust in the skills of the famed and renowned captain of the Volga Kingdom's knights. Philip says that he thought he was just an old man, but it turns out he's somewhat impressive. Roger then smacks some sense into him, and he says that he's not a good captain. Victor says that reminds him that they also have the Volga Kingdom's knights. They were hiding their identities due to the pressure from the Count, but they have been continuing their training in secret. Roger says that will be reliable. Mute then chimes in, saying that he does not wish to drown out their hopes, but the situation is precarious. The Count is confirmed to have at least 80 gigants, among them 5 are knight grade. In the modern age, battles are influenced greatly by the grade and number. The difference between warrior grade and knight grade is the difference between a young child and an adult. 10 warrior grades would be on par with a single knight grade. They are already outnumbered, but even the grades of their gigants are superior. However many ordinary knights they dispatch, it will still be a disadvantage, but Simoon says that might change. If their enemies were unable to use gigants at all, maybe they would have a possibility of victory. Mute says that may be true. Rendering such a large number of gigants inoperable would be quite the spectacle. Simoon says he's not saying they should act directly on their enemies' gigants, they just need to force the situation such that they are unable to make use of them. As he knows, the topography surrounding the territory is varied. To the east and west are large cliffs. To the north is a forest. The only option the enemies have to invade them would be by the south, and they would have to travel by sea. There is a high chance they will transport most of their gigants by ship, and they will prepare a trap there on the beaches, placing obstacles to prevent their gigants from embarking, and they will attack their exposed men with long-distance artillery. Of course, they cannot ignore other possible routes of invasion, they will have to consider that from now on. It is only natural to feel at disadvantage due to the difference in numbers, but there is no need to already be taken by fear. With them now, they have Rogers the captain of their Order of Knights, and a famed and renowned captain of the Knights of the Volga Kingdom. In terms of individual capabilities, they are more than capable of standing up against Lord Manhwa, rather they exceed him. Together they will definitely achieve victory. They start getting hyped up, saying there is no way they could just sit still after hearing this, and whatever may come, they will follow Simoon. Reina says she was at a loss, but now she can see hope. Strangely enough, if they stand by him, the thought of losing doesn't even come to mind. Victor says they did witness a miracle firsthand after all, and this war too will see them as the victors. Philip says now is not the time for this, and he will prepare and hurry for war. Mute also says he'll go do his bit, and they all start heading out one by one. As they all start to leave, closing the door behind them, Simoon starts to cast some magic, and puts a seal on the door. He then starts coughing and falls down into his chair, as blood comes out of his mouth. He says that being overcome with anger and losing himself is coming back to him to bite him in the ass, and it seems that he used more mana than he could handle. His condition is so unstable that he can't even control the flow of mana, and at this rate, his circle might break. It then jumps to Simoon drawing something on the floor elsewhere in the mine, and he says, "This is good, as this should be more than enough. It's good that there was an okay spot under the mine, and he should be able to finish the ritual here without anyone noticing." After being reborn as the heir to the family due to the curse he possesses, his mana circle was unstable. After taking in demonic energy, it had been converted to a black circle, and thanks to that he was able to overcome his body's limits, and his magic power had reached the 6th circle in one go. However, he had lost himself to his emotions during a fight against the scorpions, and used a large amount of mana that reached the limits of his circle. As a result, he ended up straining his black circle, and it is once again on the verge of breaking. In order to resolve this situation, he needs an existence that can restore his magic power, like Hutrath did to him before. In other words, he needs a demon kin. In ancient times, black magic summoned demon kin to gain power. The problem is that they simply sold their souls off in order to make that contract. While all he has to do is reinforce his magic power, instead of a contract in which he borrows a demon kin's strength, he must absorb one in its entirety, and steal its abilities and demonic energy to fully control its strength and magic power. Of course, given that he cannot freely use magic at the moment, summoning a high-ranking one would be difficult. First he must summon a low-ranking one, then, all that's left is the sacrifice. Normally, one would sacrifice an animal or a human, but he has a more suitable replacement. Within the blood of a mage that bears mana and demonic energy lies more than enough spiritual power, which means it's very suitable for this ritual. To begin with, he's reluctant to sacrifice an unrelated life in order to achieve his goals, though that is a ridiculous position to have for the demon king that attempted to murder all of humanity. Now that he thinks about it, there were those who shared the same ideology as him, which was the school of darkness that followed him. They were a group of humans deeply disillusioned with humanity, but they had not forgotten any respect and virtues held for life. He had not heard of the name after his reincarnation, so they must have disappeared alongside his death. His chest begins hurting as his condition is worsening. He says he must hurry, and he starts to do the ritual by sticking out his hand, sending his blood pellets everywhere. It begins to fly out from the circle, and he readies himself. As a giant aura forms in front of him, he says to take form. The aura begins to take shape into something, as we see a foot hit the ground. There are actually 3 whole creatures that have spawned in. Simoon says despite their appearances, they're still low ranked, and with only 3 of them, he should be able to take them on even without magic. We then hear a voice asking how dare he call on them so carelessly. Everything in the mine begins to shake violently, and Simoon's surprised that there were more. As we see a giant cat's fangs, it lets out a roar, which surprises Simoon. It starts to walk forward, saying that it is the demon realm's king of endless pain, named Sebastian. It asks Simoon if he's ready to pay the price for summoning him. Simoon is confused, saying that the circle was meant for low-ranked ones, and given his current condition, there's no way he can take on a demon kitten of a high rank too. However, this doesn't mean he can just leave them behind and run away, as they would cause a huge uproar if they were to appear in his fief. Given the situation, he needs to erase the magic circle and forcefully send them back. Sebastian says that it seems that he is stricken with fear at his presence, and says fear not, human. If he quietly hands over his soul, he shall grant him a quick death. Simoon asks who he's saying is full of fear, and he was just thinking about how he would go about taking them down. The lizard orc guy lifts a rock into the air and throws it, but Simoon dodges it. Medusa then comes in for an attack, but is surprised by something as he starts to unsheath his blade, and he blocks it. It instantly starts to petrify his sword, turning it into stone. He says that would have been dangerous if it hit him. More rocks begin flying in, and he dodges them, saying they're not giving him a break. At this rate, he can't even close the magic circle. He'll just have to run away, but he thinks about it, saying there has to be something he can do. He spots something, as there is water dripping out nearby, and he wonders if maybe there is a river flowing above. He then leaps up towards the surface, saying that if that's the case, it's his only option. The bat begins to prepare an attack, shooting out a fire missile towards him. As it gets close to Simoon, he turns and smiles, casting blink to dodge it. The bat is confused as it explodes the ceiling. Water begins pouring in. Catching the monsters off guard, Simoon watches while holding onto a nearby crystal, saying that using magic even once places quite the burden on his body. But this means that they won't be able to move, so he can use this opportunity to erase the magic. Sebastian's claws appear on the ledge, and Simoon is surprised. He says there is no way Sebastian is unharmed, as Bro just looks terrified at the water. Sebastian says that he will no longer hold back, and he needs to bow his head in front of him at once, and beg for forgiveness, as this is his last chance. Simoon says that his sword is broken, and his black circle is at its limit, so he can't summon golems either. His body has long since reached what it's capable of. However, that doesn't mean he'll just sit idly by. He gets in front of Sebastian, who says that he made a wise choice, and he will swallow him whole, making it painless. Simoon begins using muscle strengthening, and he starts coughing due to the strain. Sebastian is confused, saying there's no way, and Simoon spits out some of his blood, saying that he has no more reasons to give up. Despite how he may look, he's experienced all sorts of things, asking Sebastian if he thought he wouldn't notice. He asks what he means, and Simoon runs forward. Sebastian tells him to wait, as he has changed his mind. If he stops now, he will take him as his subordinate, and he'll turn a blind eye to everything he's done so far. He just needs to swear loyalty to him, and he will lend his strength. Sebastian pleads, telling him to stop, as Simoon comes in with an attack. We see a giant explosion, and from the smoke, Simoon smiles, saying that he knew it. Then we see a little foot and a tiny ear, as Sebastian was a small-ass little puss in boots. Simoon says that his true form is just sad, as Sebastian wonders how he figured it out. Simoon says his disguise was flawless, so he wasn't sure, but for a high rank, demonkin acting so flustered because of water was odd, so he took a gamble. He's fought against his kind so many times that he's sick of it, so he's well aware of these kinds of things. Sebastian tells him to stop putting on airs, because even with this form, he can easily take care of a human like himself. Simoon asks if he really thinks so and starts to use Hutrath's power, telling him to try it if he wants. Sebastian's scared, asking how the aura of a demon lord is coming from him. Simoon says it's a given, since he's consumed one. Sebastian asks who the hell he is to do that. Simoon asks if he's heard of his name. And then Sebastian thinks about it, asking if perhaps he means the worst demon king in history that is still spoken of in the demon realm even now. He drops a log in his pants, wondering if that's him, and Simoon throws him to the floor, saying that he doesn't care whether he recognizes him or not. He then summons Blackbind, saying that Sebastian's going to die here either way. Sebastian calls him master and immediately starts hugging his leg, saying that he's made a grave mistake, assuming he would hardly grant him any demonic energy. Simoon says that's something he'll figure out once he does, but Sebastian says that if he spares his life, he'll offer unending loyalty to him, and despite his appearance, he is known as the greatest phantom thief in the demon realm. Simoon says a thief doesn't sound that bad, but Sebastian adds on, saying that he is well versed in medicine and is incredibly skilled at producing it, and he's sure that he'll be of help. Simoon is intrigued by this, and tells him that he has a question. He then asks if something is possible, as he whispers to him. Sebastian says of course, that's his area of expertise. Simoon then asks another one. Sebastian says yes. Simoon then decides to let him go, and sticks out his hand towards him, and says that he will receive him as a contracted demon. Sebastian looks super relieved, but really excited too, saying that he's very glad. Then as he and Simoon go to shake hands, Simoon reaches past his hand, and we see a shining light, and as he says a house cat ought to have a collar to match. His necklace is enchanted with a contract of insubordination. If he attempts to rebel against him, it will automatically strangle him, so he should be careful. Sebastian said that he was just going to try to find an easy way out and escape, but now he can't. Simoon also tells him that he's abandoned the name, so to call him by Luke, and Sebastian says of course. Sebastian then asks what he's trying to do now. Simoon says the contract has been established, so he's going to do what he intended to do from the beginning. Sebastian asks what that is, as he's looking at the pool of water with the monster's corpses. Simoon says having one contract, the demon is more than enough. Sebastian asks what he means, and Simoon tells him that if he doesn't want to get caught up, he needs to step back, as he's not going to leave a single shred of evidence behind, and he's going to consume all three of these demons. As he picks them all up, he says this will be nice, and then he starts to carefully handle them, but Sebastian says that he can't believe he's contracted with such a ridiculous man, and he starts to wonder if maybe he's in serious trouble, because this is definitely a villain. It then jumps to outside, as Simoon is using Dark Bullet on a tree, causing it to explode, completely destroying it. It seems that he can now use Sixth Circle magic without trouble. After consuming them, he repeated summoning and consuming more for several days. His circle has been making a very smooth recovery, but still, maybe it's because of the scuffle from subduing them that his clothes are now a complete mess, and that it would be troublesome if others saw him like this. On cue, Philip yells out his name, saying that he's been looking for him forever, then asks what happens to his clothes, wondering if he's maybe injured. Simoon says it's nothing, asking if there's something wrong. Philip says that this is why he's here. They have received intelligence that Monake's army is approaching their territory, and they are approaching from both the southern seas and the northern forest. As they are marching through the forest, and the sea simultaneously approaching the south, on the boat we hear someone talking as they are looking out over at the Viscounty, and they say this is rather unlike the Count, mobilizing the entire army just for the sake of getting rid of a single place like this. Mylon says that they say a tiger hunts even a rabbit with all its strength, and they escape through pure luck, so they must crush even their very desire to oppose them. Also, it would be best not to look down on them, as there's a very strong man there. The dude can't believe that Mylon's acting so tough after losing the arena, wondering why the Count even gave him a second chance. The dude says that he's very sure they've made their preparations. As we see Hans atop a wall, and their ranged weapons ready, Hans yells telling all forces to fire. They then do exactly that, launching attacks straight towards the boats. The dude says they sure are trying hard, and they don't even know how pointless it all is, but they do say that even a cornered rat will bite a cat. Straight Dr. Seuss bars. They then open the hatch, and as a gigant crawls out of it, holding onto a staff, they begin casting a spell which blocks the arrows from the front of the ship. The soldiers can't believe there was a rune knight among the Count's riders, and the man starts laughing, saying no matter how hard they fight back, they're nothing more than rats in the face of him and his gigant. We learn that a rune knight are those who can freely wield both aura and a mage's mana. The soldiers say this is their first time seeing one, asking if they're that amazing. The other man replies, as there was a time when they were looked down on for being half-baked at both, but if they are skilled with gigants, then this changes everything. They can connect to the gigant's internal magic stone and amplify its strength and become monsters that can command a level of power rivaling those of higher-ranked mages of a magic tower. The mage is laughing, saying that it seems like they tried their best to stop the fleet's flow to the gigants, but all that means nothing to him. As he raises the gigant's arm into the air, he begins to activate some kind of core. As the man shoots out a giant ice attack forwards called Frost Wave, the gigant then raises the staff once more, slamming it into the front of the ship, causing one of the ranged weapons to explode. The soldiers begin panicking and running as the mage laughs. He says now the obstacles that were in their way have all been cleared out, and it's time for the gigants to dismount and take the beaches. As they are doing exactly that, running towards the castle wall, they say that they were expecting a grand battle, but it seems like things are going to end quickly. The mage tells Mylon that it'd be nice if they struggled more, but Mylon realizes that something is wrong. Even though so many gigants are approaching, they have not sent out a single one, wondering what the plan is. Hans then tells the second artillery unit to get ready. As the cannons light up, they fire out giant balls. The mage says that they need to think of something new as he casts shield to deflect the attacks as the warriors cut through them, but a purple goo starts to spill out onto all of their gigants. They wonder what this is, saying maybe it's wine. They then notice that it begins to stick to the gigants, and they start panicking, asking what this is. The mage is surprised, as the gigants' hands begin locking up, their bodies begin stiffening up as well, because the liquid is hardening, causing them to be unable to control them. Hans yells, saying that their opponents are confused, so now is their chance. We then see them from the barrel of a weapon as another round of attacks begin flying out. The gigant pilots say that they need to run, but their bodies won't move. We see Sebastian eating an apple, saying that things sure have become a mess, and he was wondering why he was in such a rush, but it was just because of this. A few days ago, he was captured and had a really weird request. It was if he could make a strong glue that will stick no matter what. Of course, that's impossible. It was a request that he's never heard. Throughout the centuries that he's been alive, there's no way it would be possible, except it was because his life depended on it. He was really worked to the bone, so he'll make sure that he pays Simoon back for this humiliation. After he finishes the apple, he throws away the core, then looks over towards the gigant, saying that since he played a part of it, of course the result would be as such, and he'll take a nap until everything's over, as the cannon fire continues. One of the engineers say that they've never heard of a drug like this. Bullhead says that the Count made a gigant unit unusable in one fell swoop, and the other one asked if this is a secret weapon passed down in the family as well. Bullhead says that this isn't enough. A great number of them have fallen, but there are still many left, especially those two in the middle, as they're definitely night grade ones. The mage says that he guesses everyone has their own strength, and while he may be good, it's not enough. He tightens the grip on his staff, and starts to channel water from the ground using an ability called Water Strike. It launches forward towards the gates, as he says he'll take them down in a single blow. Philip says not on his watch, as he comes in using his phantom sword, cutting the magic apart, dashing towards the mage. The mage is surprised. He says that he's not enough, because that's what his bodyguard's for. As Mylon's gigant comes in with an attack, Philip manages to block it, but it sends him back a little bit, and he says that he can't believe that he's able to keep up with his speed. Mylon says that it's about time he appeared, and he's waited for this day for a long time. Philip says that he heard he was dismissed, but he sure doesn't seem rusty. Mylon says that having the opportunity to take him down is the chance of a lifetime, so he'll make sure to win this time. Philip said that he wouldn't speak of his identity, but it looks like he's already sold him out, asking if all of the Count's men are liars. Mylon tightens the grip on his mace, telling Philip not to get too cocky, as he comes in for an attack. The mage watches, saying that Mylon is perfect for these kinds of physical fights anyways. And it's a shame, but he guesses he'll have to make do with that. As we see a Gigan in front of him, which we recognize as Myrrh, Mylon says that he's aware that the family is poor, but he's disappointed that his opponent is just some old scrap of metal. Victor says not to look down on him as he tightens the grip of his blade, and he says that as the last knight captain of the Volga kingdom, he will face him with his life on the line. The mage begins laughing, and Victor asks if something's funny. The mage says that he didn't expect to hear such a familiar name, and that he's as stiff as ever, calling him Captain Victor. Victor asks if he knows who he is, and the man asks if he's forgotten about him, as that's quite disappointing, as it's none other than Canyon, the knight's orders failure. At the same time, in the forest to the north of the territory, we see Simoon soaring over the trees as he looks down, saying that it seems like he's not too late. As the soldiers begin clashing with one another, he says that he made the right choice to leave soldiers stationed here. The Count raised his power through countless territorial wars, so he's not someone he can afford to look down on. It's a relief that it seems like he mobilized most of the Gigants to the south, so there are only normal soldiers here. It was the right call to assume he would attempt to invade through another route as well, and station the soldiers beforehand. Of course, he has so few men that it's hard to station them, even in one location. So it was a tough decision to send them to the forest, but he managed to solve that problem another way. As we see one of the bandits' hair rags, he starts screaming, running with his axe, heading a couple of the knights away, but it's not just him, as the other bandits are here too. He says there can be no better chance than this to repay the young lord who's helped them so much, and that they need to do their best to take the enemies down. He says it's nice that taking in the bandits' citizens and training them bore good results. Their experience in live combat will be greatly beneficial. One of the knights yell, asking his men what they are doing, saying they need to overwhelm them with numbers, attacking them together. As they go in for attacks, we see a hand come out, pulling the bandit away, as he's single-handedly deflecting their attacks, but also fending them off. We get a glimpse as it's revealed to be Rogers. Rogers deflects one of their swords, and then dashes forward, killing two of them instantly. He says it's dangerous to advance too deep into the enemy's formation, so they must be careful. Their goal is not to eradicate them, but to hold strong until they receive the orders to fall back. Simoon says that Rogers is making up for what the warriors lack with his own experience. Honestly, it's far exceeding his expectations, but if they train them more, they'll become a reliable force. However, it would be disadvantageous to enter a battle of attrition, so they must hurry. He then whistles, hella loudly, that it echoes throughout the forest, causing the soldiers to panic. Rogers recognizes it, and sees Simoon waving. He says the preparations are now complete, so they can proceed. He then yells, getting all forces alerted, saying they need to retreat. The knight looks confused, asking what they're doing, saying his men need to chase them down. As they start doing so, they follow them through the forest, over a river, and into a canyon. As the knights finally catch up to them, saying they have nowhere to run, and that this land will become their grave, Rogers stares at them, saying he's misunderstanding something. They've accomplished their goal. The knight says he has no idea what he's talking about, and Rogers says they're the ones cornered here, as they're the ones with nowhere to run, telling his men to light it up. As they start lighting some fuses, it begins lighting all the way over to some barrels, causing them to explode into the air, using debris to block them off from one another. The soldiers are confused, asking what this is, and if they're trying to buy time, saying they're already in a dead end, so what's the point, and they're just boxing themselves there. Rogers says that those of this fiefdom do not enter the mountains recklessly. They are cautioned greatly from a young age, asking the knight if he knows why. He asks if him being cornered made him turn into a schizo freak, but Rogers says that it's because this land contains a monster's nest. As we see, the monsters have actually come up to help. The knight panics, and Rogers says that since long ago, those who set foot in this land would die, never to be seen again. Simoon says everything's gone according to plan. Now if they just resolve things in the south, it'll all be over, and it feels like things are working out rather easily than he thought. He then notices something as there's smoke in the forest. He wonders if it's a forest fire, but says that is the Western Front, and says there's no way, wondering if there are even more soldiers that were mobilized. It then jumps to a little later, as Simoon is using Dark Bullet, taking care of the knights. He hops back up into a tree, saying that with this, he's taken care of to some extent, only for there to be a giant explosion. He then wonders if that site's in a bad state too, so he runs over. He says he didn't think this would happen, and he took the count too lightly. And they just keep coming as if there's no end in sight. This is taking longer than he expected, and he'll end up going to the south part later than planned. His only choice is to hope they're holding on well. We see a sword into the ground, as Victor is panting. And Canyon is standing before him, saying that he's held on for longer than expected, but that ends now. Thinking he had a fair fight against him with that kind of scrap metal was laughable. If he'd simply stayed quietly in the territory, he wouldn't have had to do something this. And he wonders what he saw in Simoon to take the hand of some brat, and he's as difficult to understand as ever. Victor says he could say the same to him. Despite swearing his loyalty to the kingdom, he sold himself out to Manhwa, saying surely he feels shame as a knight, and that his opportunistic nature has not changed in the slightest. Canyon says to just call him clever instead. Unlike the inflexible Volga kingdom, Manhwa is someone who properly recognizes his ability. Thanks to that, he's enjoying his new life. Victor says he's still weighed down by the incident. Canyon starts charging up another spell, saying that he wants to leave the small talk aside, and in return for the respect he once had for him, and that he will end him quickly in a single blow, as he sends out ice lances. We get a flashback to 15 years ago at the Order of Volga. Canyon yells, seeing that he will not accept this, as he definitely outperformed him in the past duels, wondering why he got promoted instead of him. The man says that even if he argues about this to him, Canyon pleads that there must be some kind of misunderstanding. We then hear Victor asking what's going on, and Canyon says that he's glad he's here. Victor asks what they're disagreeing about. Canyon says that he's come at a great time, and there's a big mistake with the promotion evaluations. Victor says that if it's regarding that, then it was according to his orders, and that he used magic in the promotion exam, asking if he didn't. Canyon asks how he noticed, and Victor says that utilizing a different power in a placement for him to display swordsmanship is grounds for disqualification. Canyon says that he combined it with his swordsmanship to display his own unique style, and that he was able to do what others could not, so he should be evaluated as such. Victor says that the examination only served to evaluate his swordsmanship, and he doesn't believe there's any need for further elaboration. Canyon shakes his fist, saying that he can't accept it, asking if he could be determined to keep him in check, because he himself can't use magic, and that he must feel threatened by his ability, and he is disgracefully allowing himself to be led by his jealousy. Victor says he's not worth hearing out any further, and as he walks away, Canyon asks if he's wanting to run away, telling him to rebuttal against his statements. Victor says he'll tell him at least this much, and he goes to tell him what he's missing, only for it to jump back to reality as Victor cuts through his magic. Canyon asks if he's still intending to stand against him, calling him foolish. As he starts to prepare, his water attack shoots out towards Victor, and Canyon mocks him, saying that these are the fruits of the ability he disregarded, saying that he should die at the hands of the very power he looked down on. As they get closer, Victor says that he has not grown one bit since that day. As he starts sidestepping those hoes, getting in close, right in front of Canyon now. Canyon says that he can't believe he's still capable of such movements, despite being crippled. He begins to cast another spell, as Victor is now directly in front of him. He gets pierced by the attacks this time, and Canyon says that he's persistently fighting, but it means nothing. He'll never be able to approach him because of his magic. Victor says that he doesn't seem to practice his swordsmanship at all since that day. He starts wiggling in the spikes, saying that he thought he lectured him back then, that in a fight between knights, understanding the distance from the opponent is of utmost importance, and right now, he is still within his attack range, as he swings through, cutting him through the chest, shattering his mana core. Victor says that the truth is that he's long since acknowledged his ability, as there aren't many who have the potential to become rune knights. However, it is because relying on magic alone will not allow him to reach greater heights, that he was strict with him, and he would have been able to become a great knight, and that it sure was a shame. Victor says that since Philip is fighting, he wants to go help him, but the gigant begins to fall over, and he says that this is the end, given the condition of the mech, and he apologizes that he wasn't able to be of help, so he'll leave the rest to Philip. As Philip uses the phantom sword, he dashes in, which Mylon blocks. Mylon then rears back his mace, swinging forward, hitting Philip with his mace, sending him flying backwards into the wall, causing an explosion. We see Philip's mech looking up at him, as he has managed to block the attack. Mylon asks what happened to the skills he displayed in the arena, asking if he overestimated his abilities, so he should try harder. Philip says that he can't believe he's so proud of the fact that he struck him twice. And while he's bluffing, this is really bad. He's been feeling this for a while now, but this man has become so strong, he's like an entirely different person, and he has no idea what to do. Mylon laughs, saying that he knew they were incredible, as he's been using strengthening magic crystals from the count. Normal gigants have an output determined by their rank, however if you provide magic crystals to the core engine in order to supplement it, it puts it into a form of overdrive, causing it to overcome its limits, and amplify its strength. Philip says that it's crazy, and his aura has gotten even stronger. He wonders what he's doing, and Mylon says it's pointless to try to buy time any longer, as he's going to end this now with a single blow. His gigant charges in with his mace held high, but Philip realizes that's bad, and starts making a break for it, dashing away. While Mylon is powerful, Philip has an advantage in mobility, and for now he seems to gain some distance. But an attack starts flying in, and he hears it, turning to see the mace actually has a flail-like function, as it gets sent flying towards him. Philip says that he's faster than he thought, and Mylon continues saying that it's pointless. As he starts to swing it around, the chain comes into contact with Philip's side, but he grabs onto it, and uses his propulsion to get himself away. He lands back on his feet, and then dashes forward to Mylon's side, going for an attack on his blind spot. Mylon turns, grabbing onto his leg, and Philip panics that he matched his speed. For good reason, as Mylon throws him backward, sending him straight into a wall, and we see an explosion. Inside of the gigant, Philip says this is the worst, the difference in their strength is overwhelming, and he thought he would at least have an advantage in speed, but even that turned out to be nothing, and he wonders if he's worthless. He says if it was his Uncle Rogers, but as soon as he mentions his uncle, he recalls his uncle telling him that there is a weakness to his phantom sword. Moving at a very high speed in order to attack means that the movement itself will become simpler, and its path is easier to predict. If he cannot improve on this soon, others aside from him will also grasp its weakness. Philip tries telling him that if he changes directions while moving, he'll lose speed, and his uncle says there's no need to think hard about it, he can solve it through a pretty easy method. Philip stands back up, and Mylon says that he'll at least recognize his persistence in never staying down. However, that's going to end now as he charges forward to finish this fight. He rears back his mace, swinging it straight down towards Philip's head. Philip waits until the very last second to dodge to the side. He then starts dashing around like Bellamy from One Piece, and Mylon calls it a petty trick, saying that his core engine won't be able to handle that, and struggle as he wants. As he turns to the side, spotting him, he stretches his hand out, saying that he's already grasped his techniques. All he catches is Philip's cape instead. He wonders why he wasn't able to catch him, but Philip takes this chance to get some attacks in for the first time in a while on Mylon. He says there's something his uncle told him: by altering his trajectory the slightest amount, it would make it impossible for most opponents to stop his blade. It's a relief that he's a part of that majority. Mylon tells him that it's not over yet, calling him arrogant. He says as long as he keeps using magic crystals, someone like him is nothing. Philip's surprised, as we hear Monike's voice asking how many expensive magic crystals he intends to use for the sake of that lump of scrap metal. Now there's no point in giving someone like him another chance, as he's pierced Mylon's unit. He says he's nothing but a useless bastard for getting him involved in taking a backwater county. He then turns his lance and throws him towards one of the walls, and as soon as Mylon lands, his core begins to generate electricity, and he explodes. Philip says he's insane, asking how he could do that to his own subordinate. Monike says that he'll be facing him directly now. Just this sheer size difference is insane. Philip never expected him to come here himself, and says regardless of who his opponent is, he must do what he was asked to, and that he shall not pass. Monike calls him arrogant, asking if he thinks he can stop him in that state. Philip says that he won't know until he tries, and that he believes he'll stop him here. He dashes in towards Monike, and starts slicing him on his shoulder, his leg, and once more repeating what he did to Mylon. But Monike just turns very casually, and Philip wonders if none of his attacks hit. Monike tightens the grip on his lance, and starts to thrust it directly towards Philip's head. Philip dodges the attack, and says that was a close one, But we see a little electricity at the tip of Monike's weapon, and it still cuts Philip. As Philip's Gigan is starting to lose his balance, Manhwa says this is the end, and he starts attacking him all over. Philip begins to lose consciousness, and falls to his knees before falling onto the floor. Hans says this is impossible, he can't believe Philip was defeated so one-sidedly, and that everybody needs to prepare to fire. Manhwa lowers his weapons before charging straight into the wall, causing Hans to lose his balance as the entire wall is shaking. He looks around asking if everybody is okay, and they tell him that the ramparts are beginning to fall, as they see it beginning to crack all the way across the wall until Manhwa has now breached his way in. It begins to crumble down, and we see Hans under the rubble looking up, saying that they can't let him pass through into their city, but there's nobody left to stop him as all of the soldiers are incapacitated. Manhwa slowly walks through the city before something stops him, and he turns, seeing Victor's unit grabbing onto him. Victor says that he shall not let him go any further than this. Manhwa asks what he thinks he can accomplish with that half-destroyed frame. Victor says even so, he must do his best to stop him. Manhwa stomps down, breaking the head off of the unit, saying that despite being so weak, he dares try to stop him, but we see Victor not letting go, saying that he must do this. Manhwa starts to get pissed, and then raises his foot, kicking his Gigan across the field, so that it even knocks him out of it. Victor rolls over, and Manhwa approaches him to finish the job. He says he intended to be on his way, but now he has changed his mind, and that he's going to kill him here, and send his princess to be with him soon. Victor begins to lose consciousness, and we see Manhwa asking who dares interfere in his matters, and if he really wants to die. We see that Simoon saved Victor, saying that he boldly marched into his territory, made a mess of the things he wished, and hopes that he's really made his resolve. Manhwa sees a squad of golems, saying that he's never heard of someone with this many golems under their control. He then laughs, saying that he understands that he is the young lord of Lacan, and he must have used this power to take out the Scorpion cavalry. However, this power bears quite the resemblance to the Demon King's magic, and it can't be that the heir to the famed warrior family dabbled in such a thing. Simoon doesn't say anything, and Manhwa laughs, saying that if this gets out, then the entire legacy of the Lacan family will be done for. Simoon says that will never come to happen, and Manhwa asks what he means. Simoon says that he has no intention of letting him leave this place alive after all. Manhwa gets pissed, saying that's quite a bold statement, and he says that those half-assed rock dolls would never be a match for his gigant. Simoon stretches his hand out, casting Black Bind, as an aura starts to envelop Manhwa. Manhwa asks what kind of trick this is, and Simoon says that if he could, he'd like to crush him completely like this, but his magic power has been bottomed out. All he can do is hold him down, and he has to use the golems to finish the job. The golems all run out towards him, and then stop as they open their mouths, then begin firing laser beams straight into Manhwa's chest. We see an explosion, but it's not much, as Manhwa is just scratched a little bit. He calls him pathetic, asking if making sound is all he can do. Simoon says he's not done yet though, and Manhwa wonders what he's got planned as they start to surround him. They then hold arms together, creating a giant barrier trapping him in. Manhwa says surely he's joking, and if he's trying to lock him in because he can't take him down, he stabs one of the golems, saying that these petty tricks won't work against him. As soon as he does, one of the golems begins cracking, and Manhwa realizes this is bad, as they start to release a purple aura. He asks what's going on before a purple explosion is seen, sending even the golem chunks towards Simoon. He says it's a good thing that he prepared fourth circle, explosion magic inside of them. It's a bit of a shame, since it'll take a while to remake them, but then he is surprised. Manhwa asks if this is all he can do. If his goal was just to enrage him, then he has done a great job. As we see, it's barely cracked his armor. Manhwa says that he should not expect an easy death anymore. Simoon just wonders what the hell his Gigan is made of. Being able to shake off an explosion like that is a complete scam. Simoon then notices something about Manhwa's legs. He understands it now. He says that there's no way he has the leeway to be making such a bold statement. Manhwa says that crushing him when he has nothing on him is hella easy, and he doesn't have any more of those shitty golems either. Simoon says surely he hasn't forgotten that he is the heir to the warrior family, and draws his blade. Manhwa laughs, asking if he's really gonna try to take out a gigant with his bare body, calling him insane. Simoon says that he wouldn't know it until he gave it a try, and he charges forward. Manhwa tells him he doesn't stand a chance, as he rears back his weapon, and thrusts it forward. Simoon leaps over it, saying that perhaps because of the explosion, but his speed is noticeably decreased, and if he can hold out at this level, it won't be that bad. Simoon uses the silver sword, going from the very top of his body all the way down to his legs. He then lands after his attack, and says that he's hella tough, and feels like he didn't have any damage, but at this rate he knows he can do it. Manhwa says that his pathetic struggle is pointless. He starts turning with an attack, and Simoon raises up his sword before blocking it, but the sheer pressure is too much for him, as he gets sent flying high into the air. He lands on the wall, and Manhwa doesn't miss a beat as he thrusts forward, piercing the wall over and over, as Simoon's running sideways, some Prince of Persia type shit. Simoon dodges one more attack, and says that if he can just hold out a little longer, as he sees the electricity swirling up in the gigant, he says that his stamina is bottoming out though. He wonders if he can do it, before he spots a gap in Manhwa's shoulder. Manhwa says that he's good at running away like a rat, and that he won't be going easy on him anymore. The air around Manhwa then begins to change. As he's readying his two weapons, he gets into a pose, reverse gripping them. Simoon begins making a run for it. As Manhwa raises his weapons, he stabs down, slicing where Simoon is. He laughs, saying that he doesn't stand a chance, but when he looks back down he doesn't see blood, and says that he can't believe he missed him. Simoon says that he honestly didn't want to admit it. As he lands on top of his weapon, he says that this stupidly strong swordsmanship that was able to demolish the golems with Circle 9 magic is going to be more than enough. Manhwa asks when he got there, and then sees the electricity from his frame, wondering when he got damaged. Simoon says that he needs more training, but if he can just cut through that area with his technique it'll all be over. Manhwa, now in a panic, says that he needs this lump of metal to move, yelling at it. Simoon pours it all into his sword, begging it to work. Meanwhile, Manhwa is also begging his frame to move. He begins to regain control, and swings. He laughs, saying that fate is on his side after all, but Simoon is no longer there. Simoon is now below him, asking him where he's looking, and he says that he's way too tired, as the battle has been dragging on far too long. He leaps forward, cutting exactly where he needs to, saying that it's time he ended this. Manhwa says that he can't believe that he is being bested by some backwater freak. As his gigant gets set ablaze, he starts getting errors all inside of the cockpit. He says that there's something wrong here, and this can't be happening to him. He starts to scream, and he evacuates, leaping out of the chest. He says that he can't let things end like this, and he begins running away. Simoon says that he has to stop him, but he can't move, and that he used all of his stamina with that last attack. He almost had him, but he can't let him go. He starts losing consciousness, saying that if he does, it'll lead to more danger, and Rogers catches him, apologizing for being late, saying that he can punish him for his incompetence. Simoon says that they need to stop Manhwa, and Rogers says not to worry. Something trips him, and he falls, asking who would dare do this. And we see the village, the people of his county that fled here. The refugees ask if he really wanted to see them that badly that he even crossed the sea. He asks if they know who he is, and it's his first time seeing them, calling them insolent for not addressing him properly. And we hear Reina saying of course he doesn't remember. He's surprised. She says that these people weren't even treated as humans in his territory, their lives constantly in danger, and the people of her kingdom barely managed to survive. He's never faced these people directly, not even once. Manhwa says he did all of this for her, and he apologizes if he went too far, so to forgive him. She says that she's not the only one he ought to be asking for forgiveness. Also, going this far to ask for it is shameless. He says that she's meant to be a saintess, asking why she's not showing mercy. The refugees say that even if she were God's incarnate, he still wouldn't receive forgiveness for the heinous deeds he committed. Manhwa yells telling them not to come closer, and they start beating him to death. And Simoon laughs, saying that's a fitting end for a disgusting pig. Simoon asks if the others managed to wrap up well, and Rogers laughs, saying yes, the battle has been won. Thanks to the Volga Kingdom's knights, even the invasion routes they were wary of were dealt with without many casualties, and he can now relax and leave the rest to them. Simoon asks about Philip and Victor. Rogers says that while the damage to the Gigants was severe, luckily the two of them managed to survive. While he was holding down Manhwa, they were evacuated. The soldiers of the fort are being rescued by mercenaries as well. As such, he can just return and rest. Simoon sits down though, saying that he'll take a seat here, as he can't leave his men behind and rest on his own. Rogers says that he doesn't stop at simply saving everyone from the depths of despair. He makes sure to care for others even when he can barely move his own body, and that this man truly might be the second coming of the warrior Lacan himself. It takes us to the Baroque Empire's capital, as we see the emperor confused, asking how the hell Manhwa lost, saying it cannot be true. His servant says that he apologizes, but that is definitely the case. Rudolph says that there's no way the aristocratic faction stepped in. His assistant says he doesn't believe so, as they observed no movements from any noble families in the south. Rudolph asks if a failing frontier without any outside help managed to win despite having a mere fraction of the enemy's forces, saying there's no way he'd believe that. He starts to release an intimidating aura, and his assistant says that he's never going to get used to this feeling. But according to the report, before the territorial battle, the refugees of the fallen Volga kingdom migrated to the Lakan Viscounty, and he suspects that of them, some were elite knights. Rudolph thinks about it, saying in the past they were said to be skilled enough to rival the empire. He thought that reputation had disappeared after the revolution, and he wonders if maybe they increased their forces secretly for the sake of reconstruction. If that is the case, he can't just ignore them. His assistant says that there is a rumor even more alarming than that. Rudolph asks what it could be, as his assistant tells him that the one who took down Manhwa during battle is said to be none other than the young lord of Lakan. Rudolph screams, saying that boy was supposed to be diseased or near to the point of death. The assistant says that he didn't believe it himself, so he attempted to confirm it numerous times. According to a spy under him, not only was he using aura-based swordsmanship, but he is also extremely proficient in magic. Even though Manhwa was a bored gigant, he faced off against him with his sword alone. Given their situation, it is possible that the story of him being bedridden may have been purposely fabricated and spread in order to hide their true strength. The Emperor Rudolph says that's not possible, as he's sure the curse on that family is still active to this day. And then he starts to sweat nervously, saying there's no way, wondering if Pierrot has betrayed him. Even if the curse were broken, facing a gigant with a sword is suicide. Even if the warrior family's swordsmanship is remarkable, he thought it was but a rumor and legend from 500 years ago. His assistant says that given the circumstances, he believes it's only a matter of time before they establish themselves as a great territory in the south. They may even join the aristocratic faction in the future and become a great threat to the throne. Rudolph says that if Lakan were hiding their strength, there's a chance they may pose a threat to his family, as he's sure they'd try to reclaim their ancestry's glory. He took this into account, and allowed the Count's territory in order to nip it in the bud, but he did not think that they would recruit refugees and raise their strength. He asks his assistant if there's a way to stop the family's revival. The assistant asks why they don't just enlist them. Rudolph asks if he's really wanting him to put them in their military. The assistant says yes. According to the imperial law, all noblemen who reach the age of 18 are obligated to serve in the military for 2 years. Normally he'd be drafted next year, but they could bring up the draft date forward under the pretense of granting him a new peerage. Rudolph says that he sees, by holding their lord here, the Viscounts won't be able to make any moves. His assistant says that's correct, and anything can happen in the battlefield, so this would be a good chance to get rid of him. Rudolph begins laughing like a maniac. He then taps his staff onto the floor, telling his assistant, Voltaire, that he's accurately deciphered his will, and that he needs to go send a message to the Viscounty, and congratulate them on their victory in the war. Some time later, it jumps to Philip saying that he's sorry, and he actually finished with the work that the young lord asked him to, asking if the meeting's already begun. He's then confused, as everybody seems depressed. He asks what's the deal with the atmosphere. He says even after throwing a celebration party, even throwing a celebration party wouldn't be enough for their victory. Rogers goes to tell him, we don't get to hear what it is yet, but it's enough to make even Philip depressed, as he's sighing. Simoon enters asking what's with their expressions, asking if they're mourning someone. Philip asks what they're meant to do, and Simoon asks what the problem is. Dixon says there are plenty of problems. Manhwa's fief is so big that they can't afford to manage it. Just taking in the refugees was already enough, but having to manage the people of the other county whose number is 10 times that, it's just a horrific amount of work they can't handle. Simoon asks if it really was nothing they're stressed about, and Dixon says that of course it's something. They aim to expand their territory, and now he's going to be buried to death under a pile of resignation letters. Simoon says not to worry about it too much, as he has an idea. They head to the Lamer Territory Plaza, as we see Simoon about to give a speech. He says he's sure they already know, but all territories of Lamer now belong to the Lakan Viscounty. Thus, says the new lord, whatever decision he makes, they must follow his will. Some of the citizens say that seeing as how he's stepping up like this, they thought things would be different, but they think he's just going to be the same. Simoon tells them to be quiet. He will now be explaining his policies regarding their territory, and that he will turn it into a free city. They can't believe what they're hearing, asking if this is really true. Simoon says it is. This means that they will not have any restrictions in regards to what cities they can trade within the empire. This city has great potential, such that its ports could allow it to become a central transportation hub. However, until now, because trade was only allowed through Manhwa, there was a high cost to expanding trade options, which prevented the city from developing. As such, given that he is now the new lord, he will be returning his people that opportunity to turn it into the greatest trading center within the entire empire with their own hands. The citizens all look at each other, and say that while he says this, if they work themselves to the bone to make money, taxes will take it all away. He asks if they know what the tax rates were up until now. Some of them say around 40%. Si-moon says exactly, and he'll only demand 5, as that is all the tax he needs. He asks if he's answered their questions, and they start asking if it's really true, wondering what in the world is going on. Si-moon says that if it's too difficult to manage, then he just has to plant in the desire to be independent. Also, it has a great amount of potential, considering the wealth that would be generated in the future once it develops. Even a 5% tax rate would be nothing to scoff at. Everybody starts chanting for him, saying his name over and over. Si-moon says all the while he'll be spending next to nothing to manage it, and it's a complete profit to him. Si-moon starts walking away, and hears Reina say that's an amazing decision to make. Si-moon says he simply wanted to believe in the potential of the people, and while there are still a great number of things for him to think about. She says that he always surprises her. Si-moon asks where they're going, and she smiles, saying that it's a place that she loves. When she was residing in Lamer, whenever she felt her heart weigh heavy, she would come here, just as the Demon King's castle was for him. She would look upon the scenery here, and burdens would be lifted little by little, though she doesn't know why. She then nods her head and bows, thanking him for saving her people. She gives him her deepest gratitude, saying that he fought on behalf of his own power. He says he simply did what he must. Also, the reason that the people of her kingdom were able to hold out was because she's as strong as their pillar. She says that he truly is a wonderful person. He was rumored to be weak due to a chronic illness, and that he was not said to show himself often. The truth is, when she met him, she thought that he possessed a will stronger than anyone else. He was a man that would never turn a blind eye to those in need, helping them without anything in return. It's only natural that people would begin to say that he is the manifestation of the warrior himself. Si-moon says they only say that because they don't know he uses black magic. She says that isn't important, there is no way that he would ever take the same path as the Demon King. He says the truth is he once entered the castle, and found his diary. Within it were recordings of the Demon King's life. He was a mage of the Veritas Magic Tower. He was more sincere and goodwill than any. But his life changed the moment his lover died. He laid hands on forbidden magic, and gained strength far surpassing human imagination, and began to fight single-handedly against the entirety of the continent. He says he's not expecting much, as it's not like he can reveal everything. However, even then, he doesn't know why, but he wants her to understand even only a little bit. He takes a deep breath, and says that it sure is hard to believe, and he understands completely. She asks if anybody else is aware of the story. He says no, given that it would be a descendant of the warrior supporting the Demon King, it would be quite hard to accept it. And he doesn't mean to say that all of his decisions were right, just that he was a man with a side way different than what the public knows. She sits there in silence, and he starts to get awkward. He says that he said something that he shouldn't have after getting carried away, telling her to forget. But she says that she understands it. He says that she doesn't need to feel as if she has to agree with him, and he understands. But she says that she does. His diary is not what she believes in though, she believes in him himself. If he is the one that believes in the diary and the Demon King, then she too will believe. That night, some guards sigh outside the estate. They thought they'd go home, but they can't believe they ended up stuck with guard duty. One of the guys says that at this rate, his baby girl is going to forget her daddy's face. He senses something, saying that he thought something passed by just now. The other guy says there's nothing there though, and the dude says maybe it was just the wind. Then he turns after hearing his friend fall over, and he calls out to him before he too takes a nap. We hear someone asking if this is where it is, and if this is where the Princess Reina resides. All around the estate, guards and maids are falling asleep as the assailants are continuing forward. They enter a bedroom, who they assume is the princess's. They walk over pulling the blanket off, but much to their surprise there's nothing there. Confused, they wonder what's going on, and Si-moon says he never invited any guests. They turn, seeing him, and he says that he could smell the scent of sedatives wafting in the air. If he didn't have antidotes, he would be sound asleep. But regardless, he wonders what dark elves that live hiding away in the forest are doing here. They start to run away, and he asks where they think they're going, as he summons hands to stop them. They can't believe he's using black magic. One of them then points their crossbow, putting aura into the tip, and shoots it to free their teammate. Simoon says that it's been a while since someone last broke through this, and they might be more skilled than he gave them credit for. They try to shoot at him, but he dodges, saying they picked the wrong opponent. Another one comes up behind, and he says sadly for them he has too much experience. His bracelet shines, as his golem dog comes in, biting the attacker in the back, and he says that he's fought dark elves many a times. One of them tries to make a break for it, but the dog stops them. It's a combat-oriented golem that is made with a high-rank magic crystal, and asks who it was that sent them, as there's no way the prideful elves would take the Emperor's side. Rather, they're more likely to end up confronting him. One of them takes something out of their pocket, and Simoon is caught off guard. They throw it into the air. He puts his arms up to block the attack. As it begins to blind him, they then run out the window, and he says he let them go since he didn't sense any killing intent, but if he's their target they'll come back. But it's his first time meeting them after his reincarnation, and he used to see them often. And there's one in particular named Ernst that he wonders if still is alive. Of course, we hear some people yelling out to him. He turns, saying that she's finally here, and we see a woman named Erwin. She says the wind is cold, telling him to come inside. Ernst says he's fine before coughing, and Erwin says that clearly he's not doing well. Ernst says that it can't be helped, there's no better place than here to observe the heavens. She says if he's going to keep observing them, he might end up going there himself. He says that he was about to call her, and this is perfect timing. She asks if it's because of the dark elves, saying that she doesn't know why, but she heard they attempted to approach the Lacan family and failed. Ernst says that it's something different, telling her to open this case. He hands it to her, and then she's surprised, saying this energy can't be what she thinks it is. Ernst says that's right, this is the Divine One, Absolute. This is the legendary treasure that the Lord Elkal used to defeat the demon god and create the world. She says she thought it was a mere fairy tale, as she didn't expect it to be real. He says that as she knows, although it is a powerful treasure that possesses great power, just like the branches of the world tree, it would also pose unimaginable danger should it be used for evil. That's why he's been storing it away in secret, but Erwin will have to take that and head south. She asks why, and he says that a star that disappeared long ago has reappeared. The continent will soon fall into chaos once more. However, due to the war the elves have been cut off from the spirit world and can no longer wield the powers of contracted spirits. At this rate they will not be able to endure the chaos that is to come. As such, they require the power of the world tree. Should they grasp the dimensional key, the tears of the earth, they will once again be able to open the crack between dimensions. Luckily, he's received information that such a power was felt in the south. She then asks why out of everybody he picked her, and he says that's very obvious, because she is his successor whom he trusts. She says that she has no intention to become a prophet though, and he says that there's no use, she's the only one he has his eyes on. She says that she knows he's so stubborn, and sighs, saying that she can't even say no because his concerns are for their entire race, and that she will return with the key. He tells her that he'll put his faith in her, even if she's busy, to make sure to eat 3 times a day, and not to follow strangers. She says she's 500 years old, and he doesn't need to tell her this anymore. As she walks away, he watches her and smiles. The clouds then begin to grow dark, and Ernst says that he's shocked that he was waiting so quietly, asking why he doesn't show himself now. A familiar aura begins to appear behind him, and Pierrot says as expected of him, he's never been detected like this before, and his conversation seemed interesting, so he was just listening in. But given how he can no longer use the powers of the spirits, he asks how he intends to face him and his sickness, and he can't comprehend his confidence. Ernst says that it seems that he's forgotten how he lost to him, and ran away with his tail tucked between his legs 500 years ago, wondering how he came back here without a hint of fear. Pierrot says that he shouldn't pretend that he doesn't know, of course he's here to reclaim what was stolen from him, and he asks Ernst where the blueprints are for Atlas. Ernst and Pierrot have a WWE stare down, and Ernst asks why he's come here looking for the Atlas blueprints. Pierrot says there's no point in him playing stupid. He knows that the Dark Clan has been investing heavily into the production of giants in preparation for the war with the Empire. It's obvious that in order to create a hero-rank giant, they stole the blueprints with the intentions of using Veritas techniques. Ernst says that he has no clue what he's talking about. It's been a long time since he's left the front lines. Pierrot says if he intends to keep feigning ignorance, then he leaves him with no choice, and he'll have to use force as he launches an attack. Ernst blocks it using a mana shield. Then Pierrot says that he's blocking better than he thought. He continues attacking. Over and over, we see the barrier beginning to crack. Ernst begins a chant, preparing a very strong magic spell, as the wind begins to form as if there was a current pulling it. Ernst screams as a giant tempest begins to form overhead. It starts to wrap around Pierrot. Pierrot says it's impressive. He didn't think he'd be able to use this level of elemental magic without borrowing powers from the spirits. However, it appears that he has not been able to go against the flow of time, as he's sure he was much stronger when he stood by Simun's side. Pierrot says despite being so terrified of death that he used the forbidden technique to escape it, the only thing lively about him is his mouth, and he'll never be able to evade this, as it is their god's power. Pierrot says judgment from a god whose mere existence is unsure is laughable, and he seems to have been pushed into a corner. It's about time that he deal with this now. He begins to prop himself with a magic barrier. Ernst begins to prepare a different magic spell as it starts to rain. He summons down a giant bolt of lightning called a thunder javelin. Pierrot blocks it, saying that he can't believe he was able to regain his senses immediately despite having to take time to dig up his memories, and despite his age he cannot look down on him. Ernst laughs, saying he's quite arrogant for a greenhorn, asking if he's already forgotten how he used to run away from his mere presence, as a giant mouth begins to appear beneath him as he summons a giant flight wrap. Pierrot asks how he still has this much strength left, before getting completely eaten. Ernst starts panting as he drops to his knees. He says that he's lucky he ran away, and he can't believe he has come back, but for some reason he calls him arson. He says unlike him who's gotten weaker, he has grown stronger, far stronger, and soon he will no longer have the power to stop him by himself, and he wonders if the prophesied war of ruin is upon them. He tells Erwin that she needs to hurry, as he begins spitting up tons of blood. Back to Simun, he's now wearing super noble armor for the first time. A man opens the door for him, and he walks forward, as he's now greeting the Emperor. The Emperor Rudolf says that he's come already, and Simun then stops and gets on one knee, introducing himself formally and saying that he greets the Imperial Majesty. Rudolf says that he's been waiting for him. There's awkward silence for a second, and Rudolf stares at him, saying that his swordsmanship is at the middle of the expert level, and his magic is at the third circle, and it's not bad. He tells him that he's done well to come such a long way. Simun says not at all, and Rudolf says the reason he called him today is to congratulate him on his victory in his territorial war, and grant him a proper peerage as well as to appoint him as a member of the military, and he should take that duty with joy. Simun says it's just as he had expected. It is true that the imperial family has been ignoring him because they were on the verge of ruin, but the results with the war made them want to keep an eye on him again. If so, he'll end up being assigned to the front line, and Rudolf says their empire has long been in conflict with the various peoples of the Republic, and he needs to go to Tolut Fortress and serve the empire. Philip is confused by this, telling them to please reconsider Tolut Fortress. Voltaire asks what he thinks he's doing in the presence of His Majesty. Philip says this is no different from a death sentence, but Simun says that he understands, but he has a condition. Rudolf asks what it is, and Philip asks what he's saying, and if he knows what kind of place that is. Not a single person appointed there has lived past their first month. It's infamous, and has no commanding officer. The only people who'd want to send there is a sworn enemy. Rudolf asks how dare they conspire in his presence, as he begins to release an aura. Simun says the energy he's letting off is so intense that he can barely believe his age. If he hadn't covered his body in a thin layer of aura, he might have been crushed by it. Rudolf tells him to speak, asking if he's truly demanding a condition from him. Simun says that he is. In order to carry out his orders he must have his condition fulfilled. Simun starts releasing his aura, showing that he won't back down. And Philip says even when the Emperor's messengers brought a notice of enlistment, Simun seems oddly calm, and he wonders what the hell he's planning. Rudolf says that his arrogance is as high as the heavens, and if he's unable to provide a satisfactory reason, then he'll be punished for refitting his dignity. Simun says he's well aware of the infamous reputation that the fortress holds, given the inherent dangers to being at the frontier. Aristocrats fear being assigned to that fortress. As such, he wants him to give him that land. Rudolf asks why. And Simun says the biggest reason, of course, is because he wishes to strengthen his military force. By increasing his influence under the justification of it being his land, he'll have more flexibility in controlling his subordinates. With this, he'll be able to achieve the best results in combat. Rudolf says that land is nothing more than a small fortress on the outskirts of the empire, wondering if that's truly all he wants. Simun says of course, right now, there is no more than one of his fortresses. However, given that it is situated between the Volga Republic and Nemesis, wouldn't it be able to serve as a transportation hub after the war is over? He firmly believes that land bears unbelievable potential. That is another reason why he wishes to acquire it. Rudolph starts thinking about it, saying that although he doesn't like it, he'll end up losing his life there either way, so it doesn't really matter to him. He agrees, saying that he will grant him that land alongside his new title. Voltaire can't believe he agreed to it so easily, and Simoon raises his fist, saying that he will do his utmost to live to the Imperial Majesty's expectations as he salutes him. Rudolph then says that the young lord of the Lacan Viscounty, under his imperial edict, will be appointed as a new commanding officer at the fortress, and will receive the rights to the land which it stands upon. Though him receiving this officially would only later become known as a move that would affect the state of the nation itself. Back at the training grounds, we see a familiar gigant as it's fighting against Philip. The sword gets knocked out of Philip's hands, and Philip says that he's lost, and he can't believe how much he's grown, as it is none other than Simoon. He asks if it's really his first time controlling a gigant. When he rode one his first time, he was barely able to stand, and it was a sight to behold. Simoon asks if that's really the case, but Philip says he can't believe he's become adept enough to defeat him in such a short time, and he has immense talent. Simoon spots something, but tells Philip that it's because his teacher is so gifted. He keeps staring at the gigant, saying that its mana circuit structure is similar to the golems he created. In this current era, gigants are the most powerful armaments. Even someone as proficient in magic as he is has difficulty facing it alone, a fact that he was made brutally aware of during the war. That's why as soon as Mur and Sting were repaired, he began training, and the results were more meaningful than expected, and it would have been nice if he had more time to practice, but the grace period that the Emperor gave him is running out. He says they should head back to the fief, and Philip says he'll escort him. As they're heading back, they're passing by the city, as it's undergoing new construction. Dixon spots them, and Simoon asks how it's coming. Dixon says the repairs to the areas assured by the war are almost complete. Construction for the facilities for the refugees to live in are proceeding as well, and it's been very smooth. They're investing manpower and materials generously, so it will definitely be possible to move in soon. Simoon says he's doing a great job, and Dixon says that a general outline of the business he spoke of has been organized. Their biggest concern regarding how to accommodate the refugees was finding jobs for them, and he never thought it would be resolved this easily. Simoon says another reason he decided to make Monaca's land a free city was because of this, so that he could set up a business just for them. As a result of the old Volga kingdom having such barren land, they naturally improve their commerce, and as a result, many of their people are experienced in administration and finance. Once he prepares the stage for them, everything else is going to play out naturally, and he's eagerly awaiting the day he can get his investment from it. Dixon asks if it's okay for him to leave without seeing the magic tower. Simoon says it is, as he's entrusted everything he needs to serve Mute. He says however much you nurture a writer's abilities to control gigants, it will be pointless if you don't have a gigant that can display their abilities. In order to prepare for the battles ahead of him, he began the construction of a brand new magic tower, the grimoires that he stole, as well as the blueprints of Atlas. Using those, he will manufacture a new hero-grade gigant. He looks forward to seeing it completed. A lot of things will have changed by the time he completes his military service and comes back. Now that he thinks about it, he says they did not decide on a name for the new magic tower, but he says it's not like it needs one or anything, but if he were to give it one. As he's looking at Reina, who's excited to see him, she asks if he's finished everything he needed to. As there was something she wanted to give him before he left, so she was waiting, asking if he'll please take this. She holds up a jewel to him, saying that it was created from a fragment of treasure that has been passed down through her family, and it's believed to possess a power that can protect one from danger. He asks why she would give him something so precious, and she says that she heard that he was summoned by the Emperor, and she'll be praying for his well-being and safe return. Bro is falling all over again. He takes the amulet and says that he will come back safely and return it to her, and that's something he promises. She tells him that she'll be waiting. As he's about to head out that night, Hans asks if he's absolutely certain, wondering why he's leaving in secret. Simoon says everyone's busy enough, they'd likely try to give him a grand send-off, but that's gonna cause more headaches, and that he'll leave the fief to Hans while he is gone. Hans says that he will dedicate his heart and soul to meet his expectations. Simoon says he's getting old now, so he better not end up collapsing after working himself to the bone. As he goes to leave, Philip yells, saying that he'll go with him. Philip asks how he could possibly leave him behind, and it made him sad to hear. Hans says he kept this a secret, asking how he found out. Philip looks up at Simoon, saying that he told him to become his sword, and his sword must always be by its master's side to protect him, and that he'll go with him. Simoon is a little moved by this and smiles, telling him to do as he wishes, but if he drags him down, he'll toss him out right away. Philip says of course, and they ride off. Elsewhere we see a carriage of traders approaching a city. The guards tell him to wait, saying they haven't heard any merchants declaring intent to enter, wondering where they're from and what they are carrying. The merchants pull out a bag of gold, and the guard audibly gulps before taking it, saying that they are free to enter and open the gates. As they pass by, we see inside the carriage, they have people tied up. It jumps to another carriage as a horse is drinking some water. It looks happy now. A man says that he survived thanks to them, and that he's afraid to think of what would have happened to his merchant group if Simoon and Philip weren't there. Simoon says he shouldn't be so dramatic. As a man acting under imperial orders, helping out civilians is a given. The guy says that truly, as expected of a descendant of the warrior, he's much different from the rest. Philip though just wonders what the hell he's planning this time. We get a flashback to 3 days ago. Simoon asks what that is, saying that they seem to be local peddlers, and given their state maybe they were attacked by bandits. Philip says normally the closer you get to the border, the less likely such incidents are supposed to be, but Simoon approaches asking what's going on. Panicked, they ask him who he is, saying not to get closer. Simoon introduces himself, saying that he is traveling to the fortress under the orders of His Imperial Majesty. They ask if he's the same one who took down Manhwa. They drop their blades and start bowing to him, begging for help. The man introduces himself as Clark of the Marin merchant group, saying that he was en route to the neighboring village under orders from the Litton family. However, as he can see, they were attacked by bandits, and their mercenaries were felled. Even their horses ran off, so they've been left in a great predicament. On top of that, those bandits are still chasing them, asking if he could accompany them to the nearby village, and then he'll give them a suitable reward. Philip tries to say no, but Simoon thinks about it for a second before cutting him off, saying sure. Clark gives him puppy dog eyes, asking if he really will, and Philip wonders what he's thinking, saying they're definitely the bandits. And Simoon says he can't just abandon someone and help. Also, there's something he's a little curious about. Several days have passed since then. Philip has no idea what Simoon is planning, but it'll be bad for them if they waste more time here. Simoon tells Clark the state of his carriage is shocking to say the least. Clark agrees, saying that the bandits really have quite the eye. Simoon says given how he's so relieved, then the goods he's carrying must be fairly expensive since they didn't take them. He says of course, the group worked with the Litton family after all. Until now, thanks to the might of them, there were hardly any instances of them being attacked. But this time the bandits must have feared retribution, or perhaps they didn't know what fear is, and they were using strange spells, so it could be that they were outsiders. Simoon asks if he could show him his merchandise, and Clark's caught off guard and tries to explain it to him. Simoon asks if there's a reason he can't see it, saying he's sure they aren't doing anything illegal. Clark says of course, it's just a trade secret, and it wouldn't be of help to him either. Simoon senses something before he jumps back from an attack that sends Clark falling. Simoon's genuinely surprised as there's an elf preparing an attack straight at him. We see the explosion, but he put up a barrier to protect it, asking if bandits always appear like this nowadays. As they get closer, we recognize who it is, as it's none other than Erwin. And Simoon says it seems like she has no intention of answering him. She starts to wrap herself up with magic, and Philip charges at her, asking how dare she attack his lord. Simoon tells him to stop, but it's too late, as Philip has imbued his blade with aura, and he uses the phantom sword, sending it towards her. She holds up absolute, and instantly dispels it with a wind barrier. Philip can't believe his attack was stopped so easily, and then she continues casting yet another spell, sending out gusts of winds to Philip, causing him to have to distance himself. Simoon says that if Philip's phantom sword wasn't able to penetrate her defense, then she must be at least the 7th circle. But he can tell for sure that the magic from her body is far below that, and the source of the power is the staff. She starts to channel it once more, and it begins to uproot the nearby trees. Simoon tells everybody to hold on tight, as they're about to get flung into the air, as we see exactly that. Clark screams for help, and Simoon, a little annoyed, says it can't be helped. He starts to use black magic, summoning his golems right from underneath him. The golems start catching Clark and his boys out of the air, and protect Simoon in them. Everybody's surprised, and Erwin says it doesn't matter, as she's already achieved her goal of taking the carriages. Simoon tells her to wait, as he uses his magic to grab onto it. He says he can't let her do this. She tries pulling away, but there's no point. Simoon says that if she continues to try holding out like this, he's very confident in his own abilities. As Sebastian starts to appear from her shadow, He says especially against someone depending on a magic tool, as he steals it. She can't believe this just happened, and yells, telling him to wait, as Sebastian's now running away. Simoon says that she shouldn't have been careless, asking if her master ever taught her this, as he starts to wrap her up with his arms. She falls to the floor, and he says that she has a very long way to go, calling her by her name. Simoon smiles, saying no wonder the way she used her mana felt so familiar. She's the baby that Ernst took in 500 years ago. He was shocked when he suddenly said he'd be raising a child, but he knew Ernst couldn't leave her be after she lost her parents to war. Despite bringing the world to ruin for the sake of revenge, at that time he took pity on the innocent, and he sure finds it ironic. But he says that she's rather talented, but it seems she lacks combat experience. While Ernst said he would take her in as a disciple, it seems that she hasn't learned how to fight, and if she had undergone harsh training for the last 500 years, then his strength would likely not be enough to face her. It feels pretty odd knowing that that small child has already grown up. Simoon goes to ask about Ernst, and Clark and the rest yell, asking how dare that filthy bandit go after their merchandise, and that she better prepare herself. Simoon uses his blackbind to stop them all from attacking her, and they ask why he's doing this, as a thief like that deserves to be killed. Simoon says that if they're mistaken, the real thieves here are them, and the biggest plot twist of 2025 goes to Clark and the rest. Simoon says he knew from the beginning what they were doing. These possess a special energy, which he noticed immediately. Despite that, he pretended it was okay and traveled with them in order to confirm the identity of the mage that was aiming for them. They try to explain it, and Simoon says he knows it's some noble's dirty work. He's heard that there are some perverts or strange hobbies among the aristocracy, and they work as brokers for those people. They say they were truthful in everything they said. The Lytton family is who backs them. Even if he may be a noble himself, he'll definitely face their wrath. Simoon says they don't understand the situation they're in. After disappearing without a word in the midst of a commission, whether they were attacked by bandits or were led astray by the allure of these fairies, nobody will know what happened. They said before that thieves deserve to be beaten to death, and he'll do exactly that. They scream asking for mercy before he kills them all. He then frees the fairies after tying Clark and the others' bodies up to a tree, and they all start flying away thanking him. Simoon then releases his binds on Erwin, much to her surprise, and she distances herself, asking how he knows her master. He says there's no need for her to be on guard. He tells her his name and how he has known Ernst for ages, though she wouldn't believe him if he said, and that's that for now, and she should follow. And if she's going to return the fairies where they belong, that's where he's going as well. She says she can go alone, and he says earlier her hands were trembling, and he's sure they still are. It would be problematic if someone were to end up attacking her in her current state, and he's partly responsible for what happened today, so he'll accept it. She says she doesn't trust him, and he says it's a good habit to keep her guard up, but if she obsesses over it, she'll end up missing the important things right before her eyes. She thinks about it and reluctantly agrees, as we see her walking in the back. She says she didn't think there was a human who knew her master. On top of that, his magic is on a different level from humans, and she starts to wonder if he's related to the Demon King, but says there's no way, as it's someone from the Lacan household. Philip though seems to be thinking his own thoughts, and he says if he's not mistaken, that was definitely black magic. Even someone ignorant as him has learned about magic golems. It was used by the Demon King, and its usage is banned in the Empire. So much time has passed that nobody's meant to know how to use them, but how does Simoon know? Simoon asks Philip if he doesn't find these woods strange. Philip looks around, and says that now that he thinks about it, it feels oddly devoid of life. Simoon knew he wasn't mistaken. As he's getting closer to the village, the forest condition is growing exponentially worse. Fairies live in harmony within the beauty of nature wherever they live. Even the most barren of lands will change, because crops and trees will find life. So why the hell is this place so destroyed? The fairies get excited, saying they're here, that this is their house, and we see their village is absolutely in ruins. Philip says it's way too rundown to be called a village, asking if people live here. Erwin tells him that it's because it's cut off from the spirit realm. In the past, using the strength of spirit techniques they would gain from contracts, they would work hard to care for nature. However, 500 years ago, the gates between the worlds closed, and even the energy left in the earth was used up, which led to its desolation. She says that if she doesn't find the tear of the earth, the elves will soon fall prey to this. The fairies start flying in, yelling for one another, and hugging that they've returned. Who I assume is the elder approaches them, and Simoon says he's going to leave, but she points forward saying that it's here, and the world key is finally back. He asks what she's talking about, and realizes she's pointing behind him. He turns, as do the rest of them, and what they see is a trail of flowers following their path. Simoon's confused, asking what this is. As they do a double take, Philip and Erwin ask what's going on, and why the path Simoon walked is like this. Simoon wonders if it's because of his necklace. Erwin then sees it, saying that is definitely the energy of the world tree. Incidentally, that's exactly what they need right now. She doesn't know how it got to his hands, but it would be great if he could hand it over to her. Simoon apologizes, saying that this is quite precious to him. She says that she knew there was no way he'd hand it over, instead she'd use force. Philip tells her to wait, as his lord has shown her nothing but benevolence so far, asking if she really intends to turn back on him the moment the situation changes. One of the fairies tells Erwin that they're fine, so not to fight. She says this, but she begins to lose consciousness, falling onto the floor. Philip and Simoon wonder what happened all of a sudden, and Erwin begins healing them, saying that she knew it. Spirits require the energy of nature in order to continue living, however, in order to maintain a village that is falling apart, they've been using up their own life force, and this fairy has already consumed too much of it. At this rate, it's clear they'll all die. Simoon recalls how Reina gave it to him, and really doesn't want to let go of it, but seeing this fairy die, he exhales, realizing that it's just a gift, and he hands it to Erwin, saying to take it. Philip asks why he's doing this. The princess gave it to him, and he says that Philip needs to go help them too, and he looks like he'll be able to figure out a solution if he has this, asking if he's right. Erwin says that he is. With the world tree's power they should be able to supplement the life force with it, but wonders if it's okay, as it seems important to him. He says it can't be helped, and he feels like the necklace's owner would definitely prefer this. She thanks him, and then starts healing the fairy. Simoon says that's the kind of person she is. She worries over others before thinking of her own safety, and she considers every life, however small, precious, and is sure that even if she would lose her memories and live a new life, she would never change, as that's simply who she is at the very core of her soul. The fairy begins to open her eyes before flying around as her life force is back. Simoon says he can't believe it revived a life so close to death that quickly, and it is far greater than he expected. Erwin says that she wants to apologize for her rudeness earlier, and she introduces herself formally. She says under Ernst's teaching, she is searching for the tears of truth. Philip recognizes her, asking if she is the one that created artificial magic crystals used inside of the gigants. She says that was simply a byproduct of researching a way to produce tears of the earth. Also, releasing that to the world will forever be her biggest regret, but as they can see, after the world has been separated from the spirit realm, many races were in turmoil, fairies included. The same goes for her and the elves. Even that they can no longer borrow the spirit strength, they are growing weaker. In order to remedy this, they must reconnect the worlds, and the key to this is the tears of the earth, which is why she asks Simoon to tell her about the necklace's owner, and she's sure it would be a great hint to find the truth. Surprised that an elf who is known for their dignity is bowing their head at a human, she wonders what Simoon will say. Simoon says he can't, as he's already shown her more than enough goodwill to resolve this situation. He would prefer that she doesn't ask any further about the owner. Simoon says the circumstances are unfortunate, but he has no reason to drag the girl into danger by involving her in something that could become a central issue across the continent. He tells Philip they're taking their leave, and as they do, Erwin can't help but feel like this is her only chance. They head to Chrome City, specifically the northern military quarters. A man tells Simoon he's done well to come such a long way, although he's sure he's exhausted given he's just arrived, asking if it would be okay to entrust him with work after guiding him around, as they're always short on hands here, so he hopes he understands. This is the temporary commanding officer of the fortress named Count Naaman. Simoon says it's fine, as his priority is stabilizing the frontier. Naaman laughs, saying that's reliable, but he didn't hear about him having two companions, and Simoon says to just think of one of them as an extra. He can't believe that Erwin followed him so recklessly, and he can't just kick her out because he's known her since she was a baby. He wonders how Ernst raised her. Naaman then waves to a woman named Anna, and Anna greets him. He says enough of the formalities, and tells her to introduce herself to these people. Anna asks if he's the new commanding officer, and runs over to Philip, saying it's nice to meet him, and introduces herself as Anna Dinoy, saying that he has a wonderful build and appearance befitting a knight. Simoon and Naaman stare at her, and Naaman clears his throat, saying that's not the commanding officer, introducing Simoon. Simoon says it's a pleasure to meet her, and smiles. He says that he's sure she's disappointed that he doesn't look like she was expecting, but he hopes they get along. She starts to get flustered by his appearance, and apologizes, saying that she didn't think he'd be so young. She's sorry for saying that. Naaman laughs, saying although she can be quite clumsy, she's a good-hearted girl, and that he ordered everybody to gather, asking Anna if they're ready. She says that she tried, and Naaman says that he understands without seeing it for himself. Simoon asks if the knights don't follow orders, and Naaman says it's embarrassing to admit, but most of them here are born from famous noble households. Controlling them is quite the challenge. Philip says it's understandable. There's no reason for proper heirs to noble families to end up here. They were either forcefully kicked out, or they were problematic enough to be sent here. Naaman says he's saying this because he's taken a liking to Simoon, but it would be best for him to finish his time here as if he was dead, because if he acts carelessly, they're different from normal delinquents. Just as what would be expected from those who grew up in famous noble households, they are shrewd and insidious. Philip says he was wondering why Naaman was missing an eye, wondering if this is what happened to him. He then tells them that they're here, and this is the training grounds for the fortress. Philip says the situation's far worse than he expected. Even though his lord has reformed many people up till now, that attitude of his might only incur grudges from other nobles, and these people are wholly incompatible with his lord, wondering what Simoon will do. Simoon calls out to Anna, telling her to cancel all plans for today. He gets his blade, and tells her to go right this instant and order all knights stationed at the fortress to gather here, as today he will be commencing practical sparring with every single member. Philip asks if he's really just going to beat them all up. We see some of the people sitting around a table, some with tea and one with a mug. He slams his mug down, asking what they mean by a live sparring match, saying that this is why sheltered young masters are worthless. He is part of the 7th Knight Order, specifically the Team 2 leader named Hobart. Hobart says that it looks like he wants to show himself off as the commander, but it's pointless. One of the people beside him says that he is the one who took down the famous Count. His confidence might not be unfounded, and that Hobart might be the one brought out over the training grounds. He is the same order as Hobart, but he is the Team 1 leader named Alex. Hobart says that Manhwa was the guy who acted like he was something just because he had some imperial blood on him. He spent all of his time hiding behind his subordinates, so who knows how strong he really is, saying there's no way he would get scared by that nonsense. Alex says there's no way they would. There are many among the nobility who enjoy flaunting their achievements, although looking at Hobart it seems that trait may not be exclusive to the nobility. Hobart points his blade directly at his throat. Hobart asks if he's really comparing him to some noble brat pushing his weight around, saying that he went easy on him, and this is how they repay him. Alex says that they should get the facts straight. Alex was the one going easy on him, asking if he's forgotten the result of their last sparring match. He puts down his teacup, saying that if he insists on acting this way, then he leaves him no choice, and he'll have to remind him once again the difference in their abilities. Hobart says today is the last day he'll be talking like that, and he'll thoroughly collect that shitty attitude. As he starts to imbue his blade with aura, the other man in the room tells him this is enough, and to leave it at that. It's unsightly to fight each other like this day in and day out, and that the new commanding officer is not even worth bothering with. All they're good for is sitting at desk and signing papers, so they just scare him a little bit, and he'll go scurrying away. He is the leader of this 7th Knight Order named Caper. Caper says otherwise, they'll just have to open the door for him to leave like they have until now. Hobart laughs, saying this is how it ought to be, and that's the Knight Commander for him, and he's the best, and he can't wait to see how long the officer lasts this time. Caper says that a descendant of Lacan is interesting. It's obvious he's been riding on the coattails of his lineage, and he's nothing more than a small fish in a pond acting out, and as they start to step up he says they'll engrave into his bones just how vast the world outside his pond truly is. We see one of the knights getting his sword knocked out of his hands, and Caper's instantly surprised by this as multiple are getting dealt with, and he wonders just what the hell is going on here. As Simoon single-handedly dealt with all of the troops around him, he notices him and smiles, pointing over to all three of them, asking what they are staring at, saying to get over here and come at him already. We see Anna, also on the ground just in disbelief by what happened, saying that his skills are unbelievable. She thought he was acting confident because he lacked real combat experience. Whenever she first heard that he was going to be fighting all of them, she asked if he was serious, saying that fighting all of them sounds like a bad idea. Simoon says it's fine, even though she tried pleading with him, saying that it's reckless, because however confident he is, they are knights currently serving on the border. If things go wrong, he could end up with an injury that might never heal. He says he understands her concerns, but he doesn't really care. She tries to persuade him once more, and he says that's enough talking, asking if she intends to go against direct orders. She says she'll end this quickly so he doesn't get injured, and charges in first. He says he forgot to say this, but it would be best for them to fight as if their life was on the line, as he's not good at holding back. She wonders what he means, and he tries saying that if she does hold back at all, she might end up with some broken bones, as he sends her flying along with her sword. He then yells for the next, over and over and over. She says that every single one of them were completely at his mercy. The only knights left are those two intimidated by his skill, and they're so terrified that they can't bring themselves to fight. Hobart yells, calling them all pathetic, asking how they're scared of a single noble child. Simoon asks if he's going to join, or not, saying that he'll at least praise his spirit. Hobart gets pissed, saying that he's just as annoying as Alex, and he'll give him that, and he charges in, saying he'll take him on himself. He swings down, shattering the floor, and Simoon says that he utilized aura in order to increase the reach of his blade, and both the strength and weight of his strike isn't bad, but the problem is he's too slow. He also knocks Hobart's sword out of his hand in an instant. Alex says that he's surprised he managed to take down Hobart so easily, and it seems that he must be confident in his speed, and if that's the case, he wants to see if he can dodge his attack too. Seems like characters in the series really like cosplaying Bellamy. He starts darting around, and Simoon says that he's acquainted with someone that has a similar fighting style, and he's very familiar with attacks of this sort, which means of course he knows the weaknesses as well. He sends Alex flying. Simoon says after hearing that the officers had suffered through so much, he was excited to see how skilled they were, but he guesses that it was all hearsay. If this is all the Knight Order that the Empire's frontier has to offer, then he's pretty disappointed. He asks Caper if he's any different from the rest, saying if he'd like he can come at him together with the rest of the knights. Caper yells, asking if they're all just gonna sit here and let this happen to them, telling them to get it together. He won't allow this arrogant new officer to insult them any further, and he wants them to show him their true abilities. He orders all knights to get into a wheel formation. As they all start doing so, Simoon is surprised, and he says this is an anti-superhuman battle formation. Anna says that the wheel formation is too extreme, however strong the commander may be. Using an anti-gigant combat formation against a normal human is too much. Caper yells, asking how dare she go against her superior's decision. She realizes she can't say anything. Caper tells all forces to be on guard. He orders Team 1 to advance and move in without hesitation. They start swarming in, and Simoon asks if they really intend to overwhelm him with numbers now. Two of them lead the charge, and Simoon instantly dispatches both of their swords. The third starts to run in, and Simoon pivots, swinging and knocking all three away. Caper says they shouldn't give him any space to breathe, ordering Team 2 now. Team 2 starts to charge in, and Simoon instantly realizes it's different as they're coming in from all sides. Caper says that the formation was designed to be really efficient against a gigant. The soldiers split into two teams and continuously attack the enemy. It supplements the lack of attack power that a normal soldier possesses, and is effective in draining the enemy's stamina. However strong he may be, he must have limits. Simoon says that it seems he hasn't realized the weakness of this formation yet. The wheel formation's strong unified fortification is effective only in the case that the target remains stationary. Thus, if they're unable to tie their enemy down, as we see Sebastian coming out of his shadow, pulling one of them down, he's revealing the weakness. Caper calls them fools, saying they can't take their off the enemy mid-combat. Simoon dashes forward straight past the guy he knocked down, saying it's just like this, and he takes out the ones that are recovering, saying that it can easily be taken apart. Caper says there's no way. Simoon says now he's the only one left. Simoon asks if they want to continue, and Caper has a cold sweat, but is defeated, and says that they've lost. Philip says to get down and give him 200, and all of the dudes start doing it. He then orders 300 sit-ups, and then a 10-kilometer sprint. Bro got them on the Saitama routine straight up. One of them sits down and thinks he's going to die at this rate, and they keep running them ragged. He hasn't held a blade all week, and they're just hazing them under the guise of training. Philip says that seeing how he has enough strength to be yelling, he must have plenty of energy left, and that he can increase the intensity of the training. The guy says no, but Philip says starting today, everyone's getting double the work, and he'll be directly supervising, making sure that nobody falls behind, and he tells him to go forward. Anna says after the sparring, high-intensity training began under the supervision of drill instructor Philip. Normally she would have to be out there too, but we see Caper and the rest all wondering why they got called here separately. He says there's no need to be on guard. He asks Anna how she's feeling, and she says she made a full recovery because he adjusted the training. Hobart asks if he didn't hear him, wondering why they're out here. Simoon says he's impatient, and if he wants to explain why, he called them out here with the need to check their conditions first. Alex asks what he means, and Si-moon says in their sparring match, they did better than any of the other knights. That's why he's made a special decision in order to improve the knight order. Am I crazy, or did Caper just sit there and not do a damn thing? Si-moon says he'll be teaching them, personally, his family's secret technique, the golden sword. They're all surprised, and Caper says there isn't a single knight in the empire that doesn't know the greatness of that technique. The warrior Lacan developed that technique himself and used it to defeat the Demon King and ascend as the Soul Sword Emperor. All children grow up hearing this legend, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this is what inspired every knight to become what they are, and he wonders what Si-moon's planning by teaching them this. Si-moon says of course, given that it's his household's precious secret weapon, he can't just verbally explain it to them. So he has two conditions. First, they must all undergo training to become more familiar with the flow of aura. As such, they must first learn the silver sword. Second, they must never allow this technique to be leaked, and they will become knights of his county upon being discharged. Alex says to wait a second, they're all from noble families, and there's no way they'd join a different one. Si-moon says even so, all of their families have heirs, and it would seem so, seeing how they were all sent here to these front lines, that they weren't wanted. This decision is theirs to make, he won't force their hand. However, whether they choose to stay with a family they have no chance of inheriting, or grasp the possibility of becoming a sword emperor, they should think it over carefully. Alex is obviously debating it. Caper steps forward first, saying that he accepts the conditions, and Hobart instantly says they'll do it too, and Hobart even starts calling him sir. Si-moon tells Alex he's the last one left. Alex is debating it, and Caper uses some gang signs to tell him that he can just take what he wants and leave. Alex says he'll do it too, and Si-moon says this is great. He then starts calling out to all of them, saying as respected knights of his county, they are to prove their loyalty with all of their mind, body, and strength. They say they will follow him, and Si-moon says without further ado, it's time to begin training. Anna asks if he'll be teaching them themselves, and he says no, there's someone better suited than him for this task as Philip enters. Si-moon says this is perfect timing, asking if he remembers what he said. Philip says of course, all of the knights here will undergo the same exact training that he received from his uncle. They all look worried, and Si-moon says no, he doesn't want the same training, they need 3 times. Philip says understood, asking what the hell they're standing at, saying to hurry up and get outside. They all say yes sir. That night it jumps to Erwin saying that she discovered its tracers. While rescuing the fairy she met with a man named Luke, and she believes that he has some sort of connection to it. Ern starts thinking about it, saying that she trusts in her judgment and what she saw, but think it over carefully, asking if she's certain. She says that it was definitely the power of the world tree. Of the power in that simple necklace alone, he managed to revive a dying fairy, and after using herself she is sure of it. She goes to talk about the owner of the necklace, and he cuts her off, saying that she's worked hard and he'll investigate the details, so she can stay by his side for now. He says he understands, and then she says now that she thinks about it, it seemed like he knew Ernst, asking if there's anything he can recall. She then overhears Si-moon talking and instantly hides. She says she'll contact him again later, and he says to be careful. She watches, suspicious about what they were about to do, and Si-moon senses her. Philip asks what's wrong, and Si-moon says it's nothing. We see an evil magic tower, which is none other than Pierrot's. It's located in the Desert of Martyrs in the Laodicea Empire. He's looking out the window, and Jameson calls out to him, saying he's completed the mission that he's assigned and returned. Pierrot says well done, asking if he's brought what he asked for. He says yes, as he holds it up. He grabs it and while analyzing it, he then starts picking up Jameson by the throat, saying he ordered 2 bottles. Jameson apologizes, saying that he faced some interference while executing his orders, as blood forms from his eyes and mouth. Pierrot asks who it was who dared to get in his way, and Jameson tells him that it was Lacan. Pierrot lets him down as Jameson begins coughing, and he double checks that he said Lacan. Jameson says that's correct, and Pierrot says that's strange. Those of that household should be nearing death due to the curse that he placed on them. Jameson says that's quite the strange occurrence. Recently the family has been investing in reconstruction. Pierrot says he sees how foolish, and that it's an utterly pointless endeavor. Jameson says that's not all, as they managed to revive the fairies in Janus village. Saving a fairy that was fated to die means that he possesses the power of a world tree. Pierrot now understands that if that's the case, then it would be possible for him to weaken the effects of his curse. Jameson says as a result of him taking out the smugglers, their distribution is facing a setback, but in exchange he has acquired some useful information. The origin of that power is somewhere within the Lacan fief. On top of that, Given that the Lord is away, there is no one that would be able to stop him. Pierrot begins to laugh, saying soon he will have the power of the world tree in the palm of his hands. Jameson congratulates him, saying all is as he will it to be. Pierrot says that's right, and very well done, so he'll overlook his failure to meet the quota. Although it's laughable for him to say this given that he is a lich, nature truly is wonderful. An endless supply of pure mana, and such a phenomenal life force. It bears infinite possibilities as a result of that. The existence closest to nature is the fairy. If so, what if you were to concentrate such beings into a single place? If one were to wield that infinite power, what would they be able to accomplish? As we see him cooking something up, and Jameson says that would be a miracle. Back at the fief we see somebody watering some plants, as it's none other than Reyna saying it's growing well. She says it's been about a month since the Lord has departed. She's been helping with administrative duties, and she spots a letter on the desk. It's Simoon saying that he enjoyed the tea she sent, and he's pretty much just telling her everything that's happened, and how everybody here was complete dog shit, so he's had to step up and educate them. She laughs, saying that he seems like he's doing as well as ever, and she wonders what she will send. Somebody appears out her window and shatters it. She turns as we see Ernst glaring down at her, and he says that he's found her, the one who bears the tears of the earth. She asks who he is and to identify himself. He takes off his hood, apologizing for his discourtesy. As he starts to approach her, there's a knock on the door, and Victor asks if she's in there. There's no answer, and he opens the door only to be surprised that she's nowhere to be found, and her room is a mess. Back to Simoon, Philip asks how his skills keep improving. At this rate, he'll soon lose to him even if he gives it his all. Simoon says that he doesn't mean a word of that, as he's been training all day every day. Philip says that if he didn't, he'd catch up to him in no time. Simoon tells him to flatter him and it won't get him anywhere, and then notices that somebody's in his room, and he tells Philip to go back to his quarters. Philip asks about him, and Simoon says that he has some business to take care of. Philip says that he'll see him again tomorrow, and Simoon enters, saying that he didn't expect him to come see him first, as he calls out to him, Ernst. Ernst says that he's as sharp as ever, despite how much time has passed, and it's been a long while, and he calls him by his actual name. Simoon glares down and laughs, saying that he knew he'd recognize him if he was still alive, and Ernst asks if he even tried to hide it, and he heard that he'd named his magic tower the Katarina Magic Tower. He says that was just in the moment. Ernst says that even without that, he would have been found out sooner or later, as he does possess the ability to peer into the future. Simoon says that he seems to be as skilled as ever, and asks just what exactly brings the legendary prophet to him, as he doubts he came here just to chat and unwind. Ernst says that he sure is perceptive. They don't have much time, so he'll get straight to the point, and he needs his help, but this is something that he really needs his help on. He asks if he recalls the name Arson. Simoon says yes, Arson was a boy who would always yak to him about his research, and he was super excited. When he showed him black magic, Arson thought he was going to die, but he was just a miracle. Simoon says it's not true, as things like this require a sacrifice. He's realized that through this experiment, they must treat all lives as equals. Arson asks what he's saying. They need to continue these experiments, but with this power in their hands, they could even achieve immortality. Small sacrifices like this are nothing compared to the big picture. Arson was a close friend of his, close enough that he felt like he could talk to him about black magic. He was also an excellent mage, and he also recalls that he had fought with the limits of his class. Simoon says that they had different ideals, but he was an extraordinary mage. Ernst says that he is no longer the man he once knew. After word spread that he had been felled by the warrior, the very first thing he did was break into the Demon King's castle, and he stole all of his research. Simoon is surprised. Ernst says he tried to stop him, but as if he had already accomplished his goals, he escaped. After that, he used his research as the foundation to create his own spells, and things that he never wished to happen. He used curses and human sacrifices as if they were nothing, and his sacrifices were always the weak. Currently, he has taken the form of a lich and reigns as the head of the Veritas Magic Tower. It turns out that this is why Ernst referred to him as Arson, because that is exactly who Pierrot is. Ernst tells him that his next target is the woman Reyna under his protection, and he is sure that he has noticed that she bears the power of the world tree. If he isn't stopped, many more sacrifices will follow. Simoon asks where she is, and Ernst says that she is at his hideout for now. It's only a matter of time before she is found, and they must hurry. He starts to fade out a little bit and looks pained. Simoon asks what's wrong, and Ernst says it's impossible, as they were found this fast. Simoon asks what's wrong, and Ernst says there's no need to hurry, and he must go. He tells him that Erwin will guide him to the hideout. Simoon starts yelling, asking her where the hell she is. At the hideout in the cave, we see an explosion, and within it is Arson and Ernst coughing up blood. Ernst says that he can never predict what heinous deeds he will do next, and he can't believe that he is using the dead, as he has taken Simoon's original body. He begins casting spells with it, and is preparing to end it all. Ernst says that he won't go down without a fight. The fly trap comes up once more, and Simoon's body clenches his fist as the black bind wraps out, destroying it in an instant. He says he was hoping he was wrong, but this power is the same as he had during his peak. The reincarnated Simoon, though, would never be able to stand against him. In this age, without the warrior of legend, there is nobody who can stop him. Ernst tells her to leave and follow the road, and when she encounters her lord to tell him that he must not come here. She asks why, and he says she needs to do as he said. She starts to run away, and Simoon's original body even calls out to her as Katarina, and Ernst says that he won't let him, as the last remaining great spiritualist who will pour out everything he has. He starts trying to commune with the earth, as the cave collapses, and he says that it should take all creation into his arms, as a giant chasm begins to form between the two of them. Reina is running through the forest, and she wonders where she has to go, and she cries, wondering where exactly her lord is. She narrowly dodges an attack, as it shatters the tree behind her, and she falls to her knees, and she asks Simoon's body what he did to Sir Ernst, and he continues calling her Katarina while crying blood. She says that the Lord called her by that name once before. Frustrated, she asks why he's doing this to her. She doesn't even know who that is, but he just continues. And she closes her eyes as the hand gets close and calls out for her lord, and we hear him say to get his hands off of her, calling him a bastard, as he comes in with a golem. He swings, sending his original body flying. She can't believe he's here as her eyes start to light up, and she calls out to him. He tells her to stand back as he'll take care of his own body, and that this is quite the insanity that Arson seems to have brought forth. Simoon summons 3 golems to fight, asking how dare he anger him like this. The golems scream, running at his body. His body summons his staff and swings forward, shattering all 3 of them in an instant. Simoon realizes this is bad as his body begins to tighten the grip on his staff, reforming the broken pieces into its own golem. Simoon says that's not even one of his techniques. And his body says that if only he wasn't there, calling him the warrior, Lacan. Simoon says he's misunderstanding it, but he's not him. His body tells him to be quiet, asking if he intends to deceive him with that nonsense, and that he'll bring an end to him this time. The golem leaps towards Simoon, and Simoon says that talking isn't going to resolve anything as he puts up a barrier to block the golem's attack. Simoon's fist continues pushing forward until it is all the way broken through, and it sends Simoon flying backwards. The golem doesn't miss a beat as it leaps in and raises its fist, going to hit him with a Dragon Ball Z combo. He slams down, dunking on him, and we see Simoon having blood pour out of his mouth. He says that was close, as we see he actually managed to escape behind a tree. He says these spells are different, but his destructive power is equal to him in his prime. He didn't expect this development, but, thanks to this he's certain about it now. This is not a resurrected version of him from the past, but more like a doll that Arson is controlling to make it seem like such. Going by what Ernst told him, most of Arson's magic depends on sacrifices. In decomposition and reformation, it is a mere imitation utilizing these 2 principles. A puppet that bears his outer appearance and the residual magic power left in his corpse to reproduce his past self. Its movements are too unrefined. For example, it hasn't placed a guard to protect itself, which is something that is very obvious of him in his past, because when he would control a golem, all of his men would be focused into it, so to not leave himself vulnerable he'd always have a guard with him. Given that it possesses his powerful magic, he can't just ignore the sheer destructiveness that it has, but if he takes advantage of its simple-mindedness, he definitely stands a chance. It glares over towards him, and he wonders if he was detected already even though he's using stealth magic. The golem sneaks up behind him in the tree he was hiding behind. Simoon begins screaming, saying that just getting close is going to be a challenge, but he can't afford to be crushed here. Erwin comes in clutch using Entangle, freeing Simoon from the golem's hands. She says that she'll deal with the golem, and he has to take care of the body. Simoon says he's got it, and draws his blade out, charging at his body, saying that his opponent is him. He starts using the golden sword, attacking at his barrier from all over, and he wonders if his strength is not enough to damage his shield. He says there has to be another way, but his body puts his hands together and raises them, as a magic circle appears right behind Simoon, stabbing him through the back. As it starts to pull out, Simoon begins bleeding profusely. Erwin calls out to him, But in her moment of distraction, the golem breaks free from her bindings and punches her in the chest, knocking her unconscious and sending her flying. His body says if only they weren't here, then he and Katarina would be fine. As he begins to summon some weird-ass creature, he says this is his only chance to put everything back to how they were meant to be, and the creature begins drooling, flying straight into Simoon. Reina runs forward, begging that he stops as she uses herself as a shield, and the monster does exactly that. He asks her why she's doing this. She says that she doesn't know who he's confusing her with, but she is not Katarina, and that her name is Reina. He says they can't be, as he said she was Katarina too. She asks who said that, and who it is deceiving him, also who it was that's pulling the strings from behind. The monster begins to get unsummoned, and the body says that he wasn't deceived. He then looks behind her, saying that he's not there anymore, and Simoon says that she's correct. She is Princess Reina, and the Katarina he remembers is no more. The same applies to the past he remembers, it is no more. The dead ought to stay dead, and he should go to the afterlife already, as he swings cutting his head off using the golden sword. His past head begins flying, and it spots Reina one last time. As it closes its eyes, it looks peaceful, dreaming about Katarina. Simoon says the truth is, there is something that has always been on his mind, the possibility that Princess Reina is the reincarnation of her. However, whether or not it's true doesn't matter. In his current life, Reina is just Reina. She begins crying and looking joyous as she runs over, and she embraces him. He says as such, there is no need for him to be haunted by the ghost of his past, as what's more important is the present with her by his side. And this is the end of the first season. With the end of season 1, my thoughts haven't changed that much to be honest, but I will update them to match the ending of this season. So far, my biggest gripes with this manhwa are the same ones I tend to have with a lot of regression and reincarnation stories. There's no actual connection built between us and the characters. Like, him and Katarina were just thrown at us, and we were expected to be heavily invested in their relationship. But it's hard to be. There's no emotional groundwork laid down. It's just assumed we care after one chapter, but I totally get it, you know. I do respect them actually laying down some groundwork, like Simoon didn't get killed and reincarnated in the first few panels like a majority of other manhwa. Then there's the whole issue with it being 500 years since he died. But since he woke up in the body basically instantly after his death, no time has actually passed for him. Yet he keeps saying, 500 years this, 500 years that. Blah blah. It just irks me that he says it so much when it really hasn't been that long from his own perspective. At least this died off, and he stopped holding on to the fact it was 500 years since his prime. But overall, the plot is fine. I have no major complaints there. I mean, who doesn't think giant mechs are cool? I'm also glad we finally got to learn more on the Lich, and how he's a part of the old history alongside Simoon. But regarding Simoon, I dislike how he instantly folded for Reina under zero pressure, though. Willing to risk everything he has for her without any real build-up. Maybe it'll be revealed later that she's the reincarnation of Katarina, and her memories were sealed. I'd be fine with that explanation, honestly. So we have not got that update yet, but he is still folding for her. It seems like he's had barely any interaction with her, but the season ends with him talking about how as long as she is with him, he is completely fine with the world. But if she is revealed to have her memories sealed, it's plausible. Especially since curses are a legitimate thing in this world. His bloodline inside the Lacan family has been cursed too, and while they blame the Demon King, we clearly know that's not the full truth. The pacing itself also feels pretty generic and okay. It's not too fast, not too slow, which is nice. And I do have faith that things will continue moving in a steady direction. It feels like they're setting up more world building, as well as development for his fief. And now that we're this far into the story, it's something we're genuinely invested in. He's now upgraded his territory to own a whole other Viscounty, as well as preparing himself for the future. So when the progress finally happens, and when he starts making real changes to the world around him, I think it's going to feel really satisfying. It's going to hit hard. Maybe he'll even develop a real connection with Reina, one that we can actually get attached to as readers. Because, at least for me personally, I don't feel much of anything toward Katarina. As it stands now with the end of season 1, I feel like he still needs to develop that connection towards Reina. We've barely seen any moments of them having a lovey vibe. In terms of storytelling, like I said, I don't hate it. There are actually some cool little bits of symbolism here and there. Mostly centered around Reina. Like her being trapped in a cage during the Monike situation, then Simoon swooping in to free her, and we physically see the cage break. Simple but effective. Even little things like the magic tower of Veritas being trash, it's just small touches like that sprinkled throughout the world that make it feel more alive. It's neat. I'm not sure if there's a novel for the series, but if there is, I'd honestly love to read a comment explaining how it's different. Because some of the gripes I'm about to list might just be adaptation issues. But it doesn't mean it isn't enjoyable. Before I dive into the gripes though, let's talk about the characters. Philip is obviously the comedic sidekick. Loyal, but also pretty strong. This is a common trope in series like this, but it's done well. It's enjoyable. I love his interactions with his Uncle Rogers. It really gives off a warm family vibe between the two of them. And I'm glad that Si-moon is pushing him to do better for himself too. As he doesn't want to lose to him. Dixon's just a little loot goblin, and I honestly love that too. But when it comes to character development, so far we've had actually zero. There's not a single character who has really grown from when they were introduced. It's more like we're just getting to know them better over time, rather than them evolving or changing as people. If I had to point out any character development, I'd say that Si-moon beginning to just accept the fact that he needs to live his life as Luke, which I think is a good change. But I really hope we start getting more real development in the future. Now on to my bigger gripes. So overall, the combat just doesn't feel impactful. It feels muted, like it's missing weight. It doesn't grab you. The fight panels often feel like they're all over the place, scattered, and the overall art style feels heavily AI assisted. There are so many continuity errors, or maybe it's just multiple artists working without proper communication, but either way, it's noticeable. Some immediate examples that come to mind. A lot of the action scenes are just explosions, but the explosions themselves all look wildly different from each other. Most of the combat is almost no blood. Like when he killed June, or Clark and the goons. There was no blood at all in the scene where the hit happens. But then in the next panel, we see him drenched on the ground. Same with the legit last few minutes of the season he got impaled, but there's no damage at all. The series is still just nothing but explosion, boom explosion. The best fight scene so far, would maybe be the one against the knights at the fortress if I had to pick. There are images where characters are literally overlapping with ghosted versions of themselves. Or even moments where they're just floating weirdly over the terrain. These little inconsistencies are everywhere. Every single chapter has at least one thing I could point out if I wanted to. One of the biggest inconsistencies that bothered me, was when Katarina was captured, like why didn't bro just use his golems to kill them? Instead he rotted in prison for days depressed, then only did it after hearing of her death. It's not like he didn't know how to do it, he for some reason chose not to. Maybe it's just a me problem. Maybe I'm overanalyzing it because I look at these things from a storytelling perspective, but man, it really takes away from the immersion when you notice it. Seeing the combat drawn sloppily, and seeing all these little visual errors stacked up chapter after chapter, just makes it hard for the series to hold my attention when it updates. Combat is really important for me in Manhwa. If the fights don't feel satisfying, it's a lot harder for me to stay engaged, unless the story itself is so unique that it overrides that issue. And right now, while the story is solid, it's not quite that unique. Overall, these are my current thoughts on the series. And they're absolutely subject to change as future parts come out. Maybe the art will improve. Maybe the story will tighten up. Maybe the characters will finally start growing and evolving in meaningful ways. But for now, the plot's fine. The world building has good potential. The characters are likable, even if they're a little stagnant. The execution, especially with the combat and consistency, definitely needs work. Let's hope that season 2 has some real impact for a start. If you've watched till the end, comment Silksong to let me know. Subscribe for more videos like this, leave a like or a comment to help the channel out. Thanks for watching.